Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was removed by Rias and join Halo Forerunner team movie. Before we start, please go support Matiaslucifer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Prologue. Rain, an intense rain fell on that deserted moorland that stretched as far as the eye could see, disappearing among the mountains that rose in the distance. Brief but constant red flashes illuminated for a few seconds the contours of those mountains, where it could literally be said that hell had broken loose. Looking at those mountains, sitting on a rock with the upper half of his face behind a black mask that only revealed two robotic blue irises, was a young man with abundant brown hair, dressed in a black trench coat, shirt, pants, gloves, and boots. Behind that boy was his team, a group of people who had accompanied him on many adventures. His life revolved around that group of people. He lived for them. Looking up at the sky, he could see several groups of dragons flying past him and his team, heading towards that infernal place where the final battle was taking place. Many had gone to that place in a futile attempt to help against that monstrous enemy and his army of dark ones. All those who had gone did not return. Their auras disappeared violently. Moments ago, I had been reflecting on everything I had been doing up until now. The rain had always made him reflect, and now, on the day when the fate of the world would be decided, there was much to reflect on. The friends and comrades he lost along the way, the enemies he had taken down and killed in order to continue moving forward into the future. After several battles where he had risked his neck and that of his team, winning by the narrowest of margins only to see how the world continued to sink deeper and deeper into darkness. These events at the time made him wonder, was it still worth it? Was it still worth risking your life for a world where no matter how much you sacrifice, people ignore you and go on with their normal lives, ignoring the fact that you risked your life for them? They had been through a lot, beating situations against all odds of survival. He wasn't the same as when it all started, and he wouldn't be in a few months either. At least he was still breathing. He had wondered what his life would have been like if he hadn't been chosen to fight at this crucial moment. What would his life have been like if he hadn't been exiled from his former team, only to be attacked and engulfed in flames a few days later after that incident? At that moment, when life was beginning to abandon him once again, he thought that everything was over, that he would die without having achieved anything truly important in his entire short life, completely unaware that a much greater weight than he could have ever imagined rested on his shoulders. That mission that completely changed the course of his life, giving him a new perspective on things. Noticing how what he once believed to be important was now nothing more than insignificant nonsense. But he always had one question: what did it feel like to have parents? Unfortunately, to this day, he never knew the answer because he grew up most of his life completely alone in a world that would eventually come after him. Touching the outline of her mask, she remembered what she meant, the decision she had made that day. He decided to live behind that mask that would hide his identity from the rest of the world. His true identity would only be known to those people who were truly important to him. "It's time to go," said a voice behind him. "Understood," replied the young brunette, standing up. Looking towards the horizon, he set his sights on his goal, that damned colossal beast. One of the two would not live to see the end of the day. But first, let me tell you how it all began. How the world gradually got to know this young man and his team. His name is Issei Hyodo. This is their story. A cult club several years ago. Seated in her place as president of the occult club was the heiress of the Gremory family, Rias Gremory. The aforementioned woman had an extremely serious face. With a frown, she carefully read the notification letter on her desk. The letter contained the pleasant news that in just under a month her engagement to Razor Phoenix would be made official before the aristocratic society of the underworld. Many would see this as splendid news, since it was the union of two of the most important clans in the underworld. But for Rias Gremory, this news only caused repulsion and considerable anger, since the aforementioned heir of the Phoenix family was a despicable person. Always trampling on those below him in social class, he loved to humiliate the insects. Among the many flaws that the redhead could easily find in Razor, what she disliked most was that her fiancé saw women as mere disposable objects. Above all, that went against Rias Gremory's small dream, which was to be married to someone who was in love with her and not just by her side for her own gain. Beside the serious redhead was her queen, Akino Himejima. At that moment, the aforementioned girl was trying to help her friend find a way to cancel the engagement, but both girls, known as the Onisama of Kyo, knew that Razor would not readily accept the cancellation of the engagement, since for him, the engagement meant that he would have one of the most coveted women in the underworld. "What are you going to do, Rias?" the brunette asked, turning her gaze towards the redhead. "No matter how much I think about it, the only way to get out of this commitment is to challenge Razor to a rating game," Rias said, rubbing her temples because of the headache caused by thinking about any way to remove the stone that represents Razor Phoenix from her life. But Rias, that puts us at a disadvantage, since it's no secret that Razor has his entire entourage. It's the only way, otherwise he won't agree to cancel the engagement. The redhead stood up and walked to the club lounge window, gazing at the city's night sky, trying to push away thoughts about the engagement. Rias was clearing her thoughts when suddenly the image of her pawn came to her mind. A few weeks had passed since Issei had become her pawn. She was happy with the addition of the brunette to her entourage, but the image of an Issei with a dull gaze kept coming to her mind since last week she had barely spoken to Issei, but it wasn't because they were angry or anything like that. It seemed that something was happening with her servant since he had been distant and extremely distracted. At first she thought that something in his life as a demon displeased him, but after investigating she found nothing particularly relevant. She had also tried to indulge him a little more, but Issei himself told her that he was fine and that he didn't need anything. Nor did he want her to feel sorry for him. That comment hurt her quite a bit in the sense that her pawn was distancing himself from her and her other teammates. Despite knowing what might arouse her perverted servant, she couldn't act on it, since with an engagement on the horizon, it wouldn't be well received for a master to have that kind of physical contact with one of his servants. But if she managed to break off her engagement with Razor, she could find out exactly the reason for her servant's strange behavior, and if necessary, indulge him as much as she desired. Many things depended on that commitment being broken. Issei, what are you doing now? The redhead asked in barely a whisper. Hyodo residence. Sitting on the roof of his house was the chestnut tree, gazing at the stars in the distant starry sky. Since last week, she had returned to her true self. He had spent far too long pretending to be the greatest pervert in the history of mankind. Many would ask him why he would feign such an attitude knowing that his public image would worsen. The answer was quite simple, at least in his opinion. Loneliness. He had lived almost his entire life immersed in complete solitude. For that reason, he was used to not having people by his side to lean on, and although some would categorize him as antisocial, he was uncomfortable being surrounded by a somewhat large number of people, because he was not very good at relating to his peers. Having been left completely alone at a young age without relatives to take care of him, he had to mature much faster than other boys his age, living on the bare minimum thanks to the money his parents had saved while they were still alive. Although that amount of money wasn't a huge sum, it was enough for him to eat and dress well as pay the mortgage on his home. But thanks to his recent entry into the supernatural world, his income had increased considerably, at least for a boy his age, and if he saved the money he earned wisely, he could have a fairly comfortable life in the future. Returning to the main topic. It was time to return to their main objective. Finding the true purpose that would give meaning to his existence, he knew that he possessed the boosted gear, and therefore made him the Sekiryuutei, but that meant nothing to him. After searching for information in several books on supernatural history, I had found something regarding people who in the past had held the same title. Most had lived on battlefields. Most died at a fairly young age, and others lived for a longer time as with their power they became tyrants who ruled empires, terrorizing potential enemies with brutal massacres worthy of the most bloodthirsty of demons. But he felt that this lifestyle didn't suit his personality very well, since he wasn't looking for fame or money nor to rule empires. But I didn't have enough time either. Okay, as a demon he had an almost unlimited lifespan, but that was only in relation to the passage of time. It didn't make him immune to war wounds or things like that, and being the Sekiryuutei of this generation, he would be the target of many enemies who would seek to kill him, since over time he would become dangerous to them in achieving their goals. He had also spoken with Queen Gremory about this, but the girl had been unable to answer him when he asked her, "What is my purpose in this world?" Some would say it is to serve the heir of the Gremory family, but that wasn't true, since that purpose had been imposed on him when he was made her servant, but he hadn't been born with the purpose of being a servant of the Gremory family, since for most of their lives both Rias and Issei were unaware of each other's existence. Finally, she decided to return to her room. I wouldn't find the answer to your question today either. A few minutes after getting under the covers, he fell into a deep sleep. While the chestnut-tired man slept, and although he had no idea, the clock had started ticking, and when the count reached 0, all hell would break loose, and whether he liked it or not, he would be involved in fighting against that hell. A few days later. "Okay, I accept," said Razor, who was sitting on one of the sofas in the occult club's lounge. Upon hearing that Razor had accepted the proposal to have a rating game where the engagement between the two heirs was at stake, the redhead was very happy. But there's a condition," said the blonde Phoenix, raising his index finger. "Which one?" Rias asked, intrigued. "In order for me to fully accept this rating game, where something quite important for the future of demons and the prestige of our houses is at stake, you will have to fulfill the following condition. Razor said with a huge smile. You must remove the Sekiryuutei Issei Hyodo from your entourage, and you may not keep him under surveillance for any reason, nor may you ask any of your friends or family to keep him under surveillance for you. That condition hit Rias hard, as it put her at an even greater disadvantage during the raiding game. Besides, she couldn't do that to her beloved servant, discard him like a mere tool. But if she didn't agree to that condition, she would still be separated from Issei since she would have to marry Razor. Even with all the pain in his heart. Okay, I accept, Rias said, surprising Aquino who was behind her while Razor's smile widened even further. Then I have nothing more to do here, said the Phoenix, standing up and creating a magic circle beneath him with his family symbol. One more thing, my dear Rias, to prove that you truly expelled the Sekiryuutei from your retinue, you must show me the 8 pawn pieces that Brat currently has inside him. After saying that, the blonde man disappeared, leaving the Kuohwanasamas alone in the club room, immersed in a deep and awkward silence. Aquino, I need you to, the redhead began but was interrupted. Don't count on me, the brunette exclaimed angrily. I never thought you'd agree to such a proposal. You're going to discard Issei-kun like he's a tool. I've supported you in many things, but if you're going to do this, don't count on me. She disappeared in a magic circle, leaving the redhead alone. Seconds. Minutes. Hours. Time had spiraled out of control for Ria's Gremory. She didn't know exactly how long she had been sitting in the same place, lost in her own thoughts, which had been triggered by the decision she had made that day. She was about to expel Issei from her entourage, even though he wasn't guilty of anything, only of having become the servant of someone like her. What hurt him the most was the way the pieces had to be extracted by a forced method that had a high probability of ending in Issei's death. He would never forgive them for that. Even if she won the raiding game, it would be very difficult for Issei to forgive her. Not even all the riches he possessed would be enough to pay for doing that to his handsome servant. There was only one thing that she, being a princess, treasured more than anything: her virginity. Her virginity would be the only thing remotely valuable from a personal point of view, with which she could pay part of the enormous debt she would have with Issei. But even so, there was a strong possibility that he would never see Issei again, since the most logical thing was that after receiving that painful experience, Issei would take his belongings and leave the city, and since he was no longer his servant, he wouldn't be able to find him. He finally decided to act because the longer he thought about it, the more difficult it would be to extract the pieces from Issei's body. She called her 2 servants who still didn't know about the condition for having the raiding game, and even though when she told them they felt very bad about what they would have to do, they would also help carry that heavy burden that Rias from that moment on and for the rest of her days would have to carry on her back. A cult club backyard night. Standing in front of the chestnut tree was his teacher, Rias Gremory. He had a serious expression, but his eyes reflected sadness. The redhead snapped her fingers and immediately Kaneko and Kiba appeared, grabbing the brunette by the arms and forcing him to kneel. Without saying a single word, the redhead raised one of her hands, manifesting a magic circle whose symbol belonged to the Gremory family. But unlike normal magic circles, this one had chains around it. 8 chains began to emerge from the magic circle, slowly advancing towards the chestnut-haired man who, despite looking in the direction where Rias Gremory wasn't paying attention to the girl as such, or rather, he was staring into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. The chains finally reached Issei, stopping in front of the boy, swaying slightly while emitting a faint metallic sound. After a few seconds, each of the chains entered the brunette's body. 4 chains entered his chest, advancing mercilessly through the flesh, searching for the 4 pawn pieces that were lodged in that area of the body, while the remaining 4 chains each entered Issei's limbs. Due to the force with which the chains pierced the flesh as they sought their target, they caused the boy to begin bleeding heavily. His vision began to blur, but what surprised the others present, and would have surprised anyone who witnessed such a scene, was that despite feeling his body literally being torn apart little by little, Issei didn't cry out in pain. He just clenched his teeth tightly, but as his blood levels began to drop, so did his strength. For her part, Rias did her best to hold back her tears, as Issei was suffering for something he didn't deserve. Finally, the chains found what they were looking for, beginning to withdraw from inside the chestnut tree's body. When the 8 chains emerged, each one had a pawn piece at its end, bathed in the blood of the young red dragon emperor. The chains returned to the magic circle, which then vanished, leaving the 8 pieces in the redhead's hand. Giving her servants a visual signal, they released the chestnut-haired man and stood next to the redhead, who prepared a magic circle to transport herself. Rias gave the chestnut-haired boy one last look on the ground before turning away while whispering an almost inaudible, "Please forgive me, Issei," entering the magic circle along with her 2 servants, disappearing into the night and leaving a badly injured Issei lying on the ground almost on the verge of death, his clothes soaked in a pool of his own blood. Perhaps it was fate, but it began to rain quite heavily, soaking the chestnut tree with water so cold it froze it to the bone. Suddenly, in the middle of the rain, he felt someone turn him over. That someone had begun to illuminate his body with a sphere of greenish energy, feeling his wounds begin to heal slowly, and his body temperature gradually rise to a stable level, allowing him to remain somewhat conscious. Weakly opening his eyes, he could see black hair and a pair of violet eyes. "Forgive me, Issei-kun, forgive me for not stopping Rias, but I can't go against her orders, so that's why I preferred to stay out of this unfair act," said a certain brunette as her tears fell onto the boy's face. Unfortunately, she couldn't stay with the brunette for too long, as she was sure that one way or another, Razor's bastard would find out that she was taking care of the former pawn of the Gremory entourage, and would take advantage of that fact to cancel the raiding game and arrange the engagement without the redhead being able to do anything. At least he had healed the chestnut-tired boy enough so that his life was no longer in danger. But until the raiding game took place and assuming Rias won, until then they would not see or even speak to Issei again, and nothing was going to guarantee that the aforementioned would want to rejoin the team. After a few minutes, the brunette disappeared in a magic circle, leaving the chestnut-tired boy against his will in the rain, praying that his life could continue in the best way possible, and that if there was a possibility, however tiny, it might be that Issei would accept to become Rias Gremory's pawn again. 2 days later, Underworld Razor Fenix's personal cast. Seated on his throne, Razor Fenix watched with a smile as Rias Gremory and her 3 servants entered the meeting room of his castle. "Very well, Razor, I have fulfilled your condition," Rias said with deep contempt in her words. "And where's the proof?" The blonde man asked with a snarky smile. "Here is the proof that Issei is no longer my pawn." A red box appeared with different decorations that seemed to be made of gold with inlaid with various precious gems, opening the box, showing him his 8 pawn pieces. Looking at the 8 pieces, the blonde man began to speak. "Well, since you fulfilled my condition, I'll fulfill my part. In 1 month, a raiding game will be held between you and me to see if the engagement goes ahead or is cancelled." "Wait a month?" Rias asked, surprised, since she had expected the blonde boy to set the raiding game as soon as possible. "Consider it a small concession on my part, since with that brat gone, the power of your entourage will be reduced, but even if you train for a month, it won't make a difference in the outcome. The numbers are against you." The redhead was very upset by that comment, since even now the blonde man saw her as an insect, not even as a person of his own social class. "So if you're so sure, you won't mind adding an extra condition to the raiding game, right? So tell me, what do you have in mind?" The blonde man asked, extremely intrigued. "If I win, besides canceling the engagement, I'll keep the most valuable personal item you own. That's the fairest payment you can give me for making me accept that condition you imposed on me. Okay, if you manage to win, I'll give you my bishop, who happens to be my younger sister based on what you're asking for. She's the most valuable person on a personal level, being my sister," Razor said casually. "Then that's it, we're leaving," said the redhead, as she and her servants departed the Phoenix Heir's castle with a single goal in mind. They had to train until they couldn't anymore during this entire month. They had to win at all costs in the raiding game, that way Issei's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. "It's time to start with the plan," the blonde man muttered to himself. A few days later, the chestnut-tired man was in his bed, somewhat sore. His wounds had almost completely healed, but he was still weak because the chains had pulled flesh and nerves out of their proper place, making them hypersensitive and causing the sensation of pain to be more intense. Since that night he hadn't heard from Rias Gremory and her other servants, it was as if the earth had swallowed them up, but it wasn't as if he cared, not because he was angry or anything like that, since thanks to being removed from the Gremory entourage he would have time to achieve his dream. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud crash that shook the entire house, and after a few seconds he began to smell burning wood, followed by footsteps coming up the stairs. Someone was approaching her room. He watched in surprise as his bedroom door literally exploded with force, observing how flames began to ignite where the door frame had previously been. A blonde man with a condescending smile on his face entered his room. "Finally, I've found you, brat," the man said, looking at him with contempt. "Who are you and what do you want?" Issei asked as he sat up in his bed. "Don't you know who I am?" What? At the man's response, the chestnut-tired man slapped his face. That man probably wasn't very intelligent. "If I knew, I obviously wouldn't ask you." "Don't try to pull a fast one on me, kid. I'll introduce myself. I'm Razor Fenix, heir to the Fenix family and future husband of the Gremory heiress Rias Gremory," Fenix introduced himself. "And what does that have to do with me? I'm no longer part of the Gremory house. I was expelled." "Do you know why that happened to you?" Razor asked with a smile. "Rias Gremory challenged me to a raiding game, and as a condition for me to accept, she had to remove you from her entourage." "I see. Aren't you surprised?" Razor asked incredulously. "Aren't you angry that he discarded you like a mere tool?" "What?" The truth is, no, if I was her servant, she could do whatever she wanted with me besides. We didn't have any kind of personal relationship that would make me angry about the fact that she discarded me. It's curious the words you said to me were exactly the same as that man predicted you would say to me the day we met. Man, a few weeks ago, while on one of my tourist trips, I met a hooded man who gave me a prediction for the future which so far has come true to the letter. And he also warned me that you would be an obstacle to achieving some of my goals. I see, so he told you that the Red Dragon Emperor would stand in your way, right? That's correct, and given that the prediction that man gave me so far has been 100% accurate, I must kill you just to be sure. My condolences. The blonde finished as he unfurled his fiery wings and approached Issei at great speed. Grabbing the chestnut-haired man by the neck without him being able to defend himself, he threw him against the wall where there had once been a door, watching with a half-smile as the boy passed through that wall and the one behind it and the next. Due to the force of the Phoenix's throw, Issei had ended up in his backyard, severely injured as the wounds that had barely closed had reopened with that attack. Looking up to the second floor of his home, he saw the blonde Phoenix jump through the hole left behind by the brunette. Grabbing the brunette by the neck, the blonde lifted him up as if it were nothing. You really have bad luck. I looked up information about you and your life hasn't exactly been pretty. Consider this a parting gift I'll send you to reunite with your family in the other world. Exclaimed the Phoenix as he enveloped his free hand in flames, piercing the chestnut-haired man's stomach in one blow. His hand had come out the other side. When he withdrew his hand, the blood began to flow. Seeing the result of his attack, the blonde released Issei, leaving him to bleed out, creating two enormous spheres of fire. He launched one of them against the brunette's house, which began to burn fiercely, and threw the remaining sphere at Issei, covering his body in a furnace that burned like hell. After observing the result of his attacks, he proceeded to leave, opening a magic circle through which he would disappear from the scene of the crime. But before leaving, he turned towards where the chestnut-haired man was with his body being embraced by the flames. Then he saw him. Even through the flames, he could see the chestnut-haired man's eyes that barely had life but that still stared at him. Razor could feel a kind of emptiness pulling him inwards from the body of the almost dead chestnut-haired man, trying to plunge him into some unknown place. That feeling made him uncomfortable, and he disappeared into his magic transport circle, extremely nervous, because for a moment he would have sworn he had seen the brunette stand up, but that was impossible. No one could stand up with that kind of damage to their body. As life left the chestnut tree, his soul began to travel to a place where a certain woman awaited him to ask for forgiveness for not having helped him before. Issei carried more weight on his shoulders than he realized. He was destined for something so great that it would shake the foundations of the world. His death was something that, for the moment, would not come so easily. The chestnut tree's body was found engulfed in flames, suffering serious burns in various parts of its body. Suddenly, a dimensional portal appeared beneath the chestnut tree, slowly swallowing it up somewhere in space-time. The chestnut-haired man felt as if he were being guided by a kind of force. He also felt a soft, cool breeze hitting his face, cooling his body. As he continued, multiple memories from his life began to surface in his mind, and in all of them there were people who told him, "You're not going to die here." Suddenly he stopped. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel that there was someone or something in front of him. He didn't know for sure what it was, but whatever it was, he knew it wasn't an enemy because it gave off a great warmth. "Who are you?" he asked weakly. "I am an entity known as Elizabeth. I have been observing you throughout all the events of your life." The person identified as Elizabeth looked like a woman between 30 and 40 years old, with long blonde hair that reached her lower back, sky blue eyes, a good body, and was wearing a beautiful red dress that anyone who saw it would say was extremely expensive, matching shoes and a diamond necklace. "But why am I here?" "You're here because I have something to propose to you, or do you prefer the cowardly option and accept your death?" "I'm not a coward," the brunette said, frowning. "That's the spirit. What I'm going to propose will give you a new lease on life, but the path you'll travel will be very hard, although you'll also have rewards," Elizabeth said, capturing their attention. "Then Elizabeth-sama, tell me, what do I have to do? All your life you have been searching for your purpose in this world. Well, what I propose is that you become what you are truly destined to be. The purpose you have been seeking will be given to you." "I accept, but what do I have to do?" "First of all, we must heal your wounds. You are in terrible condition," he said, extending his hands over the chestnut-haired man, enveloping him in a cocoon of light. Inside the cocoon, Issei's wounds began to heal rapidly. The wound on his stomach began to close, regenerating all damaged areas. His skin also returned to its original state, free of any burns. Little by little, the bud of light disintegrated, revealing a renewed chestnut tree, but it was asleep. A few minutes ago, its consciousness had disappeared. It had responded automatically to what Elizabeth had said to it. Seeing the chestnut-haired boy fall into a deep sleep, she smiled contentedly because she knew that seeing him sleep so peacefully meant that the pain that had been overwhelming him had dissipated. Snapping his fingers, the space around him began to change, taking on the appearance of a modern city whose architecture corresponded to a city like New York. Several days later, the sun beat down on the face of the chestnut tree, which was slowly beginning to awaken. Sitting up in bed, he examined the place. He wasn't in his room, so he wasn't in his house. But when he looked out the window, he realized that he wasn't even in Cute City. But then where was he? "I see you're awake," Elizabeth said, entering the room with a tray of food for the brunette. "Where am I? Generally speaking, you are in the dimensional space that is my home, and I can modify it at will. So to give you greater comfort, I modified the environment to be as similar as possible to your world." "I see," he said, vaguely recalling his last conversation with the woman. "So what was it you were going to propose?" "I will reveal your true purpose, the one you were chosen for from the moment you were born. Your purpose is to stop an extremely powerful enemy. Not even the two most powerful beings in your world would have an advantage against him. But if he's so strong, how can I defeat him? I mean, I'm not strong in any sense, and I think if there were a ranking, I'd be near the bottom," the chestnut-haired man said thoughtfully. "That's why I'll train you, give you items and some skills so you can stand a chance against your enemy. It will also help you fight the enemies you and your team encounter along the way." Elizabeth's last words caught the chestnut-haired man's attention. "Team? What do you mean, team?" "You will have your own team to help you achieve your goal. But in the eyes of the factions in your world, you will not be in charge and will only receive orders from your king." Elizabeth made a hologram appear in the palm of her hand. In this hologram appeared a group of 18 people, including the chestnut-haired man. He appeared in the center of the group. The rest of the people around him were indistinguishable since only their silhouettes appeared. The only thing she could distinguish from the shape of the silhouettes was the hex of the people. There were 16 women and a young man who was standing next to the holographic figure of the chestnut-haired man. But who are they? How will I know who they are if I can't see their faces? Issei asked, confused since many people could have silhouettes similar to the hologram. "Don't worry, you can solve that problem with this." Snapping her fingers, Elizabeth conjured an altar made of some kind of metal. In the center of the altar, covered in hieroglyphs, was a square symbol with a message written in the same hieroglyphic symbols. "Place your hand on this symbol, Issei." The chestnut-haired man did as Elizabeth asked. Placing his hand on the symbol, it lit up, and the hieroglyphs on the altar also lit up. Suddenly, strange pieces began to emerge from the altar. To be precise, they were 18 silver eagle-shaped pieces, but among all the eagles, there was one that was larger than the others. The piece approached and entered the chestnut-haired man's chest, enveloping him in a white aura that disappeared after a few seconds. The chestnut-haired man looked at himself, searching for any change in his body, but apparently nothing had changed. What he did notice was how the remaining pieces, except for one, turned into small flashes of light and flew towards the ceiling of the room, passing through it without any damage, disappearing from the place. What Issei could sense was how the 16 pieces began to move rapidly away from their current positions suddenly, and without warning, he stopped feeling the pulse produced by the pieces, which meant that they were no longer in this dimensional space. The boy's attention was drawn to the only piece that hadn't left. Elizabeth noticed this. "You must be wondering where those pieces went and why this one stayed here," showing the aforementioned piece that was in his right hand. "That's right. Also, what are those pieces? Are they like the evil pieces that demons use? That deduction is half correct and half incorrect. These pieces are far superior to the evil pieces possessed by demons. These are Forerunner pieces, Forerunner parts. You see, Issei, I am one of the two original beings from whom all other existences arose over the millennia. But the one I could consider my brother. After a while, he wanted all existing creatures to kneel before him and recognize him as their leader, creating an empire of tyranny that would last forever since none of the other beings that existed at that time could stand against him, so I rose up against him. When we clashed, there was much destruction. Many died when they were hit by the energy waves. I don't remember for sure how long we fought without rest, but finally we both remembered something. And what is that something? We remember that we cannot kill each other since we were created by the same being original. Humans would call him our father, and the legacy he gave us was that we could not destroy each other. Because of this, after a long battle, I managed to seal my brother in a dimensional space with some of my best seals. After that, an era of peace began. Multiple species were born and died, shaping what is now your universe. But it wasn't all that simple. A few years after my brother was sealed, beings began to appear in your world who only sought to create chaos. But upon investigating them, I discovered that they possessed the same power as my brother, only to a much lesser degree. But for those who tried to oppose them, it was simply overwhelming. It was then that I understood those beings were servants of my brother, who somehow managed to slightly crack the seals that contain him. It's not a crack large enough for him to escape, but it is enough for him to let something through. Part of his powers to grant them to different subjects who would eventually seek to free him. But then what did you do? I too had retreated to my dimensional space, because if I remained present in the world, my brother's soldiers would begin trying to attack me. Logically, I would defeat them without any problem, but with each battle, they would obtain data that would allow them to break the seals that keep him imprisoned. To combat these individuals, I created the Forerunner team throughout history. Several Forerunner teams have been formed, and believe it or not, all the members of these teams are descendants of a member of the previous team, although they don't always have their full power awakened. That's why the duty of the team leader is to find the remaining members, train them enough to awaken their full power, and finally command them in the battle against my brother's soldiers. But what does that have to do with my purpose in my world? Issei, you are the leader of the Forerunner team of this era, and this team has the highest probability of surviving after their final battle.
What?
Throughout Forerunner history, with each battle against their enemies, the members of this team have fallen one by one, and after each team's final battle, the one left standing suffers the most, as they have no one with whom to celebrate victory, noticing how alone they are, immersed in a deep sadness, remembering again and again the people they lost, losing all desire to continue living and finally ending their own existence. And in my case, why do you say that the team of this era has a greater chance of surviving? I say this because the members of this era's team, in addition to the power they inherited from their ancestors that lies dormant deep within them, have also developed new abilities on their own, and over time, as they perfect them, they will become stronger than a normal Forerunner team. Having said that, Elizabeth let the chestnut-tired man get dressed and then ate some food from the tray, which Issei attacked without hesitation since he was hungry. After devouring the food, both Elizabeth and Issei went for a walk around New York, while continuing to talk about what it means to be a Forerunner. Finally, they both reached the bank of a river where they sat down on one of the benches. Very well, Issei, I've already told you everything it means to be a Forerunner, so I'll give you two options. The first, you accept your destiny as the team's leader. You train and eliminate my brother's soldiers so that both the team and the rest of humanity can have a future, or you choose the second, you reject your destiny. I erase your memory of us ever having met and everything I told you about being a Forerunner. I send you back to your world and you continue trying to find your purpose in life. And when my brother's soldiers arrive, they will massacre you without you having the slightest chance to defend yourself, and your existence will be erased forever. So tell me, what do you choose? Elizabeth said while staring intently at Issei. So what do I have to do? Well, the thing is, your life under the name Issei Hyodo will end for the rest of the world. Only the people who are members of your team will know your real name, and you will become a person whose past is a complete mystery, as if you never existed anywhere. And is it worth it? The brunette asked, since becoming the leader of the Forerunner team meant that, as far as the world was concerned, Issei Hyodo was dead, and only a small group of people would know he was still alive. Although, thinking about it, he didn't have that many acquaintances who would miss him. It's worth it if you have the necessary strength. Then do it. If my destiny and purpose is to become the leader of a Forerunner team, then I accept it. Very well, but first I need you to tell me something. What thing? Do you hate Rias Gremory for what she did to you? I don't hate Rias Gremory for what happened. In fact, I'm grateful to her. And why are you grateful to him? Most people who had the same thing done to them would be consumed by a deep hatred towards the person who caused them that level of physical pain.
What?
I'm grateful to him because despite the fact that my pawn pieces were taken from me in that way by removing me from his retinue, he showed me that my purpose was not to remain in the Gremory retinue. In other words, he prevented me from wasting years of my life fighting for a false purpose that, as you said, would end with my death, since I wouldn't know you and wouldn't have a high enough level to defend myself. I'm glad to hear that, as I couldn't accept a Forerunner team leader acting out of hatred and revenge, feelings that would only lead to self-destruction and harm those close to you, Elizabeth said seriously. With that cleared up, it's time we begin your training. And what will it consist of? First, we'll focus on you mastering your boosted gear, as you'll need to reach a new stage of power that surpasses the ones already integrated and achieved by most of its users, which are the Balance Breaker and the Juggernaut Drive. This new stage of power will allow you to unleash your full power and will be superior to the Juggernaut, but we'll see that in time. Then I'll teach you how to handle different types of weapons, and you'll also learn to pilot different types of vehicles. I guess I have a long way to go, hee, laughed the brunette, a little nervous, since everything Elizabeth had mentioned sounded like he would go through a real hell to achieve his training goals. You'll also study various subjects like history, mythology, science, mathematics, philosophy, etc. You might be wondering why you have to do all that. Well, as a Forerunner, you must have a well-rounded development in all areas, but don't worry, it's not as bad as it sounds, the woman said, smiling very sweetly. Furthermore, if you manage to complete your training, you'll have rewards that anyone would desire. Wait a minute, all that enormous amount of training, it'll take me quite a while to complete it. And if I waste too much time, your brother's soldiers will roam the world destroying everything in their path. Don't worry about it. In this place, the passage of time is completely independent of the passage of time in your world. For example, you could spend several years in this dimensional space, and in your world, only a month or two would pass. So it doesn't matter if you reach an advanced age while you're here. When you return to the world you belong to, you'll regain the age you were when you left, but your powers and knowledge won't be affected. Well, in that case, let's begin. And that's how Issei's training as a Forerunner began. His routine changed drastically since he started training from the moment he woke up until he fell completely exhausted. He never stopped training. His physical training ranged from weightlifting and long runs at full speed to swimming several kilometers in adverse conditions. In the intellectual sphere, he also had to learn varied and complicated subjects that would make any normal student want to gouge their eyes out. Since the part that dealt with human history and things like that was not difficult for him, but things changed when he had to study the history of supernatural beings. There were too many facts and details to learn. He also had to practice combat with different weapons ranging from swords to firearms, which would be the most modern in the human world, handling all kinds of vehicles from motorcycles to airplanes and large ships. Things like that were part of their daily lives. But he was not alone. One day, Elizabeth introduced him to a boy who, based on his physical appearance, wasn't very impressive, but despite everything, the brunette struck up a very good friendship with him. He could call him his first and true best friend. And it turned out that this same boy was the one who would be second in command of the Forerunner team when it became operational. After the first few months of his training, he noticed his flabby body beginning to gain muscle mass, and by the end of his first year of training, he had a physique that any boy his age would envy. 5 years later. 5 years had passed since Issei had begun his training. During this time, he had trained to the maximum extent possible, and all his effort had paid off. He had managed to reach his balance breaker, and could maintain it for as long as his body allowed. He had also entered the power stadium called Juggernaut Drive, and had managed to master it to the point where the aforementioned stadium did not consume his life energy, only his magic energy. Although he had trouble staying conscious for more than 10 minutes after that time limit, his consciousness began to shut down, and he became a monster that destroyed everything in its path. This was one of his last cards to play in a fight since it was a great burden on his body. Unfortunately, he had not managed to reach the stage of power that would surpass Juggernaut Drive. But Elizabeth had told him that his failure at that point was not because he didn't have what it took, but because he had to achieve a special requirement, but he had to find that requirement for himself. Elizabeth showed him the power he had inherited from his Forerunner ancestor, very powerful elemental magic, his main affinity being ice, water, and wind elements like earth or lightning. He had to perfect on his own since his own ancestor had not been particularly good with those two elements. As a gift, Elizabeth also bestowed upon him an ocular ability she called Emperor's Eye. This ability allowed him to clearly see his opponent's muscle movements, giving him the advantage of anticipating their moves. It also granted him 360-degree vision. But what the chestnut-tired man liked most about his ocular ability was the fact that he could see the magical formulas his opponent used in their spells. These formulas revealed the spell's power, direction, and distance, as well as its effective range. Thanks to this, he could evade various types of spells with slight body movements without expending too much energy. The only detail was that when he activated his Emperor's Eye, his eyes changed color, his left eye turning green and his right eye turning orange. Her hair had also grown longer, but it wasn't as if it bothered her. In fact, she liked her new look. In these 5 years, he became very skilled in handling weapons. His main choice when fighting was swords, and to a lesser extent ranged weapons such as pistols or things like that. Seeing someone like that, many would say that he's all muscle and no brains, but that wasn't true since he had also learned many things about all the subjects that Elizabeth had forced him to learn. The only point regarding his new appearance was his eyes. Although they retained their original color, they had become a little colder than at the beginning of his training. His gaze was sharper and more penetrating. Sitting on a lush green lawn, the chestnut-tired man gazed up at the sky, feeling the breeze gently brush against his face. Logically, that was an artificial scenario that Elizabeth had created for the chestnut-tired man to relax in his free time, but today was different. Today, he would receive the rewards that would help him in the future. Suddenly, the scene changed. It had gone from an area of green meadow to what appeared to be a kind of high-tech laboratory. He was now inside a large room that contained all sorts of technological devices such as microscopes, computers, metal cabinets, and other things. Sitting in front of a laptop was Elizabeth, reviewing the training program that Issei had followed during these last few years. She had a smile on her face as the brunette had successfully completed all of his training. Turning her chair around, the woman saw the chestnut-tired man. "It's been 5 years now. You've held up very well with the training. It was all thanks to you. In this time, I've become very strong, stronger than I could have achieved on my own. the brunette said as he created a pyramid of ice in the palm of his hand. As I promised you that day today, I will give you the rewards that will serve you in the future, but I hope you understand that although they are important rewards, they don't guarantee you victory in every battle. Winning or losing in each of the fights that await you depends on how you play your cards, remember that. Snapping her fingers, the woman conjured up 3 cardboard boxes, one medium-sized, another slightly smaller, and the last much smaller than the first 2. Extremely curious, the chestnut-attired man proceeded to open the boxes. The largest box contained clothes. Looking at the design and color of the clothes inside that box, the chestnut-attired man remembered that this was the style of clothing he had asked Elizabeth if she could get it for him. The second box contained a pair of boots, and the smallest box contained a mask that, due to its design, would only cover the upper half of his face. Come on, go get changed and tell me if you want any changes or anything like that. Taking the 3 boxes, the chestnut-attired man went to the next room where he took out his new clothes. Changing slowly since each garment he put on meant that the time in which he would live as Issei publicly was coming to an end. After a few minutes she finished getting dressed, adjusting his boots, putting on gloves, taking the mask in his right hand, he put it on as he returned to the room where Elizabeth was. You look really good, do you want me to make any changes? No, it won't be necessary, replied the brunette as 2 faint red flashes appeared in the eye area of his mask, revealing 2 blue irises. Issei's new outfit consisted of a black trench coat with white and purple details, a black shirt and pants of the same shade, boots whose dominant color was purple but with some black details, and his black gloves. Now that you have your new look, it's time to give you the things that will help you in your future. Next, 4 metal boxes appeared on the table, 2 small ones, one red and one black. The other 2 boxes were considerably larger and longer. The chestnut tree proceeded to open the 2 smaller boxes. Inside both boxes were 2 spheres no larger than a ping-pong ball. The sphere in the black box was black at the top and silver at the bottom, while the sphere in the red box was red at the top and silver at the bottom. Suddenly both spheres jumped out of their respective boxes and were left floating in the air in front of the chestnut tree. Suddenly both spheres opened, taking the shape of a toy dragon. Well, Issei, let me introduce you, Elizabeth said, extending her hands as the spheres landed, one in each hand. This is Infinity Helios and this is Titanium Dragonoid, also known as Drago. As the woman said that, images appeared in front of Issei. These images showed what appeared to be 2 dragons, one black with red eyes, the other red with green eyes. Both had a rather intimidating appearance. To clear up your doubts, those are the true forms of Helios and Drago. But then why are they so small? The curious chestnut-attired man asked. That's because at their real size they couldn't accompany you through the human world without attracting attention, whereas at this size they'll be with you almost all the time since they even fit in your pockets, and by the way, they'll be 2 of your 4 family members. Wait a minute, what do you mean, 4 family members? I only see those 2, don't tell me my other 2 family members are inside those boxes. No, they're not inside those boxes, one of your remaining relatives is outside, follow me and don't forget the boxes, Elizabeth said as she left the room, followed by the chestnut-attired man who was carrying both metal boxes and by Helios and Drago. They had finally left that laboratory, but as they stepped outside, the chestnut-attired man was surprised by the enormous object in front of him. But what on earth is this? He exclaimed in surprise, as he had no words to describe the object in front of him. It must be some kind of vehicle, but he had never seen anything so big in his life. This is your 3rd familiar. His name is Sekiryuutei. He is one of the legendary Skithblithir belonging to the technomagical city of Asgard, but unlike his brothers he was reported lost several centuries ago. And Odin said that Sekiryuutei would belong to whoever found him since, if not even his best troops could locate him, whoever found him would be worthy of becoming his master. But if that's the case, how is it possible that it's in your possession? A long time ago, while examining the human world in search of objects that would be of use to the leader of the Forerunner team, I found it buried in some ancient ruins of a lost civilization. It was extremely damaged, and since it appeared to have been abandoned long ago, I opened a dimensional portal and brought it here to begin repairing it, adjusting it so that it could perform well when it had to return to combat. But how did you know the team would need it? Both my brother and I are able to see into the future of certain individuals. Usually, our visions come true because, not knowing their future, these individuals continue with their carefree actions. However, in your case, we could only see so far. After becoming a Forerunner, your future is uncertain. You know what awaits you, but knowing that allows you to change your future for better or for worse, because a small, insignificant action you take today can have terrible consequences in the future. Because of this, neither he nor I can see your future from now on. After those words, they both entered the Skithblithir. If it was impressive on the outside, it was even more so on the inside. It had quite large hangars. Helios and Drago could fit inside one of those hangars without any problem, and there would still be room to spare. Cabina de Ryuutei. The cabin was quite large and had a good view of the bow of the ship. The captain's seat was quite comfortable. Upon sitting in that place, holographic panels appeared on both sides, and in front appeared the controls for manually piloting the Skidblithneer, as well as a few smaller panels. There were also extra seats inside the cabin. Issei, it's time for you to open these boxes, Elizabeth said, pointing to the 2 boxes on the floor of the cabin. Right, I'd forgotten, by the way. You said I'd have 4 family members, but where's the 4th one? Asked the brunette as he approached the boxes and knelt down to open the first one. You must find the 4th family member on your own. When the right family member appears, you'll know, he said, watching as the chestnut-haired man opened the first metal box. Upon opening the first box, this sword is the surprised chestnut-haired man observed a western sword, with a white blade with its edge having a slight sapphire blue tone, its guard of gold color with white edges and a sapphire in the middle of its guard. Its handle was dark blue. That's right, Issei, this sword is the real Excalibur. But how is that possible? According to what I've learned, Excalibur was broken long ago in battle. Now there are 7 fragments which, with the help of alchemy, gave rise to the 7 Excaliburs that are now in the possession of different churches in the human world. What? According to general knowledge, that's right, but the reality is that this is the real Excalibur. Those currently in the human world are fake. The supposed fragments they found were created by me so that no one would suspect that it was never actually broken. And if by chance you come across one of those Excaliburs and enter into combat, you will get a rather curious result. Curious? When the real Excalibur clashes with the fake ones, the latter will turn to ashes since they cannot compare in strength to the real one. Taking the sword in his right hand, he watched as it began to glow brightly, emitting a sacred aura. Normally, that kind of aura would burn the chestnut-haired boy's hand. But about 3 years ago, Elizabeth had told him something special that was obtained with the Forerunner pieces. The bearer of one of these pieces lost their weaknesses to elements that could cause them serious harm. In Issei's case, the main thing that had been nullified was the weakness to holotype powers and Dragon Slayer-type abilities, which, given his physiology, were the 2 types of powers that would cause him the most damage in a fight. With a few instructions from Elizabeth, the white-haired man made a golden magic circle appear, into which he sent Excalibur to his personal space, since if he carried it with him all the time, a demon with a sacred aura around him and not writhing in pain would attract too much attention. Opening the remaining box, the chestnut tree found a sword with a bright blade and a golden guard that ended in 3 points on each side, with a fine and elegant handle with red details ending in a golden tip. Based on its design, this must be another one of the 4 sacred swords known as Seiken, Ascalon the Dragon Slayer sword. How ironic, a dragon carrying a sword meant to kill it. The chestnut-haired man listened in surprise as Helios spoke. Can you speak? If you can, why can't I? Helios asked in a somewhat aggressive tone. Well, you're right, it's just that I was surprised you spoke now and not before. I suppose Drago can speak too, right? That's right, nice to meet you, Issei. Drago greeted cordially. The pleasure is mine. Well, Issei, I've given you everything you need to have a chance in the future. The rest is up to you. It's time to start looking for the members of the Forerunner team, Elizabeth said, catching the brunette's attention. Understood, but where do I begin? I mean, the pieces each went their separate ways and could be anywhere in the world, and there's even the possibility that by releasing them in this place, they could have gone to some other world. The chestnut-haired man said as he sealed Ascalon through another golden magic circle. Well, you're right about that, but luckily for you, only 2 of the pieces went to different worlds. Since you're not used to opening spacetime portals, I'll help you. You'll get used to it in time. In the meantime, Ryuutei will take you wherever you like. The woman then snapped her fingers and appeared outside the booth, opening a portal to a new world which, from what could be seen through the portal, was a meadow covered in snow. By the way, Issei, it seems the piece in that world entered a girl of about 12 years old, so when you enter that world, your age will match that of the girl. And by the way, only magic is known in that world, so just stick to using your normal magical powers without the boosted gear, okay? The voice was heard inside the cabin. Understood, but how do I make Ryuutei move? After that question, a small red sphere appeared next to the chestnut-haired man's right ear. So you can talk too well, Ryu. For now, I'll ask you to drive on autopilot since I don't know much about you yet. I promise that when I have time, I'll dedicate myself to learning how you work. After the brief conversation, the enormous Skidblithneer started its engines for the first time in many years, calmly advancing through the portal which closed behind it. New world. After crossing through the portal, Issei felt his body shrink, and consequently the clothes he was wearing became too big, and his mask fell off his face as it could not adapt to the now small face of the brunette. The only thing that had not changed in his body was the length of his hair. Suddenly his body was covered by a magic circle that changed his clothes into literally rags, a sleeveless shirt, extremely worn, shorts with several rips, and sneakers that from afar looked like they were on their last legs. Without the chestnut-attired man noticing, a figure approached from behind and delivered a sharp blow to the back of his neck, knocking him out instantly. "I know it's wrong to help you this way, Issei, but this way you'll find the girl faster," Elizabeth said as she carried the now small brunette. On this occasion, Elizabeth had changed her outfit for one more in keeping with a medieval era. Several hours later. I was cold, his whole body was numb, but what worried him was that he couldn't feel his hands or feet. Opening his eyes, the chestnut-attired man found himself in a kind of dungeon, with both hands and feet encased in blocks of ice. In addition to being chained to the wall, with shackles on the blocks of ice making their escape even more difficult. I couldn't remember how I had ended up there. The last thing he remembered was being in the cabin of his new family member, but then something hit him from behind. It was impossible that someone from this world could have entered Ryutemaru so quickly and managed to knock him out of the fight without him being able to defend himself. The only person he knew who could knock him out of the fight without him being able to defend himself was Elizabeth. But if I had left it in that place, there must have been a reason. The only thing that made him a little uneasy were the constant screams that could be heard in the hallway. I could also hear some kind of machine working, but judging by the sound, it must have been in very bad condition. "Partner, what will you do now? Do you want me to help you get out?" asked Drake, who had just woken up from his dream. "Don't worry about that. Besides, there's something about this place that catches my attention, but the question is, what is that something?" It was true, there was something in that place that called to Issei, but he didn't know for sure what it could be. Perhaps it was related to the reason why Elizabeth had attacked him and left him there. To be continued. Okay, let's leave the first chapter of this fic here for today. I hope you enjoyed it, and as usual I will provide some clarifications. One, before you ask me, yes, I played the Halo saga a lot for several years of my life, and that's why I used the title Forerunner. 2, I know some of you who read the first part said, "This is another fic where Issei hates Rias and blah blah blah." Don't worry, this fic was designed to break that cycle, so Issei and Rias will be at peace. I'll also break the cycle of Rias losing to Razor and us all knowing what happens next. 3, Asia will not appear in this fic, because although I have nothing against her, I find her quite useless when it comes to fighting, since her only function is to heal, but her damage tolerance is 0, so her sacred gear will be held by one of Issei's teammates. 4, when Issei returns to his world, he will join a new entourage. Which entourage do you think he will join? Think about it, because that team will have most of the Forerunner team as members. 5, do you dare try to guess who the remaining 17 members of the Forerunner team will be? As a hint, I'll tell you that 3 of them don't belong to the world of DxD. 2 of those 3 are girls, each from a different world. And the remaining one is a boy who, as I already mentioned in the chapter, is second in command when the Forerunner team becomes operational. Just so you know, no characters from Fairy Tail or High School of the Dead will appear in this fic, because characters like Urza and Siko are among the most used characters in most fanfics. That's all for now. Chapter 1. Explosive Mode. The chestnut tree was inside its cell. Thinking about his next move, he could easily free himself from his bonds and leave that place, causing a huge disaster. But if he did, he wouldn't know where to go, since he must be on another planet, Earth. And given the extent of the terrain, it would take a long time to find the girl who had the piece Forerunner. Although the clue Elizabeth had given her significantly narrowed the search criteria, since the girl in question was 12 years old, which excluded 99% of the population from the search list. That fact brought him back to his current situation. Being locked in this place wasn't a coincidence. And if Elizabeth had left him there, it only meant that the girl carrying the piece was in the same place, but the question remained. Who would it be? What would it look like? He was deep in thought when the door to his cell opened. Slightly raising his gaze, the chestnut-attired man saw a person approaching him with an object in their hands. Staring intently at the person, he saw that it was a girl. She has wine-colored hair and green eyes. Dressed only in an extremely worn and dirty dress, she looked more like a rag for cleaning the floor than an article of clothing. Due to the girl's physical constitution, it was evident that she did not eat properly for someone her age. The girl was carrying a tray of food. I assumed it was for her to feed him, since being tied up like that, it would be practically impossible for him to eat on his own. But what caught his attention was the look the girl had. Her gaze was a mixture of curiosity, fear, and sadness. But there was something more. Her gaze also reflected resignation. A look that those who live without reason have. No hope for the future. The chestnut-attired man noticed something when he saw her. She seemed to match the age range of the girl he was supposed to find, so he decided to try something since he had nothing to lose. Concentrating a little of his energy, he emitted a magical pulse, completely imperceptible to all other existing beings. That pulse emitted a wave that sought out the Forerunner pieces within the space that was near the chestnut tree. If the bearer of a piece is found, it will resonate with the wave emitted through the magic pulse. He could indeed feel the resonance he was looking for. That girl, without even knowing it, was a member of the Forerunner team. "What is your name?" The brunette asked politely but received no answer. The girl simply approached him and began to feed him. Issei did not resist since he wanted to make things easier for the girl, and if there was time he could ask her again what her name was. After finishing eating, the chestnut-haired man was going to ask her name, but to his surprise the girl silently withdrew from the cell. 3 weeks later. 3 weeks had passed since they had left him in that place. During that time he was visited once a day by the same girl. The girl only visited him to feed him and then left until the next day. Despite having tried in multiple ways to get the girl to talk to him, he had not made any progress. But she had used this time to think about whether to escape or not, and she had already made a decision. Today he would finish playing prisoner and take the girl with him, since under no circumstances would he leave her in a place like that where she would most likely die before even reaching adulthood. The night of that same day. Luck, for once in his life, luck was on his side. The reason? At this very moment the prisoners in that place were beginning a rebellion. Taking advantage of the chaos that those poor people had started in order to escape and try to have a better life, he began to get rid of his ties. He had to be quick because he had to find the girl. Activating his boosted gear, he broke the block of ice and the shackle that were holding him back. With his left arm free, he began to break the other ties, and after a few seconds he was free again, stretching his arms and legs a little before heading towards the exit of his cell. Pam. The single punch from his gauntlet, he sent the door flying, which crashed forcefully at the end of the corridor. Vanishing his gauntlet, advancing with speed and stealth. His plan was to find the girl and get out of there as quickly as possible without attracting attention, but fate had other plans. Facing him was a group of 15 men wearing heavy armor, armed with swords and large rectangular shields. "Where do you think you're going, brat?" demanded the one who appeared to be the captain of that group. The chestnut tree did not answer them. He simply extended his left hand forward, and with his index finger began to write magic letters in front of him. Purgatory exists in hell, and fields of fire exist in the natural world. Fire does not discriminate between good and evil when it burns and purifies with overwhelming mercy. Everything must die and return to nothingness. Incinerate. The chestnut-haired man finished as a magic orange circle appeared in his hand, which expelled a powerful burst of fire that reached, surrounded, and completely incinerated the 15 men who died amidst horrible screams of pain. After that brief skirmish, the chestnut-haired man began to run, for if there were soldiers armed to that level, those fighting for the rebellion would be massacred, as they did not have sufficient weaponry nor the strength to sustain hand-to-hand combat. As I ran, I could hear the shouts and insults echoing through the area. Going up some stairs, he came across something that surprised and angered him. Everything in front of him was on fire. But what upset him was that amidst the flames, he could see the bodies of several children burning alive. Had the adults in this place only cared about themselves and abandoned those children to their fate? The bodies of those children were unrecognizable. He was fearing the worst when suddenly he felt a magical pulse quite familiar to him. It was the magical pulse that the girl carrying the Forerunner piece emitted, and judging by the intensity with which she felt it, she must be close. Walking among flames and charred bodies, he found the girl in a corner. The girl got scared when she saw it and tried to escape, but technically the only exit was through where the chestnut tree was approaching. "I'm not going to hurt you, don't worry," Issei said, carrying the girl princess-style as he began to walk calmly. After passing through multiple sections of that place that were half collapsed and burning like hell, as well as encountering some enemy soldiers who tried to attack them without success, Issei and the girl had managed to reach the exit of that place. From the flames emerged the chestnut-haired man carrying the girl, who looked at him with a slight blush while his hands rested on her small, feminine breasts. The chestnut tree moved away from that place, which was like a lamppost in the darkness of the night. Once they were far enough away, and after making sure there were no enemies in the vicinity, the chestnut tree left the girl on the ground to light a small bonfire to warm his companion. "Now you are free, you will never have to return to that life again," said the brunette, smiling warmly. The girl looked at him for a few seconds before throwing herself against his chest, beginning to cry uncontrollably, letting out all those sorrows and feelings she had suppressed until now. Issei, for his part, simply hugged her affectionately, since that little girl had every right in the world to vent her feelings, as no one should have to live through what she had. He had only lived through it for 3 weeks, but that had been enough to state with absolute certainty that that kind of life was utter crap and anything would be better than living in that damned hole. After crying for several minutes, the girl fell into a deep sleep. The chestnut tree removed the snow that was around the bonfire and laid the girl down on the grass as close to the fire as possible. Issei sat in front of the fire, staring at it intently. He was going to sleep, but the thing is he had visitors. "Isn't it time you showed up already, Elizabeth?" said the chestnut-tired man without taking his eyes off the bonfire. The aforementioned woman appeared from some trees, looking at the chestnut tree with a smile. "Ara, did you know I was here?" asked the blonde, amused. "Don't play with me, you only let out a little bit of your aura so I'd notice you. If you'd wanted to, I wouldn't have been able to sense you," Issei said, turning to look at the blonde. "Now tell me, how can I help you?" "I see you found the girl, but why didn't you take her to Ryutemaru?" "It's simple. Today she has seen and experienced many things. She experienced what it's like to have death staring you in the face and the despair of knowing you'll be killed without being able to defend yourself. Furthermore, today her life of slavery ended. As you can imagine, she went through a lot in a single day, and showing her Ryutemaru along with Helios and Drago would be too much for her, so I'll let her rest as much as she needs tonight, and tomorrow I'll show her my family." "I understand, and by the way, what's your name?" asked the blonde, looking at the little girl who was fast asleep. "This is rather sad, but she doesn't have one. When I asked her the day we met, she didn't answer, and besides, her gaze reflected a deep sadness whenever the subject came up." "You're right, living without a name is sad because you live without knowing who you are. And when you die, it would be impossible for people to remember you." Thinking for a few moments, "I've got it. Why don't we give it a name so it can have a more complete life?" "That wouldn't be bad, but you'd have to take care of that since I'm not very creative when it comes to inventing names," said the brunette, scratching the back of his neck. "Let's see, it should be a name the little one can remember, but that has some class," she said, bringing a finger to her chin thoughtfully. "I think I already have one." "And what is it, Shizuno Urashibara?" "Well, it's not bad," he said, observing as the blonde produced a strange necklace similar in appearance to military identification tags. "And what's this for?" he asked, receiving the necklace in his right hand. "First of all, Issei, we need to see if you're able to activate the object in your right hand, imbue it with a bit of your power, and we'll see what happens." Following the blonde's instructions, the brunette closed his hand around the necklace and imbued it with some of his power. The necklace then began to glow, manifesting an elongated white energy that after a few seconds transformed into a rather special weapon. The weapon was a sword that looked like a mix between a sword and a katana. The handle had a red and black diamond design. It had a half guard ending in a point. The blade had a C-shaped notch with a gold decoration that went from the guard to the beginning of the blade, but without covering it completely. The blade had its upper half black and its lower half white. "And this sword, who is it for?" the curious chestnut-tired man asked. "It's for you. Consider it a small gift from me, especially since you're the only one who's been able to wake her up." "So that means he couldn't wake her up, right?" looking at the sword in his hand. "That's right, he was the first to try, but he wasn't successful. And by the way, he's eager to see you again." "I agree, it's been quite a while since I last spoke to him, and by the way, the sword's name is Salatiga, and you'll have to learn a special technique to get the most out of it, not to mention that it will help you disguise the fact that you have two of the Seiken for a while." "I understand, and before you ask, I'll stay in this world for a while so I can explain everything about the Forerunners to Shizuno and start training her in magic. But there's something about my plan that makes me hesitate," the boy said, turning to look at the girl who was still fast asleep. "And what is that doubt?" "Unlike me, I can see that Shizuno won't be someone who excels in hand-to-hand combat, although something could be done to give her an acceptable level in that aspect. But my question is whether she would need some weapon that would help her channel her magic as well as defend herself. Something like a scepter or a staff, for example." "Well, I think I can give you some information that will help you solve that problem," the blonde said, drawing the brunette's attention. "In this world, and coincidentally in this very region, lives a dragon whose mastery over the element of ice is exceptionally good. Well, then he must be a good opponent to test everything I've learned. And once you manage to defeat him, you'll obtain a very special item. I'd tell you what it is, but that would spoil the surprise," she said playfully. "By the way, when you return to your world, you'll have to find the item to complete L's sacred gear." "Right, I'd forgotten," she said, watching as the blonde approached the now-named Shizuno and allowed a small emerald-green orb to enter her body. "Could that be?" "That's right, this is the sacred gear Twilight Healing," he said, noticing the brunette's displeasure. "I know what you're thinking, that she's too young and has been through too much to have a sacred gear, but you must understand that this is for the good of the future. This way, she can adapt to the sacred gear from a young age, so she won't have compatibility problems with it. Unlike if I gave it to her when her body was more developed, since there would be a possibility that her body would reject the sacred gear." "I see," replied the chestnut-haired man, not entirely convinced. By the way, I'll also use this time to improve my technique with Salatiga, and I'll try to develop fire and lightning spells since so far I only have one fire spell and it's not as powerful as I'd like. And what will you do with the element of earths? Of all the elemental spells, this is the type that least appeals to me, since spells of that kind would only involve throwing rocks at my enemies or creating fissures in the earth for them to fall into. But these are inherently slow attacks, not to mention that it's a spell that can only be countered with physical strength, and someone with enough speed would never fall into a fissure. You're right about that. Perhaps your ancestor came to the same conclusion, the blonde said thoughtfully. Before I leave when you turn 17 again, you'll have to return to my dimension because there's something I need to tell you. Understood. Watching as the blonde vanished from the place, returning Salatiga to its necklace form, placing it around his neck. After making sure that no one else was there, he went to sleep. The next day. I see you're awake, said the chestnut-haired man as he offered the girl something to eat. The girl was a little hesitant to accept the food, but after a few seconds she ended up accepting it because she was hungry. Thank you, said the girl as she began to eat. Don't worry, it's nothing, replied the chestnut-haired man while waiting for the girl to finish eating. What I'm about to ask you might be a sensitive subject for you, but you don't have a name, do you? The question was solely for the girl to tell him, since he already knew the answer. At the brunette's question, the girl lowered her gaze and nodded as small tears began to well up in her eyes, running down her cheeks, but then she felt the boy's hand gently rest on her head. Looking up, she could see the boy smiling at her affectionately. You don't have to be sad, that little problem with your name has an easy solution, and if you want, I could give you one. Would you like that? The girl quickly agreed. Very well, from today until the day you die, your name will be Shizuno Urashibara. The girl's face lit up when she heard the name. She certainly liked it, but what made her happy was that she finally had a proper name by which to identify herself among other people. It's time to go, the boy said, catching Shizuno's attention. By the way, my name is Issei Hyodo. Where to? She asked, fearful of what might happen since she had nowhere to go. Well, I could consider it my home since it's quite cozy. It has everything necessary to live better, plus there are also two little friends. Laughing slightly, the chestnut-haired boy offered Shizuno a hand, which she accepted almost immediately. In the short time she had been with him, he had been kinder than anyone else she had ever met, and for some reason she felt safe with him. After a few minutes of walking, the chestnut-haired man carried Shizuno on his back because, unlike him, she was barefoot, and walking like that through the snow could be harmful to her health. But what he didn't notice was the slight blush on the girl's face. A little while later. Damn, that hurts, roared the brunette as he rubbed his nose after bumping into something seemingly invisible, while Shizuno laughed, amused by her friend's accident. Leaving the girl on the floor, he extended his hands and began to touch the object in front of him. By repeatedly touching the surface of the object, he realized that it was made of some kind of metal and was enormous. So it was you. Why don't you show yourself already, Ryu? Said the brunette as his enormous familiar appeared in front of him, revealing its full size, which made little Issei and Shizuno look even smaller. Shizuno was startled when she saw the enormous Skithblithnear, as it was the first time she had seen something so large and completely unknown to her, but looking at the chestnut-haired man, she noticed that he did not seem worried, so she managed to calm down. Both were enveloped in a circle of light that transported them directly to Ryuuteimaru's cabin. Ryuuteimaru's cabin. Well, you could say this is my house, the brunette explained, raising his arms, and from today it's yours too. That comment surprised Shizuno, since the boy in front of her was offering her something she had never had and didn't expect to have a place she could call home that was better than that hole where she had spent almost her entire life. Suddenly, two small objects flew past Shizuno, catching her attention. You've finally arrived, said Helios. I see you're doing well, Issei, Drago greeted. I'm glad to see you guys too, the brunette replied happily, letting Helios and Drago perch on his shoulders. By the way, Shizuno, you'll have to follow me so I can officially introduce you to my family. The girl simply followed the chestnut-haired man to one of Ryuuteimaru's hangars. Time to stretch a little. Go ahead, Helios and Drago, throwing the aforementioned towards the ground where once stopped they began to glow, and their size grew exponentially, leaving them with their real size. Upon seeing the now enormous Helios and Drago, Shizuno began to back away quite frightened, as she thought that at any moment the two diachronic-looking creatures would lunge at her to devour her. It was then that he felt the chestnut-haired man's hand rest on his shoulder. Don't worry, just like Ryuuteimaru, they won't attack someone who is a friend of mine. If you were an enemy, then you would have something to worry about, Issei said, amused. Clasping his hands together, the chestnut-haired man began to channel a little ice magic. Upon separating both hands, a kind of ice diamond could be observed with a small aura swirling around it. He handed it to Shizuno, who took it without hesitation. Seeing that she liked the small gift, Issei gave her a warm smile that made the girl blush. Do you want to learn how to do things like what I just did? Yes. Then I will teach you as best I can, and I assure you that in a short time you will be able to do things just like that little gift without even breaking a sweat. I will also help you to better develop other skills of yours. Just as in the past it was his turn to learn magic and other things, now it was Shizuno's turn to be an apprentice, but that would test Issei's Forerunner master ability, since he had to be able to give the girl an acceptable level of combat and in the future awaken the power dormant deep within her. And if he wasn't able to fulfill the first point, he couldn't consider himself a worthy leader. Meanwhile, in the DxD universe, 10 days had already passed since the Gremory entourage's training for the raiding game had begun. While Rias Gremory was someone who took training very seriously, on this occasion, she had surpassed even her own seriousness when it came to training. From the first day they had arrived at her mansion in the human world to take her servants to train, she had strived to improve her control over her power of destruction. As if there were no tomorrow, training every day as if it were her last, since her control in combat had to be excellent. She had to cause great damage to her opponents without expending too much energy, because to fight someone like Razor, whose regeneration gave him a huge advantage in battle, she would have to wear him down to the point where the blonde was left without magic power, which was what he used to heal himself at great speed. Akino had also begun to refine her powers to be as lethal and effective as possible on the battlefield. Kiba and Kaneko, for their part, had begun training their speed and strength. At this moment, the redhead was sitting in front of a table that had a large number of folders and filing cabinets containing information. The moonlight was my only company tonight. Many would be curious about the contents of those folders and filing cabinets. The answer was information about Issei Hyodo. Before arriving at the training grounds, Rias Gremory had called her friend Sona Citri, asking her as a favor to gather as much information as possible about the chestnut-haired boy, as she wanted to get to know him thoroughly in order to reward him in the most appropriate way when she won. But in the end, he wished he hadn't read that information, because within that information, there were multiple medical reports describing the treatment the chestnut-haired boy had to endure at the tender age of 5 in order to continue living, since the car accident that had left him an orphan also practically took his life. The then young Issei had had to endure multiple surgeries lasting several hours to heal internal damage, as well as plastic surgeries to leave his body in a more optimal state. And since he was growing, his skin would take care of healing the small imperfections that could not be resolved with surgeries. After reading the reports on his physical condition, it was time to discuss his psychological state. This point was difficult for her to finish reading, because the psychological reports showed that the chestnut-haired man, in the years following the accident, had become a person who distanced himself from people and preferred to be alone. Rias was focused on reading those reports when suddenly a change appeared in the data of the reports of the last 4 years. Since the age of 13, the brunette began to show that he was a person who was only moved by libido, his fuel being perversion. Upon reading that last part, she began to form ideas of how to start paying the chestnut-haired man part of her debt, but all her ideas ended with actual results. Although she surprised herself that in her imaginings she did not seem displeased to be next to the chestnut-haired man, but on the contrary, it seemed that her imaginary self enjoyed it. It was a pity that his plan to pay off the debt to the chestnut-haired boy had a small flaw. That flaw was that the real Issei was not the one described in the latest reports, since the aforementioned began to pretend to be the biggest pervert in history at the age of 13. Since from that age the desire to find his purpose in life had arisen within him, and he pretended to be a pervert so that he could be alone without anyone bothering him, and in that way he would have peace and quiet to think. But that didn't mean he wasn't interested in the female hex, since as a man with his pants on, he would logically be attracted to a girl he found attractive and had feelings for. But there was a big difference between that and acting just to have a little hex like a simple monkey. After reading a little more, he went to sleep since he still had a lot of training to do. Empty. In front of her was only the infinite emptiness of outer space, faintly adorned by the stars that shone in the distance. Looking around, he noticed that he was not in the solar system since there were no planets nearby. As she looked around, she came across someone who, like her, shouldn't have been there. Floating a few meters ahead of her was Issei, who had his boosted gear activated and was dressed in the Q Academy uniform. Seeing him there brought him great joy, but then he noticed that the chestnut tree wasn't paying attention to him, as he had his gaze fixed straight ahead as if he were waiting for something. Suddenly a crimson flash illuminated the place. It was a meteor the size of a football, moving swiftly and leaving a trail of crimson light in its wake, heading directly towards the chestnut tree. The chestnut-haired boy extended his hands forward and tried to stop the meteor, which with hardly any effort passed through the block of the boy's arms, hitting him hard in the stomach while dragging him several meters backward. After hitting the chestnut tree, the meteor lost all its speed, becoming a simple rock floating next to Issei, who appeared to be unconscious. Seeing that, the redhead tried to go to the boy's aid. They were surprised to see the chestnut-attired man open his eyes and take the space rock in his left hand, which was covered by the red gauntlet. Even more surprised, she watched as Issei launched the meteor in the same direction from which it had come and at the same speed. But before the meteor disappeared into the distance, he noticed a rather curious detail. When launched by Issei, the meteor no longer left a trail of crimson light, but now the trail of light was blue. Turning around quickly, he saw the chestnut-attired man engulfed in a ball of fire that dissipated after a few seconds, revealing Issei covered in red armor. The boy activated his armor's thrusters and shot off like a bullet in the opposite direction from which the meteor had gone, leaving the redhead completely alone. "Wait, Issei," Rias exclaimed, trying in vain to reach the chestnut-attired boy who had already disappeared from the scene. "Issei." Waking up suddenly, the redhead found herself in her room, which was dimly bathed in the light of the full moon. Looking around, everything was still in order with her training and Issei far away. Shaking his head, he tried to relax. "I must be worrying too much. Besides, what are the chances of him being in danger?" In fact, quite a few, thought the chestnut-attired man to himself, who at this moment was standing in front of a huge ice dragon. Some might wonder how he ended up facing this beast. 3 years had passed since Issei had met Shizuno at that slave camp, and from that time he began to teach the then little girl everything he knew about magic. And great was his surprise when he saw that, like him, Shizuno had a great affinity for the ice element, and had an acceptable level in magic of other elements such as fire, wind, etc. He had also taught her how to fight in hand-to-hand combat so that if she encountered an enemy that didn't give her time to prepare her spells, she could fight in a one-on-one fight, in addition to teaching her how to master the sacred gear that Elizabeth had given her. For his part, the chestnut-attired man had also been training to achieve the goals he had set for himself 3 years ago. He managed to develop quite useful spells of the fire and lightning elements. Another of his achievements was a technique he called Jinsokutsu, which consisted of covering himself in a white aura while moving at great speed, creating ethereal images of himself. And as a small bonus, his handling of his swords Salatiga, Excalibur, and Escalon had reached an exceptional level. But at this moment, he would test whether his techniques were truly praiseworthy, as he had to face the enormous dragon that stood before him. "Come on, Salatiga," exclaimed the chestnut-attired man, transforming the necklace in his hand into his sword. Covering his body with a white aura, the chestnut-attired man activated his Jinsokutsu and began to approach the dragon at great speed while simultaneously activating his Emperor's Eye. He was somewhat nervous as it was the first time he had tested his ocular ability in a real battle. As the dragon saw the chestnut-attired man approaching, he unleashed his freezing breath, which was more dangerous than it might seem at first glance. In general terms, it was just a wave of extremely cold wind. But within that breath of ice were very sharp fragments of ice that, if they came into contact with the chestnut-attired man's body, would cause him enormous damage. Moving forward while zigzagging, the chestnut tree approached the dragon, beginning to launch different types of cuts on the animal's hind legs, causing it to roar in pain. Rolling to the side, he evaded a tail swipe launched by the enormous reptile. With a leap, he climbed onto the dragon's back, which began to shake violently, trying to make the chestnut-attired man get off. Noticing that the passenger had no intention of getting off, the dragon spread its wings and took flight, ascending vertically while roaring furiously. "Do you really think that's enough to get rid of me?" he said, stabbing the Salatiga blade into the dragon's back while holding onto the handle to avoid falling. The enormous reptile made multiple extremely violent maneuvers to get the chestnut off its back, but it was unsuccessful. Pulling his sword as he backed away, he began to open a wound on the dragon's back, which roared in pain as it felt its skin and flesh being torn, causing severe bleeding. The boy stopped his sword as he felt it strike something relatively harder than flesh. It was the animal's spine. Due to the damage it received, the dragon plummeted to the ground, crashing hard, skidding several meters while uprooting the trees that crossed its path. The chestnut-attired man withdrew his sword and climbed down from the back of the injured dragon, who, feeling the boy get off, stood up and turned to look at him furiously, although it was clear that just staying on his feet was a great effort for him. "You really want to fight to the bitter end, don't you?" the chestnut-attired man thought, looking at the dragon who, despite being so badly hurt, was still standing. From a safe distance, Shizuno watched as Issei prepared to deliver the final blow. Purgatory exists in hell, and fields of fire exist in the natural world. Fire does not discriminate between good and evil when it burns and purifies with overwhelming mercy. Everything must die and return to nothingness. God has abandoned humanity. The decadent world is eternal. The trumpets will sound and bring the moment of judgment. "So he'll use Black Gehenna," the girl said, watching as the magic letters in front of Issei gathered in his left hand, forming a liquid fireball. The chestnut tree made the fireball and the blade of his sword come into contact, giving rise to powerful black and silver flames that completely covered Salatiga, and although the chestnut man's hands were covered by the flames, they did not harm him. Yin-yang Kurakara. exclaimed the boy as he approached the dragon, who, upon seeing him approach, launched a powerful freezing breath at him. But unlike the previous time, the chestnut-haired man did not try to evade the dragon's attack. Instead, placing his sword in front of it, he pierced it right through the center. Watching as the flames enveloping his sword evaporated the ice and cut through the wind that threatened to strike him. Finally, the chestnut tree closed the distance between him and the dragon, causing a great explosion that shook the place when the flaming blade reached the reptile's head, which began to disintegrate while emitting a final, heartrending scream of pain. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the chestnut-haired man could be seen standing in front of where the ice dragon had once been. In front of the boy was a sphere of energy that was enveloped in a small, ice-colored glow that slowly approached him. Issei took the sphere and returned to where Shizuno was. "Here, take this," handing the sphere to Shizuno, who was looking at it curiously. "Why are you giving it to me?" "Because it's for you," the chestnut-haired man replied. "That sphere can be used to create a new weapon that will be for you." "But what do I need to do to shape this new weapon?" Shizuno asked curiously. "You must imbue it with a little of your magic while you imagine what you want the weapon to be like, and in that way this sphere together with your magic will do the rest," the chestnut-haired man explained. Shizuno then imbued some of her magic into the sphere while imagining a weapon that was more suited to her fighting style, which in this case was exclusively to strengthen her spells, since as a mage it was her main way of fighting, although she knew how to defend herself well in hand-to-hand combat. The first thing that came to the girl's mind, according to what she desired, was a scepter that was more or less the same height as her. The girl could see how what was initially a sphere had now transformed into a rather striking scepter. A centerpiece with a black staff, its upper portion shaped like a metallic carnation with a sapphire at its center. Metal ornaments were entwined at the base of the carnation, giving the appearance of a flower stem. These ornaments descended, intertwined with the black staff in two thin strips. 2 points extended downwards and 3 points extended upwards like leaves surrounding the metallic flower. 2 of these leaves were parallel to the left, following the flower's outline but separated from it. From the first larger point, 3 prongs extended, piercing the second smaller point and coming within centimeters of the sapphire. From the leaf on the opposite side, 2 metal prongs extended, piercing the strip in the same shape as the 2 left branches. The centerpiece culminated in a solid silver point, the end of which was engraved with a western dragon. "I see you were able to do it, Shizuno," Issei congratulated. "It was all thanks to you, although you shouldn't have risked your life to get a gun for me," the girl said, a little embarrassed. "It was nothing," smiled the brunette, looking closely at the girl's figure. Shizuno, at only 15 years old, had become a very beautiful girl and had a figure that many girls would envy. She also had an outfit that she said was comfortable to wear, but that further highlighted her exquisite figure. Shizuno's outfit consisted of a long, strapless black dress with long sleeves that left her shoulders and back bare, with a vertical cut in the leg area, black thigh-high heeled boots, feather shoulder pads, a feather necklace connected to a 3-part chain vertically and joined to another chain that spanned her chest. The dress had a neckline that highlighted her generous bust. The girl had her hair tied up in a ponytail, adorned with 2 blue pins on either side of her head. She also had a small chain in her hair as an ornament that appeared to be attached to her tied hair. For his part, the chestnut-haired man wore the suit that Elizabeth had given him, and although it was a suit made for a 17-year-old, it fit him quite well, just a few centimeters too long, but that didn't cause any discomfort except for his mask, which had been custom-made. Shizuno noticed that there was some confusion in Issei's gaze. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing, I've just been wondering for some time why you didn't leave when you'd learned so much about using magic. I mean, you're free. In this world, there are no chains for one person to bind another." Upon hearing the chestnut-haired man, she simply smiled. "I was a slave and you freed me, so you have the responsibility to chain me up," Shizuno said as she approached the brunette and rested her head on his chest. "Please don't let me go." Issei hugged her tenderly for a few moments, after which they separated enough to look into each other's eyes and slowly began to close the distance between them, bringing their faces closer. Finally, they closed the distance, joining their lips in an innocent kiss that gradually increased in intensity until, after a few seconds that seemed like a very pleasant eternity to both of them, they separated, looking at each other with a faint blush on their cheeks. That had been their first kiss, but neither regretted having given it to the other, since they had lived together for quite some time and had not been able to prevent love from being born between them, that kiss being the trigger to give way to a relationship. After that unforgettable moment, they were both transported to Ryutemaru's cabin where they continued with their daily routine. 2 years later. Issei and Shizuno were already 17 years old. They had been officially dating for a year, but today was an important day for both of them. They were both standing in front of an altar. That's how it is. Today was the day they would both get engaged and officially become husband and wife. Although inside the church where they were, there were only themselves and a priest from a small village near where Ryutemaru was parked. But that was enough for them since they never interacted with other people beyond a casual greeting if they happened to bump into someone on their way. Those who saw the couple at the altar would be surprised, as they were not wearing traditional attire for the ceremony, but rather their own distinctive outfits. The ceremony was now reaching its most important moment where both would express their wishes to live together for the rest of their lives. Issei, do you take Shizuno as your wife and promise to be faithful to her in prosperity and adversity, in health and in sickness, and thus to love and respect her all the days of your life until death do you part? The priest asked, looking at the chestnut-haired man. Yes, I accept. Now the priest turned to look at the brides. Shizuno, do you take Issei as your husband and promise to be faithful to him in prosperity and adversity, in health and in sickness, and so to love and respect him all the days of your life until death do you part? Yes, I accept, Shizuno replied with complete confidence. After that sentence came the moment for the bride and groom to exchange rings. Both of their rings had a beautiful diamond. Those diamonds had been found by Issei himself, who had prepared them especially for this occasion. They both placed the ring on each other's ring finger. By the power vested in me by God, I now pronounce you husband and wife, the priest said, closing the book in his hands. You may kiss the bride. Upon hearing that, they joined their kisses in a warm and passionate kiss filled with the love they felt for each other. After the small ceremony ended, they both left to return to Ryuutei, since today, in addition to being their engagement day, was the day they had to return to the dimension where Elizabeth lived. What both young men didn't know was that there was a creature that had awakened a couple of years ago and had tried to hunt the chestnut-haired boy, although to this day it had not found him, but soon the day would come when the paths of Issei and the creature would meet, and only one of them would remain standing, Ryuutei cabin. Issei, is it really necessary for you to put on the mask? Shizuno asked, sounding a little sad. Yes, since it's most likely that we'll have to return to the world I belong to, and their Issei Hyodo is supposedly dead. So from now on you'll know, putting on the mask, as blue irises appeared in the eye area of the aforementioned mask spectra phantom. But what will happen to... Don't worry, as soon as there's time we'll have some time for both of us, said the car named Spectra as it sat in the captain's seat. Ryu, start the engines and open a space-time portal to go see Elizabeth. What? The enormous chestnut tree relative set off in motion, rising into the air with ease. As they advanced, a space-time rift opened before them, revealing to the chestnut-haired man and Shizuno an extremely green meadow. The chestnut tree, for its part, recognized the place immediately. It was the artificial space that the blonde had created for him to relax in. Once Ryuutei had crossed the gap, it closed behind him. Noticing that his relative had already completely crossed the chestnut tree, he ordered him to land so they could get off. Finally, Issei had returned to the place where it had all begun. Upon disembarking from his family vehicle, accompanied by Shizuno, Helios, and Drago, he encountered Elizabeth, who was waiting for him with a smile. It's great to see you, Issei, and I see you've come with your wife. I knew you'd be watching. I won't introduce you, since you met her a long time ago. That comment caught Shizuno's attention, since she didn't remember ever having met Elizabeth in her life. I'll explain what Issei means later, but now I need to speak with him alone, Elizabeth said as she disappeared with the brunette, leaving Shizuno and the three of his relatives behind. With Issei. The chestnut-haired man was next to the blonde woman, floating in an artificial space that recreated outer space. What are we here for? It's because on the day I gave you your rewards, I didn't give you all of them, one was missing, but I had to see if you were worthy of it or not, but now I know you are worthy because you have lived the life a Forerunner leader should live. You take care of those who are important to you, and you try to make them stronger so they can defend themselves. And what is it you will give me? The curious brunette asked. Among your ancestors who were the leaders of the Forerunners, there was one who was the most powerful of them all. But what does that have to do with me? I suppose you already know that dragon gods exist in your world, right? The blonde asked, receiving an affirmation from the brunette. Dragon gods are the most powerful gods within the god category, but one of your ancestors reached a category superior to that of any being existing in your world. And what is that category? That category is called Galactic Dragon. It is a type of dragon that has no equal. Whoever manages to enter this category will only be below myself, my brother, and our father. This information surprised the chestnut-haired man, since he knew that within his world there was no one above the two dragon gods, and now he was being told that there was an even more powerful category. The only galactic dragon in history was the leader of the first Forerunner team. His power was something no being of that time had ever seen, and thanks to that, he was able to achieve victory in multiple battles against my brother's servants. But as his power increased, an undeniable fact came to light, the blonde said with a serious face. What was that event? Due to his overwhelming power, the level gap separating him from the other team members became too great, and this was noticed by his enemies. It was then that the losses for the Forerunners began. In the battles following the discovery of this fact, my brother's servants kept your ancestor occupied and prevented him from going to the aid of his other companions who, having become dependent on his power, could not defend themselves. And one by one they fell until only the leader of that time remained, who succumbed to sadness and ended his own life, sending the legacy of Galactic Dragon directly into oblivion. The chestnut-haired man tried to imagine that pain and sadness, seeing the people who became your family fall one by one before your eyes without being able to help them, realizing that it was your fault because, thinking you could win alone, you left them aside. The blonde made a sphere of violet energy appear, the size of a tennis ball. What's that? This is what you have proven yourself worthy of. Once this sphere, containing a small part of the power of a galactic dragon, enters your body, you will become a candidate to become the second galactic dragon in all of history. But everything will depend on how you live your life until you achieve that position. But why do you say I've proven I deserve this power? From the day you met the then little Shizuno, you sought to gain her trust and helped her develop her abilities, but at no point did you see her as a weapon or as someone who owed you obedience just for being a Forerunner. That is the reason why you proved yourself worthy of becoming a candidate and future galactic dragon, the blonde concluded as she let the sphere enter the brunette's body. Issei, for his part, felt a small electric current briefly shudder his body. You must understand that this power is only a tiny fraction of the power of a galactic dragon, because if you were to receive all the power that someone of this category can hold, your body would be destroyed down to subatomic levels. Therefore, you will have to make the small portion of power that now resides in your body increase over time, so that both your body and that power will grow in harmony. I understand. Looking at his hands. Suddenly, the chestnut tree found itself enveloped in a kind of semi-transparent reddish energy bubble. What is this? The boy asked as he observed the bubble that surrounded him. It's an ability I haven't seen in a long time. Its name is Helix Shield, the blonde explained. This shield allows you to block enemy attacks from any direction as long as those attacks are within your power levels, so the shield will become stronger as you grow stronger. Well, it will be quite useful for combat, and if I were to face an enemy superior in power, it would help me block some of the damage, the chestnut-haired man said, imagining a situation where he was overwhelmed since with his current level, there must be at least 10 or 11 beings who would wipe him off the map without him having a chance. The blonde watched as the brunette slowly began to understand how important it was to be a candidate for Galactic Dragon in addition to being the leader of the Forerunner team. By the way, Issei, you don't have to tell me it's time to go find the other girl who's in another world, right? The blonde nodded in agreement. I'll go find her right away, but while I'm gone, could you explain to Shizuno about the Forerunners and a few things about me? I did before, but I didn't go into too much detail since I've never been good at that sort of thing. Very well, while you're gone I'll do what you asked me to do, teleporting himself along with the chestnut-haired man to where Shizuno and the chestnut-haired man's family were. Shizuno, I'll have to go out and find someone. While I'm gone, Elizabeth will tell you more about the Forerunners, and if you want, ask her anything you want about me since she's been watching me all my life, said the chestnut-haired man as he boarded Ryuutei accompanied by his two other relatives. What the brunette didn't notice before getting on board his family member was the small nervous tick Elizabeth had in her eyebrow since the boy had literally called her harassed, although the aforementioned had done well to leave quickly, since if he stayed longer in the presence of the blonde, he would have suffered a sudden and inexplicable pain in his ears and cheeks. Ryu, I need you to. What? You're a lynx. Well, I think you already know where we have to go, so open a space-time portal and let's look for the girl we're supposed to find, the brunette ordered as he sat down in the captain's seat, watching as the Skithblinir moved and fulfilled what he had asked of it, starting to enter the portal. Ryu, while we are in this world you must remain invisible so as not to attract attention. What? It's not because I'm ashamed of you, it's just that with your size you'll be a huge target for any enemies we encounter here, the chestnut-haired man replied as Ryuutei obeyed the instruction. From his position, the chestnut tree could see something that caught his attention. It was a city, but it was in a deplorable state. Ryu, show me a picture of the city in front of the chestnut-haired man. A glass panel descended from the ceiling, which after a few seconds became a screen with multiple windows displaying images of different points in the city. The city looked like a war zone. Multiple buildings destroyed. Fires that caused enormous columns of smoke that rose several meters into the air. The streets were littered with rubble and craters, but there was something in the streets that shouldn't be there. What appeared to be humanoid shadows advanced through the desolate streets, like hordes of the undead searching for food. Suddenly something in the distance caught the attention of the chestnut-haired man, who got up from his seat and went directly to the glass that separated the cabin from the outside of Ryuutei. Multiple explosions could be seen at a point in the city near the horizon. Since the rest of the city was completely silent, the chestnut-haired man decided to go to that place to see what was happening. "I'll go see what's happening there," said the brunette as he removed his black mask and activated his balance breaker. "Ryu, I'll leave through hangar number 1, he said, heading towards the mentioned location. Once he arrived, he could see the heavy hangar doors beginning to open, letting in the wind that carried a slight smell of burning. After the steel gates opened, the chestnut-haired man activated his armor's thrusters and shot out like a bullet in the direction of where he had seen the explosions. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, I saw no way out. Behind her was a huge pile of rubble that, due to its quantity, would not move an inch if she tried to attack it. On both sides there were buildings that were still standing but due to their design were not a possible escape route. The only visible exit was through the front, but it was blocked by a group of 6 girls and a man with silver hair and eyes who wore a kind of black armor along with a cape of the same color. The detail about the girls in front of her was that they all had empty eyes, without any trace of life. She, on the other hand, was quite injured, her clothes were somewhat torn, and her magic reserves were reaching critical levels. Even so, she had to fight to defend her partner who was behind her. It was a blonde girl wearing a rather revealing outfit, but she was badly injured and blood was gushing from the wounds she had in different parts of her body. "Venelanas and leave me here, go, you can still save yourself," the girl said, struggling to speak as loudly as possible as she didn't have the strength even to try to stand up. "Don't say that. No matter what happens, I won't abandon you, Lisason," said the woman identified as Venelana, who appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old, but something about her made her seem a little more mature. "I don't want to lose anyone else again," he exclaimed with all his might, trying to gather strength to continue fighting, since if he was standing at this moment it was by sheer willpower, but with that alone he would not get far against a group of 7 people who seemed to have no fatigue whatsoever, even less so with the levels of magic he had available at this moment. What the girl didn't know was that her wish would cause something to arise and send someone to help both her and her friend. "And that's all you need to know about Issei," said the blonde, who had finished telling Shizuno everything she needed to know to understand the brunette. Suddenly, in front of both women, appeared the metallic altar from which the Forerunner pieces had emerged years ago. That same altar had now generated a new Forerunner piece that levitated for a few seconds in front of Elizabeth and Shizuno before turning into a beam of light that disappeared after a few moments. "Elizabeth-sama, what was that?" Shizuno asked, surprised by the phenomenon she had just witnessed. The blonde made the hologram appear where Issei appeared alongside the members of the Forerunner team, unlike the time Issei had seen it where only he appeared alongside 17 silhouettes. Now the aforementioned hologram showed Issei standing in the center with Shizuno by his side. A few places further to the left was the boy who was second in command of the team, but now 2 places to the right of Shizuno, another silhouette had appeared. This means that the pieces Issei created that day weren't all of them. The piece that just appeared must have remained dormant inside the altar because it wasn't the right time for it to go in search of its owner. But if it has appeared now, it's because the new member of the team is also in the world Issei went to. The chestnut tree was approaching the place where those explosions had occurred. Suddenly, a beam of light passed by him, easily overtaking him in speed and coincidentally heading towards the same place as him, descending towards what looked like an alley. "Well, that was weird, but I think I'm almost there," the brunette said as he followed the beam of light and began to descend, watching as a kind of black armor created a magic circle from which a powerful torrent of energy shot out, heading towards a pink-haired girl who seemed to be trying to defend her blondie-haired friend. "While I have a search mission to complete, I can't let them attack those girls." Moments before, "Come on, mages, surrender to me as your companions did," said the man in armor. "Don't lie. They would never follow you of their own free will. You turned them into your toys. Now they are just vestiges of the people they once were. They should be exterminated. She died trying to stop you," Venelana said sadly. "So tell me, why were you never able to do it even though you had the chance?" The man asked with a macabre smile. "Could it be that you still see them as your old friends?" When he received no response from the brunette, who began to tremble with rage, the subject made a magic circle appear from which he fired a powerful torrent of energy. "This is my punishment for not being stronger back then," Venelana thought to herself, waiting for her enemy's attack to reach her. Helix shield. Boom! There was a huge explosion that raised a thick curtain of smoke. After a few extremely tense seconds in which nobody moved a muscle, the dust settled. Looking ahead, the girl could see a red armor enveloped in a bubble of energy. "Who are you?" asked the man in black armor, somewhat annoyed. "My name is Spectra," the brunette replied, completely unfazed by the aggressive aura emanating from the figure in black armor. "And before you ask why I interfered, I simply couldn't let you attack someone who can barely stand." At that moment, the chestnut-haired man's mind clicked. According to the scan results Ryutemaru performed while the boy was heading to the hangar, there were only 9 people in the city, and it was too much of a coincidence that the portal to this world opened precisely in this city. Gathering energy, the chestnut-haired man emitted the same magical pulse he had used in the past to verify whether or not Shizuno was the person he was looking for. He did indeed feel the resonance produced by the Forerunner pieces, but great was his surprise when he felt the resonances of 2 pieces and they came from the girls who were behind him. What's going on here? There was supposed to be only 1 Forerunner piece-bearer in this world. That means I'll have more help to complete the task for which the Forerunner equipment was created. The brunette thought as he vanished the helix shield, while stretching his arms and legs since it had been quite a while since he used his balance breaker. I have nothing against you if you get out of the way, let me, said the man in black armor, but he was interrupted by the brunette who closed the distance between them with incredible speed, landing a punch in the mouth of his stomach that pushed the man back along with the girls behind him. Moving slowly, the boy approached the exit of the alley, watching as the subject in black armor and his companions stood up somewhat dazed. What are you waiting for? Kill him, roared the man, and immediately his companions rushed at the chestnut-haired man in red armor. The first to attack were a girl dressed as a ninja who approached at high speed with a katana in her hand, followed by a tall girl whose legs were wrapped in a kind of magic circle. Both approaching from the sides of the chestnut tree. The one who looks like a ninja will arrive in about 3 seconds, and the other one will arrive 2 seconds later. It's time to attack, the brunette thought as he prepared to start his attack. Intercepting the ninja, he delivered a knee strike to her stomach, causing the girl to double over, connecting him with a direct upward punch to the face, leaving the knuckles of the gauntlet marked on the face of the girl who, due to the force of the blow, was lifted a few meters into the air. Appearing a few meters higher, the chestnut-haired man dropped down with a downward kick that hit the ninja in the back, sending it straight down to the ground, creating a crater after the impact from where the ninja was unable to move. Upon landing, the boy quickly ducked, dodging a high kick courtesy of the other girl who was attacking him. From his position, he swept the ground with his right leg, causing the attacking girl to lose her balance. The aforementioned woman quickly stood up as the chestnut-haired man took a few steps back to resume a proper fighting stance. Tilting his head slightly, the chestnut-haired man saw the blade of a spear graze the left side of his helmet, creating sparks as the 2 metals made contact. He watched as a girl of fragile build looked at him angrily when she saw that he had evaded her attack from behind. Before she could get away from the boy, he grabbed her face and used his boosters to gain momentum, slamming her to the ground with overwhelming force, sinking the girl a few meters into the ground, turning around quickly. Placing his arms in an X shape, the chestnut-haired man blocked a kick that was aimed at his chest. Pushed back a few meters, the boy noticed that his opponent had a lot of strength in her legs. Had I received that kick without wearing my armor, it could have broken my arms. Launching themselves forward, both contenders began an exchange of punches and kicks that in most cases ended in a draw. Deflecting a high kick with his right arm, the chestnut-haired man infiltrated his rival's personal space, delivering a powerful blow to his liver, feeling through his gauntlet how it broke his ribs. He finished the girl off with a punch that hit her chin like a missile, causing the aforementioned to fall backwards completely out of action with serious injuries. Looking ahead, he could see that next to the subject in black armor there were 3 more girls, but from their appearance it was clear that they only fought with magic, but like their previous opponents they had a lost and lifeless look. I must admit they are quite attractive, and in their prime they must have been even more beautiful, but you reduced them to mere toys. Because of that they don't fight with all they have. For that reason they will never be able to defeat me, nor will you, Spectra said in an icy tone that put the man in black armor on high alert. Extending his left arm, the chestnut-haired man began to gather energy in his metallic palm. Boost, 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 boost. Dragon Shield. Firing the energy sphere he had formed in his left hand. The sphere, a few seconds after being launched, transformed into a torrent of crimson energy that as it advanced also destroyed the ground beneath it, leaving a trail of its trajectory. What the hell is that? Exclaimed the frightened man, as it was the first time he had seen a torrent of that size, and just seeing it approach filled him with deep terror. The subject and his companions created multiple magic circles as a barrier to block the attack launched by the chestnut-haired man. Boom. The moment the dragon chute and the magic circles made contact, the latter shattered like glass, letting the torrent of energy continue its direct path towards its targets, hitting them full force, creating a huge explosion that raised a dense curtain of smoke that also covered the chestnut tree. The brunette girl heard metallic footsteps. Looking ahead, he saw the red armor that had saved his life approaching calmly. The brunette expected it to attack her but was surprised to see the armor, and therefore the person underneath it, pass by her, heading towards where the girl identified as Lise was, who was unconscious due to how hurt and wounded she was. Taking her in his metallic arms, the chestnut-haired man turned to look at Venelana. She looked at him with a certain degree of distrust and was ready to attack him at any moment. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt her, but she needs to rest in a suitable place. She also needs medical care, and given the state of the place, I suppose there's nothing to treat her wounds, right? The brunette asked. So where will you take her? I don't want to be separated from her, she's all I have left, Venelana said sadly. If you want, you can come with me and you'll be able to see from a very good spot how I finish off that wretch. Are you serious? Venelana asked, surprised. But you haven't finished off the Magic King yet. So that's his name. The thing is, the attack I sent him was only meant to knock him unconscious for a few minutes. Because to make sure he and his companions die for good, I'll send a very special gift, the brunette explained. Now take my shoulder and don't let go until I give you the signal. Venelana didn't argue and approached as quickly as possible, firmly gripping the metal shoulder. Ryu, transport us, said the chestnut-haired boy as he and the two girls were enveloped in a magic circle that took them directly to the Skithblithnir's cabin, Ryuuteimaru's cabin. The chestnut tree was surprised when it saw the place, as it was the first time it had been in a place like that. The boy, still wearing his armor, signaled to him that he could let go. Seeing Venelana break free, he began to head towards one of the many cabins on board the Ryuuteimaru, followed by the chestnut-haired woman, entering one of the cabins. The blonde was carefully laid back on the bed. Wait for me here, I'll be right back, said the chestnut-haired man as he left the cabin and headed towards the cabin. Once there, he deactivated his balance breaker and put on his mask. After searching for the necessary items to treat the girl's injuries, he returned to the cabin where she was located. Who are you? Venelana demanded as she saw the masked man enter. I think I already said this before. My name is Spectra. I'm just not wearing my armor, said the brunette as he began to clean and bandage the blonde girl's wounds. After finishing bandaging the girl, the masked man left the cabin and headed directly towards the ship's cabin, as he was going to finish off the enemy identified as Magic King, along with his companions with a special weapon that Ryuuteimaru had in his arsenal. Venelana, upon seeing him, decided to follow him since she was curious about what Spectra would do. Seated in the captain's chair was the chestnut-haired man who was intently looking at the holographic panel in front of him. What are you doing, Spectrason? The curious brunette asked. Finishing off that wretch, Ryu launches missile Freya No. 1 to the specified coordinates. What? Venelana could see a missile being launched from the bow and flying quickly in the direction of the Magic King and his companions. The masked man stood up and walked to the front glass of the cabin, watching as the missile rapidly approached its target. Death makes us equal, rest in peace, the chestnut-haired man finished as he watched the missile reach its destination and explode with colossal power, creating a huge sphere of violet light that expanded with great speed, making more than half of the city disappear in the expansion process, disintegrating at an atomic level everything it touched within several kilometers around. After a few shocking and fleeting moments, the sphere of light disappeared, allowing Venelana to see the damage caused by the Freya missile. A huge crater with a radius and depth of kilometers, where there used to be a large number of houses and buildings. Now there was nothing. The chestnut-haired girl watched with a mixture of amazement and fear. I had never seen a weapon of that caliber. Spectrason W. What was that? The girl asked, stepping back somewhat frightened. That's how I got rid of that bastard, Spectra replied casually as she returned to her captain's chair. Ryu, we have what we needed. Time to leave. This world is too depressing. The last comment caught Venelana's attention. What do you mean by world? I mean, this is the second world I've visited, and so far it's been the more depressing of the two, the brunette replied, focusing on the girl, noticing that she bore a striking resemblance to his former owner. Do you happen to have any connection to Rias' Gremory? The girl became defensive when asked that question. What are you talking about? Because of your appearance, you remind me of someone I knew in the world I come from. Only that person had red hair, the brunette replied casually. Venelana was surprised by that comment. So you come from the world where the 72 demonic pillars exist. That's right, but don't worry, I haven't come to harm you or anything like that, since I'm not officially affiliated with any faction at the moment. And the person I could consider my mentor entrusted me with the task of finding the people who were chosen by certain objects, which, while they don't cause any harm to those who carry them, allow me to identify them among the rest of the population in the places I visit. Are you something like an interdimensional traveler? You could say so, but you still haven't answered the question I asked you. That's right, my name is Venelana Bale, and my older sister joined the Gremory house where she had a son named Surzets. And when she was pregnant for the second time, a very strange event occurred. Strange? It was a normal day in the underworld. I was walking with my sister through the Gremory estate since she had offered me a place to live. She didn't want me to be alone at Bale House, knowing that the elders there would use me for a political favor solely to serve their own interests, the girl said, a hint of anger creeping into her voice. And when we entered a forest somewhat removed from the castle, a kind of black portal opened beneath my feet and transported me to this world. I still remember my sister's screams and the look of despair on her face as she watched me disappear before her eyes, unable to help me. The chestnut-haired man could see how the girl became saddened when she mentioned how she was literally taken out of her world. "Your sister is fine, as are her children," the chestnut-haired man said, drawing Venelana's attention. 18 years have passed since you were transported to this world, but from what I know of the Gremory family, they are perfectly fine, at least most of them. What do you mean, most? Rias Gremory was betrothed to Razor Phoenix to unite both clans, but Rias refused to accept and challenged Phoenix to a raiding game to cancel the engagement. How do you know that? Why was I expelled by Rias Gremory so she could have the raiding game? That means you. That's right, I'm Rias Gremory's former pawn, but from what I can see, Razor Phoenix demanded that Rias Gremory remove me from her entourage in order to agree to a raiding game with her, the masked man replied. But before you ask, I don't hate her for discarding me like a tool, because thanks to that I was able to discover the purpose of my existence. And what is that purpose? I'll let her explain, he said, gesturing to Elizabeth who had appeared next to Venelana without her noticing. After all, we're in her house, so to speak. Venelana, besides being surprised by the sudden appearance of the blonde, noticed that the landscape seen through the cabin glass had changed. Now it was similar to that of a green bus stop. You must have many questions, but first we must go see your friend, said Elizabeth as she and Venelana headed towards the cabin where Lise was resting. Upon arriving, the brunette could see Shizuno using her sacred gear to finish healing Lise's wounds. After finishing her task, the girl gave a slight bow and left the place to go and meet the chestnut-haired man. Don't worry, she'll be fine. For now, she just needs to rest, Elizabeth said, reassuring Venelana. Now it's time to answer your questions, which I'm sure you have many of, so let's begin. In this way, Elizabeth told Venelana and later Lise everything that it meant to be a Forerunner, and at a certain point she called the masked man to reveal his true identity under the oath that they would not tell anyone, since Issei himself had to tell the team members his true name once he considered them ready. Both girls were surprised because, despite being only 17 years old, she carried a huge responsibility on her shoulders, but she didn't complain. Issei also showed them his Emperor's Eye. When Venelana and Lise saw the boy's eye ability, they were a little scared, as the change in the color of his eyes gave him a somewhat intimidating appearance. They also met the chestnut tree's relatives, who were quite intimidating. After that small demonstration, they met the boy who was second in command of the team besides Shizuno. A few days later, Lise and Venelana's training under Elizabeth's supervision had begun. Under normal circumstances, I would leave the two girls under Issei's care, but they had a serious problem with their abilities. Their skills had developed very unevenly and poorly. In the physical realm, they were at a lower level than someone with their abilities should have been. Entering the realm of her magical abilities was almost the same. It could be said that they knew quite a bit about magic, but they didn't know how to be effective in combat since they wasted too much energy on unnecessary attacks. It was for reasons like these that Elizabeth had created a training regimen to correct those deficiencies and bring them to an optimal level for combat. Issei, for his part, had gone with Shizuno to some artificial paradise islands that had been created by Elizabeth so that they could have time alone, since they had not been able to have time for themselves since they had gotten married. The island where the newlyweds were currently staying was an island with a luxurious cabin overlooking the sea, a beach with white sand and crystal clear water, all combined with a soft sea breeze. The wife of Forerunner team leader Shizuno Urashibara was reclining in a beach chair. The aforementioned was under an umbrella near the shore, while to one side there was a tropical cocktail on a table. The girl wore a purple bikini with a blue skirt. Said swimsuit highlighted her measurements as well as her sculpted body, which was more attractive than that of a certain Queen Gremory. At that moment, a chestnut-haired boy with honey-colored eyes appeared, with a serene gaze and a warm smile. That young man was the team leader, Issei Hyodo, who to the rest of the world would be known as Spectra Phantom. In his hands he carried 2 tropical fruit cocktails as he headed towards where his wife was looking at him. He felt lucky to have such a sensual and beautiful wife as her, since she had a body that many girls would envy and desire. Issei devoured her with his eyes, something the redhead noticed and felt truly flattered. "I'm back, Shizuno," said the chestnut-haired man with a slight smile. "You took your time," the girl playfully protested. "Sorry, but the machine jammed, that's why I'm late," the chestnut-haired man explained. "It doesn't matter," Shizuno said with a lovely smile. "I know they're not the original islands, but don't worry about that, darling. As long as I'm by your side, I don't care where we are." The newlyweds were in a replica of the Fiji Islands created by Elizabeth, because while Shizuno was with the founder of the Forerunner, She told her about how Issei had planned to take her to the Fiji Islands someday for their honeymoon, but as the situation was, it was not known if they would live to see that moment. Upon hearing this, the blonde decided to create a replica of the aforementioned place, plus a cocktail bar and a cabin for them to enjoy their honeymoon comfortably before the redhead's training began under Elizabeth's supervision. She also had a surprise in store for them both upon their return. "We should thank Elizabeth-sama because this place is very relaxing," Shizuno said. "That's true," Issei said, sitting down in a beach chair as Shizuno sat on his. After spending the day at the beach, they both went to the well-equipped cabin where they would sleep. Their honeymoon was scheduled to last a week. The chestnut-haired man prepared a lucky devil that both he and Shizuno drank while in bed, and needless to say, the drink had its effect, plus Shizuno was wearing very hexy black lingerie, using his hands to sensually trace her curves. The chestnut-haired man began to kiss her slowly. In response to that action, the girl pressed herself even closer to the brunette while sensually caressing his back, while her partner explored the pelvic-haired woman's mouth with his tongue at will and with patience. Shizuno turned things around, ending up on top of the brunette, feeling him remove her bra with a quick movement as he began to kiss his beloved skin, making a path of kisses from her lips to her breasts, where he began to lightly lick the girl's right nipple to suck on that breast, while with his free hand he played with the girl's other breast. "Darling," moaned the redhead as she felt her husband suck her breast with pleasure while she stroked his hair. After a few minutes, he began to attend to the girl's second breast. At one point, he took both of them and sucked on them with such passion and abandon that Shizuno let out a loud, erotic, and intense moan. Hearing this as the drink took effect, the brunette traced a path of kisses down to her abdomen, lightly licking around her navel, causing his partner to sigh with pleasure. He then traced a path again, using his teeth to untie the ribbons of his wife's last garment, leaving her only in black stockings and garter belts as he laid her on her back on the bed. She gazed at her husband seductively, and he gradually enticed her into a passionate game where she received pleasure. The chestnut-haired man reached the most intimate part of the redhead, who was already slightly wet, so he gently touched her entrance before inserting his finger, making a slow but pleasurable back-and-forth motion for Shizuno, who couldn't stop moaning. In response to that reaction, the chestnut-haired man began to lick the inside of his partner's thighs. "Issei, it feels so good," moaned the redhead with pleasure. The chestnut-haired man inserted another finger to begin touching his wife's G-spot, causing her to release more moans that she tried to suppress, but she remembered that they were the only ones there, so she let her voice flow, a voice that gradually excited her partner as she continued to stimulate her spouse's intimacy with her fingers. Issei traced a path with his tongue from the girl's thighs to her privates. He began to lick her slowly, making circles with his tongue as he felt the girl writhe with pleasure and moan her husband's name, which brought her ever closer to ecstasy. The chestnut-haired man placed his face at his wife's entrance, and she blushed when she saw him do this. "Don't stare at her so much, it's embarrassing," Shizuno said shyly. The moonlight reflected on the girl's smooth, white skin, making her look like a goddess in Issei's eyes. He lightly traced the entrance to her private parts with his tongue, following its contours before inserting it a few seconds later, causing "Gyan." The redhead moaned erotically. "Issei, it feels incredible. I can feel your tongue inside me," the girl said as a thread of saliva fell from the corner of her lips. The chestnut-haired man continued his work while his tongue was inside his wife, caressing her delicious legs with his hands. Lemon skipped. Several months later. Several months had passed since Issei and Shizuno's honeymoon had ended. Both rejoined training under Elizabeth's supervision, as in the blonde's judgment they still lacked stamina and speed, among other things. On the other hand, Lise and Venelana's training had progressed very successfully, as both had set out to become strong enough to never lose anyone again. That idea had mainly arisen from seeing how Issei, despite being a strong person, trained hard without uttering any complaint. But they also did it because Elizabeth had told them about the history of the Forerunners and how throughout history, the members of those teams were falling one by one, leaving their remaining companions with a deep sadness. And for that reason, Issei trained to the limit since he didn't want to lose anyone. Following that example, the girls decided to become stronger in order to break the cycle of death and sadness of the Forerunners. Another result that came to light during those training sessions was something that, in the world from which Issei and Venelana came, would result in an incredible surprise. Venelana possessed both types of destructive power that those related to the Bale family could have. She possessed the technical type and the pure power type. Thanks to having these types, her attacks were devastating and quite creative since she could mold the power of destruction as she pleased. However, there was one detail that made the brunette work even harder in her training, and that was that despite having both variants of the power of destruction, in none of the practice matches she had with Issei did she manage to land any of her attacks on him, as he moved faster than her. And when he activated his Emperor Eye, the fight became much more difficult since she couldn't reach him with either physical or magical attacks. But even though he only suffered defeats when facing Issei, the latter never mocked or belittled him for the crushing and discouraging result of those battles, but instead told him what he should improve on and that he should put more effort into his training since he was on the right track. During these months, there was an occasion when Shizuno, Venelana and Lise faced the brunette together, but the result was that the three girls ended up with some wounds and scrapes since Issei had faced them using his balance breaker. So his power increased much more as well as his defense, since within the arsenal of the three girls, there was nothing that could penetrate the boy's helix shield. 2 years later. It's been a while, Kuroko, Issei said as he bumped fists with his best friend and second-in-command of the Forerunner team. Tetsuya Kuroko was a boy of somewhat thin build, but despite that he had sufficiently developed musculature to have his muscles marked, light blue hair and eyes, his skin was of a rather pale tone. Its main characteristic was that its presence was barely perceptible. His weaponry so far consisted of a sword called Elucidator, which was a black weapon with some touches of white in certain areas. He also possessed an incomplete sacred gear, currently non-functional since the necessary object for it to begin working was located in the world from which Issei and Venelana originated. Issei had vowed to find the object as Elizabeth had described its appearance to him, but the person who possessed it was not easily accessible. "I'm glad to see you again, Issei-kun," Kuroko replied as he bumped fists with the brunette. They now found themselves on an artificial mountain with the night sky above them. This was a training exercise in endurance and speed as they had to run to the top in the shortest possible time. But many would say, what's so complicated about running up a mountain? The thing is, along the way, Elizabeth had placed magic circles that, every time they passed near or over them, would drain some of their energy and stamina. Furthermore, as they climbed higher, the amount of oxygen would affect their ability to move faster and they wouldn't be able to think clearly. "Guys, run fast," Elizabeth exclaimed as she gave the starting signal, watching her apprentices begin to quickly ascend the mountain path. Venelana and Lise could see that Issei was in the lead by a few meters. They both quickened their pace until they caught up with Issei as they had something important to tell him. "Issei, we've decided," Venelana said, catching the brunette's attention. "We won't relive memories of the past because that only prevents us from leaving that past behind. We will follow you to the end no matter where you have to go," said Lise, who was on the other side of the chestnut tree. "We will definitely become worthy members of the Forerunner team and break the cycle of death and sadness that haunts those of us who are part of these teams," both girls exclaimed in unison. "Are you ready?" Issei asked seriously, glancing at them out of the corner of his eye, knowing there was no going back after he'd said that. "Huh?" both girls asked, a little confused by the boy's reaction. "I'll go ahead," said the brunette as he began to increase his speed, and in a few seconds the distance between him and the girls grew drastically. Venelana and Lise, along with Kuroko and Shizuno, who were a little further behind, watched with a satisfied smile as the chestnut-haired leader of the team always gave his all in his training. The aforementioned followed Issei's example and increased their speed to reduce the distance that separated them from the boy. A little while later. Finally, all the participants had reached the summit after covering nearly 4 kilometers uphill. They achieved it faster than I expected. The Forerunners who had attempted it in the past almost always failed on their first try. Elizabeth congratulated them. Issei and the others were watching the sunrise, which, although artificial, had nothing to envy in a real sunrise. "Now you can rest, you've earned it," said the blonde with a smile as she watched everyone except Issei begin to descend the mountain. "Is something wrong?" she asked curiously. "This is what it's about," the brunette replied as a sphere of energy appeared in his hand, its interior orange and its edges violet. "What is this energy I feel flowing inside me?" When the boy asked her question, she just gave a slight smile. "That energy you feel coursing through you is your galactic dragon power, which has been growing inside you since that day," the blonde said as the brunette stared intently at the energy sphere in her hand. "I'm sure you know that dragon gods possess the power of infinity, but that power is only a derivative of the power that feeds a galactic dragon. That power is called galactic power. So the helix shield is a technique that feeds off this power, right?" "Correct." Upon hearing the blonde's response, they both began to descend the mountain, and when they reached the bottom, the brunette pulled out his Excalibur. "I hope you don't mind, but I want to try a new attack that will be one of the most destructive in my arsenal," the boy said as he gathered some of his power into the blade of his sacred sword, covering it with orange energy in the center and violet at the edges. Meteor Blade. Issei launched a vertical beam of lightning energy straight towards the mountain, creating a large explosion upon contact. A loud crash filled the air as a huge curtain of smoke covered the area where the mountain stood. "And that attack?" Elizabeth asked curiously. "The idea came to me about a year ago, but this is the first time I've done it completely." Before, the energy would dissipate before making contact with its target. Whenever I tried, the energy of my galactic power would manifest, but since I didn't know what it was at the time, I simply failed. Although I knew I had that energy inside me, I had no idea what it was called or if it was harmful to use. But now with your explanation, I know what it is, and by remembering the sensation it produces when I use it, I can manifest it at least in that attack, the boy said as he stored Excalibur in his dimensional space, turning his gaze forward to observe the result of his attack. 3/4 of the mountain had disappeared, leaving pieces of rock and tree trunks piled up in a huge pile of rubble. The part of the mountain that was still standing had multiple cracks and gave the impression that it would give way at any moment. After the small demonstration of the power that was growing inside the chestnut tree, both Elizabeth and the boy withdrew as it was time to take a break. Hours later. Guys, something terrible is happening in Issei's world, Elizabeth exclaimed, entering the living room where all the members of the Forerunner team were gathered. What's going on? Asked Issei, who was cleaning his mask. See for yourselves, he said, turning on the plasma television screen in the living room, showing a sight extremely well known to Venelana. That's the underworld, the brunette said, surprised. It was then that a huge western dragon appeared on the screen, black in color with blood-red eyes, but there was something that made this dragon special. Aside from the fact that it was destroying everything around it, on the chest of the enormous reptile was a human head with silver eyes and hair extremely familiar to Venelana, Lise, and Issei. How is it possible that that wretch is still alive? Exclaimed the chestnut-haired man, surprised, since nothing should be able to survive a Freya-class missile. I was analyzing his magic signature and found traces of my brother's power. He must have saved him before the missile you launched exploded and fused the body of the subject, identified as the Magic King with that dragon. So his power must have increased a lot, the blonde explained as she watched Issei put on his mask. This time I'll make sure to kill him for good. I won't let a single miserable particle of him remain floating around the world, said the chestnut-haired man as he was transported to Ryuutei cabin. Seeing that only the chestnut-haired boy was being transported, Kuroko and the others ran to where the flying ship was located. Without a second thought, they entered just in time before a portal opened so that Ryuutei could access the world from which Venelana and Issei belonged. I wondered if Issei would be able to reach the new stage of power, the explosive mode, the blonde thought as she watched Ryuutei leave her dimensional space. Unknown zone underworld. Ryu, you know what to do, said the brunette as he activated his balance breaker and went outside, followed by Shizuno and the others. The place looked like the ruins of some city that must have once been home to life. Pieces of buildings and houses were everywhere. Most of them were half buried in the ground. Those that were still standing had multiple cracks in their structure, foreshadowing that it was only a matter of time before they finished collapsing. DOOM. Suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ground beneath the feet of Issei and his companions. So we meet again, Spectra, said the Magic King, looking with deep contempt at the red armor that had once taken everything from him. I must say I'm surprised you're still alive, but we'll fix that in an instant, said the brunette, firing a powerful dragon shoot at his enemy. They watched in amazement as the Magic King raised his dragon arm and stopped the chestnut-haired man's attack as if it were nothing. You're making a big mistake thinking I'm the same as before, he hissed, amused. From the mouth of the dragon that was now part of his body emerged a large number of creatures resembling large bees, which headed towards the chestnut tree and his companions with the obvious intention of attacking them. The aforementioned quickly began to defend themselves with great skill, since despite the superior number of enemies, these were neither too strong nor very resistant. A powerful sound wave began to be heard in the area, causing great pain in the ears of Shizuno and the others. Thanks to his armor, Issei could withstand the annoying sound. Shut the hell up, roared the chestnut-haired man, flying like lightning towards the dragon's head, closing its snout with a powerful upward punch. Grab! Before he could move away, he was seized by one of the dragon's enormous hands, which placed him right in front of its eyes, staring at him with her red eyes, squeezing the boy tightly, making the reddish metal creak, giving the apparent impression that at any moment it would break like a matchstick. Meanwhile, the chestnut-haired man began to exert force to free himself from the grip of the enormous reptile. He struggled wildly until he achieved his goal, watching as a few cracks in his armor regenerated. That was close. You must be careful. I'm sure you've already noticed that it's not the enemy we defeated in the past. Besides, that dragon gives me a bad feeling. It doesn't resemble any I've ever known in my life. Launching himself once again against his enormous enemy. Trying to reach the human head that was on the chest of the enormous dragon, backing away to avoid being reached by the reptile's enormous hands. Launching mini dragon shoot, the chestnut-haired man began attacking his rival's body at various points, watching how these were stopped with multiple magic circles that stopped the dragon shoot before they touched his body. Leviathan Castle. Seated at a huge meeting table was the head of Foreign Affairs, Serafal Leviathan, with multiple sheets in front of them containing photos of people as well as information about them. Information ranging from date of birth to combat skills. Everything described in great detail. Those sheets showed the demons who had submitted their applications to become part of the Mao's entourage. Some looked quite young, and others appeared to be men between 30 and 40 years old. But the all-powerful Mao was not interested in those candidates since they had long since reached the limit of their abilities, and since then their degree of progress had been zero. Still haven't found a candidate who interests you, Serafal-sama? Asked a girl with crimson hair and eyes. That's right, Stellachan, I keep getting requests like these even though I want to find my own servants without anyone forcing anything on me, but the council demands that I complete my retinue as soon as possible, Serafal sighed. And if I'm going to recruit servants with these stats, it's better not to. Stella Vermilion was the first knight of the Leviathan retinue since her partner had not yet appeared. But then what would you like your future servants to be like? Stella asked. I would like their potential to be something never seen before. I don't care if their level is low at the moment, because like any rough diamond, it must be polished until it reaches an impeccable state. At that moment a silver-haired woman dressed as a maid entered. It was Lucifuge, the queen of the Leviathan retinue and best friend of the Mao. Greyfiachin, is something wrong? Serafal asked, diverting her attention from the papers in front of her. I'm sorry to bother you, but we've been informed that a strange aura has appeared in the underworld, and from what we've been able to find out, it's hostile. Apparently, there are 5 other auras in the area fighting against the first one. Then we must go there immediately, Greyfiachin. Can you prepare a magic teleportation circle? I regret to inform you that it is not possible, as the signal originates from an unexplored area of the underworld. Since we do not know the area, we cannot simply appear there, we must fly, the maid apologized. I understand, we'll go and see what's going on, said Serafal, dressed in a curious magical girl outfit, while Stella and Greyfia sighed at their teacher's childish attitude. After leaving the castle, the 3 women took flight as fast as they could to reach the place where the fight was taking place. 1 hour later. They had finally reached the area where the fight was supposed to be taking place. As they approached, they could hear multiple explosions followed by clouds of smoke rising into the sky until they disappeared. After landing, the 3 women carefully approached the place where the fighters were supposed to be, approaching stealthily so as not to get caught up in a fight that had nothing to do with them. Hiding behind some rubble, they began to observe what was happening. They were surprised to see 5 people standing in front of a huge dragon with a talking human head on its chest. 4 of those people looked quite bruised and tired. The remaining person was covered in red armor that had multiple cracks in it. The dragon, for its part, looked to be in better condition, but it was still noticeable that it was somewhat tired. Why did you have to interfere in my path? If it weren't for you, I should have already conquered my world completely. Shut up already, you're giving me a headache, exclaimed the brunette. Did you do all that to rule the world? What an absurd reason. Absurd motive. Who do you think would be pathetic enough to follow you of their own free will? No one in your world, that's for sure, and certainly no one here will while I'm here to stop you. Damn Spectra, roared the Magic King as the dragon began to unleash torrents of energy similar to powerful gray lasers that destroyed any buildings they hit. Lise was preparing to attack using a magic circle, but was stopped by Shizuno. Stop, that dragon can undo any spell you attack it with for now. Everything is in his hands, Shizuno said, looking at the red armor that was doing its best to prevent the enemy's attacks from reaching his wife and his other companions. Suddenly, one of the energy surges struck dangerously close to Shizuno and the others, sending them flying like rag dolls. The chestnut tree heard his companions fall heavily to the ground one by one. That was the fact that enraged him the most, since he didn't care if he got hurt, but he couldn't tolerate his companions being hurt. Turning slightly, he saw his classmates scattered on the ground. The sight before him reminded him of the day he lost his parents. Deidre, give me power. Give me everything you have, otherwise we'll lose everything again. Exclaimed the chestnut-tired man when suddenly everything around him turned black. He had been drawn into her mental landscape. You're very wrong, partner. Deidre stood in front of the chestnut tree in his original form. Our strength always comes from within you. You are the one who gives me your power. In response to the dragon's reply, the chestnut-tired man only gave a slight smile. You're the one who's wrong. Our power comes from a combination of you and me, and it feeds on our friendship. That's why we're invincible, isn't that right, Deidre? The brown-haired man asked, looking determinedly at the red dragon. Yeah. Suddenly, in the space between Deidre and Issei, the boosted gear appeared, emitting a bright crimson glow. BAPUM, BAPUM, BAPUM. Issei and Deidre's hearts beat in sync. We will defeat that bastard. We will save our friends and protect the future of this world. Both could feel an enormous power emanating from the boosted gear. Real world. In the real world, the red armor had begun to emanate fire from the thrusters on its back, concentrating that fire above the red helmet, forming an enormous sphere of incandescent fire resembling a miniature sun. You did it, Issei, and you too, D-Drake. By combining the intensity of your emotions and your enduring friendship, you've managed to surpass the balance breaker and the Juggernaut drive into new and unknown realms of power. This is what true explosive mode looks like, Elizabeth said, watching as the brunette drew a sword of fire from the sphere with his right hand and flames from his left that took the form of a circular shield, while the rest of the sphere covered his armor and concentrated on the thrusters, creating a pair of wings of fire. And the red color of his armor became even more intense. Welsh Dragon Burst Mode, exclaimed Issei, revealing the name of the amazing transformation he had obtained. The chestnut-haired boy launched himself like lightning at his enemy, who looked at him nervously as he could feel the pressure the boy was exerting. Get him away, exclaimed the Magic King as the dragon emitted a sonic attack to stop the chestnut-haired boy, but his attack was blocked by the shield that the chestnut-haired boy had. The dragon tried to lay its claws on Issei, but he, transforming his shield into a second sword of fire, applied an X-shaped block that repelled the reptile's claws. Infiltrating his personal space, the boy inflicted 2 parallel vertical cuts, causing both the Magic King and the dragon to roar in pain. Do something, you damned dragon, hurry. The reptile fired a powerful torrent of energy from its jaws directly at Issei's companions who had recently stood up. Approaching rapidly, the chestnut tree placed itself between the torrent of energy and his companions, joining their backs together to create a sizable fire shield that blocked the attack of the enemy reptile, producing a large explosion that raised a rather dense curtain of smoke as it had covered the figure of the red armor. From within the curtain of smoke emerged the flaming blades of the chestnut tree's fire swords, dispersing the smoke with an X-shaped cut, creating a corridor of flames when the tips of the swords touched the ground. It was then that the chestnut-haired man looked towards the Magic King and began to approach his enemy step by step. Stay away from me, exclaimed the Magic King, frightened as he saw Issei continue to approach without hesitation. No. The chestnut-haired man stood in front of his enemy as the flames concentrated on his right fist. Finish him, Spectra, Kuroko exclaimed. Do it for all the lives that wretch took. Shizuno exclaimed. Take revenge for the Trinity 7 and for Lilith-sensei. Lise and Venelana pleaded, remembering their former teammates. Spectra, the 4 exclaimed in unison, urging the chestnut-haired man to deliver the final blow. No, please have mercy on me. The platinum-haired man pleaded, fearing for his life. Die, you wretch, exclaimed the chestnut-haired man, slamming his fist into the center of the Magic King's human head, letting the flames spread and begin to consume the reptile's body with tortuous slowness. Moments later, the reptile's body, which was still standing, was barely recognizable because it had been burned with overwhelming intensity. I may have been defeated, but at least I'll take all of you with me, exclaimed the Magic King, quickly advancing towards Shizuno and the other kids. I don't believe it, exclaimed a voice that came from the heights. The enemy stopped and looked up, spotting the chestnut tree without its armor on and with Salatiga in hand. I already promised before this fight began. I said I wouldn't let a single particle of you remain in this world. Issei exclaimed as he began to write magic letters in the air. Purgatory exists in hell, and fields of fire exist in the natural world. Fire does not discriminate between good and evil when it burns and purifies with overwhelming mercy. Everything must die and return to nothingness. God has abandoned humanity. The decadent world is eternal. The trumpets will sound and bring the moment of judgment. Be your own person in this world or the enlightened world. This body, less hospitable than my home, has turned to black dust. Eternal despair as far as the eye can see. The magic letters began to envelop the Salatiga leaf, creating a brilliant, multicolored glow, which exponentially increased the size of the chestnut tree's sword blade. What I promise I keep, exclaimed the chestnut-haired man, bringing the blade of his sword down straight towards his enemy. Yin Yang V Litora. To be continued. Okay, let's leave the first chapter of this fic here for today. I'm sorry it took me so long, but I've barely had time to sit down at the computer and continue writing. I hope you enjoyed it, and as usual, I will provide some clarifications. Issei's burst mode looks the same as Shine Greyman's burst mode, and is a state that surpasses Balance Breaker and Juggernaut Drive without turning him into an uncontrollable mass of power. Practically imagine a Balance Breaker with the power of the full Juggernaut Drive, except that it doesn't consume your life and will last until Issei's body allows it. Some might ask me, Wolf, why did Stella appear in the fic if you said there wouldn't be any girls from other universes besides Shizuno and Issei's other 2 companions? That was my mistake, since I meant that Issei wouldn't travel to other worlds in search of more members because, for example, to complete Rias' entourage, other characters from outside the original DxD canon would have to be added. And the difference between putting a character from another series and putting an OC in that place is practically nil. Some of you already guessed it, and Issei will be in the Leviathan entourage. and only one of you dared to guess who the girl was that Issei would meet in the first world he traveled to. For you might wonder why I included Lise in this fic since she also appears in the Heir of Sparta. I did that because I genuinely like the character's attitude and personality, and also to avoid problems like you plagiarized author X's idea by including this character. Speaking of which, I still don't understand who the mentally challenged person was who made that totally stupid rule that two authors can't have the same character in their respective stories, because what would be plagiarism would be including the same character, using the same method for them to enter the story with the same dialogue and identical fights, if that's the case. 5. Nobody expected Kuroko to appear in this fic, right? Here too Venelana is Rias' aunt since, as you saw, the brunette has an older sister who is the mother of Serzech and Rias, who is an OC. 6. Does anyone dare to make a prediction about who the Forerunner members of the DxD universe are? Leave your predictions in the comments or send me a private message, which is where I reply to most messages. 7. What do you think is the missing item needed to complete Kuroko's sacred gear? 8. Helios and Drago will not make their combat debut, yet as I am saving them for a special occasion. This is for those who had doubts about why they had not appeared in the chapter. 9. I know that Issei and Shizuno's wedding was quite low-key, but considering that during the time they lived together they only had each other so they couldn't have a mega wedding where half the world attends. 10. What do you think is the meaning of Rias' dream? Chapter 2. Yin Yang v Litora, exclaimed the chestnut-tired man, bringing down what was momentarily the enormous blade of his sword directly onto the dragon head possessed by that aberration that was once called Magic King. Upon making contact, he began to cut through his enemy's body with ease, consuming from top to bottom the body of that aberration of nature in multicolored flames that after a few seconds caused a chain reaction that detonated in a multicolored explosion, erasing from the map forever the Magic King and that dragon whose bodies they fused to cause destruction and chaos in the world. This was the first step as leader of the Forerunners team to protect the world in pursuit of a better future for all, even if it meant sacrificing many things in order to achieve that goal. After seeing the result of his attack, the boy landed softly on the ground. Looking up, he let out a tired sigh. I guess we got off to a good start, the chestnut-tired man said, not noticing his 4 companions approaching. What will we do now? Asked Shizuno, who was the closest to the chestnut-tired man. Find the other members to complete the team, but it's easier said than done. In this world, people prioritize social status, power, and wealth. Because of this, even if we find those who possess the pieces, we can't just tell them they're special and that an important mission awaits them in the future. Besides being descendants of Forerunners from the past, they also possess special powers they've inherited. If we tell those who possess the pieces, it's very likely they'll try to activate and control their inherited power and use it to achieve their own ambitions, neglecting their duty as team members, the masked man explained. Therefore, to prevent that from happening, we'll have to find the team members and monitor them for a while to see if it's appropriate to tell them about the Forerunners or not. The chestnut-tired boy stared at Venelana, who became a little nervous when she felt his fixed gaze. What's happening? Don't take this the wrong way, but you look much younger now than when we first met. At that comment, Venelana looked herself up and down, noticing how much younger her body seemed than she remembered having before returning to this world. The brunette turned to look at the masked man who had a kind of holographic panel in his hands where a large amount of data and specifications appeared. What is that? They all asked, extremely curious. As you may recall, we underwent medical examinations for some time to assess the progress of our abilities, but I never saw them because Elizabeth was the one who reviewed the reports, the brunette explained, pausing to catch his breath. But now that I see them according to this report, Venelana is 17 years old. How is that possible? Why is it so strange that I'm 17 years old? Lise asked curiously. Venelana is supposed to have an older sister who is currently the matriarch of the Gremory house. But the math doesn't add up. Venelana was supposed to have witnessed the birth of the Gremory clan's firstborn, Serzech Gremory, who is currently the Matiaslucifer of the underworld, and she was transported to your world, looking at Lise, when her older sister was pregnant for the second time, but several hundred years must have passed between pregnancies. That's because I suffered from an illness that put my life at risk when I was little, the brunette said, recalling her past. Originally, the age difference between my sister and me was about 200 years. But when I turned 10, I began to suffer from an illness caused by my own power. What kind of disease? Asked Issei, who, like the rest, was extremely intrigued. As you know, I have the power of destruction coursing through my veins, and it was precisely that power that caused my illness, looking at his right hand. The power of destruction was especially intense in me, but because my thin small body wasn't strong enough to withstand my latent power after a few weeks, my health deteriorated, as did my body, which grew weaker each day because my own power was degenerating me from within because of this. My sister decided to take me to live with her at the Gremory house so she could take care of me, since if I stayed at the Bale house, they would use me as an object for some trade alliance with another clan. With every passing second, things got more and more interesting. But then things got complicated because my sister became pregnant for the first time, and as the months went by, she had to stop paying so much attention to me since her pregnancy was very important. If she didn't take care of herself properly, not only would the baby's life be at risk, but her own as well. After 9 months, my first nephew, Sekiryuutei Gremory, was born. But when his 4th birthday arrived, my situation became critical. I could barely eat on my own. The doctors and scientists of the Gremory household determined that they had to suppress the activity of the power of destruction within my body at very low temperatures. They put me inside a capsule where I would hibernate for a long time. And while I did so, the cells in my body would slowly adapt to the power of destruction so that when I awoke, my condition would have improved. And how long were you in hibernation? Shizuno asked. About 1,000 years must have passed between the beginning and end of my hibernation, because by the time I awoke, my nephew had become a Mao and was even married, and my sister was pregnant for the 2nd time. But when I woke up, I noticed that I had barely aged 3 years. The doctors explained that my aging process was slowed to an extreme degree due to the low temperatures that were necessary to almost completely shut down the destructive power within me, and I only aged a tiny fraction of the actual time that had passed. But my joy at being healthy again didn't last long, because when I finally reunited with my sister, and she told me everything that had happened during my slumber, that's when that portal appeared beneath my feet and transported me to the world where I met Issei and the others. That explains why you were born before Matiaslucifer and Rias Gremory, but you're younger than both of them. But why did I regain the age I had back then? Why now and not before? When you return to the world where you belong, you will regain the age you were when you left. Those words began to echo within the chestnut-haired man's mind, as those same words were the answer to Venelana's question. You regained your age upon returning here because the one who sent you to that world was Elizabeth's brother. And because you both share the same level of power as well as space-time abilities, you must also share the rules that govern those abilities. How is it possible that he managed to do it if it's supposed to be sealed? Venelana asked, waiting for the chestnut-haired man's answer. A few years ago, at least what I think were years, since I believe it's only been a month here when Elizabeth summoned me to her dimensional space. She told me that the space where she managed to seal her brother has a fissure that, while not large enough for him to escape, is large enough for him to send his power through it. And if he wishes, he can interfere on a small scale in any dimension he desires, as happened in the case of Venelana, looking at the aforementioned, somehow. He found out that you would be part of the Forerunner team and sent you to a completely new world so that you would never meet the leader of the Forerunner team of this era, but his plan didn't work. The brunette laughed amusedly. Time to go. Issei and his companions were preparing to leave, but a wall of ice emerged in front of them, blocking their path. Stop right there, exclaimed a female voice. Turning around quickly, the chestnut-haired man and his 4 companions could see 3 girls. The first one had crimson hair as well as her eyes, dressed in what appeared to be the uniform of an academy, much more elegant than Kyo Academy, wielding a golden sword. The second was a silver-haired woman, slightly taller than her 2 companions, dressed as a maid who looked at them calmly, but it was clear she was ready to enter into combat. The third was a girl with black hair styled in a double braid and violet eyes, slightly shorter than the crimson-haired girl, dressed in a rather peculiar outfit, but despite her attire it was clear that of the 3 she was the most powerful. And who are you? The brunette asked as he felt the gaze of the 3 girls focus on him, specifically on the mask he was wearing, almost as if they wanted to see through it. My name is Serafal Leviathan, the brunette introduced herself with a magical girl pose. And these are Graphiachin, my queen, and Stellachin, my knight, she said, pointing to the girls on either side of her. One question: why does she refer to everyone adding the Chan? Asked the brunette, somewhat curious about the rather childish way in which the Mao was behaving. Serafal-sama has a habit of adding Chan to people's names, Graphia explained. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. My name is Spectra Phantom, leader of the God Eater team, the brunette introduced himself, bowing. My name is Shizuno Yurishibara, Spectra's wife, said the girl, standing to the right of the masked brunette. I'm Tetsuya Kuroko, second in command of the God Eater team. Liselot Sherlock, Spectra's lover, the blonde, introduced herself as she plunged the brunette's left arm between her generous breasts. This caused annoyance to Shizuno, who at no point had given Lise the freedom to proclaim herself as her husband's lover. My name is Venelana Bale. Upon the presentation of the chestnut, Serafal and her 2 servants focused their attention on her. You're the person who was reported missing 18 years ago after being absorbed by some kind of portal. Where were you? Serafal asked, addressing the brunette seriously. The current matriarch of the Gremory house requested that you be searched for this search became a priority in the underworld since you were a very important demon. But after 10 years without any clue as to your whereabouts, the search was stopped, and an order was given that if anyone had any information about you, they should notify the Maus as soon as possible. Upon hearing the Mau's explanation, Venelana was surprised, as her sister had moved heaven and earth to try to find her. That made her happy knowing that her sister did everything in her power to find her even though she didn't succeed. The thought was what mattered to her. Answering your question, after being absorbed by that portal, I ended up in a world completely different from this one. Geographically, it was planet Earth, but there were neither demons nor angels there, but in that world, I was captured by the servants of the being that Spectra just defeated, Venelana said, recounting a modified version of her experience in the world where she met Lise, as it was quite likely that some detail within her story hinted at something regarding the Forerunners. They took me to what appeared to be their base where they experimented on people, turning them into little more than bloodthirsty monsters. When the day was about to arrive when they would turn me into one of those monsters, Spectra and his 3 companions, looking at Shizuno, Kuroko, and Lise, stormed the place and finished off all the servants of the being known as Magic King, but he managed to escape. After finding me and subsequently freeing me, I asked Spectra to train me since I didn't know how to use my own power, and after a few years under his tutelage, I joined God Eater. It's a great story. If I didn't know the truth, I would believe his story from beginning to end, the chestnut-haired man thought, amused. And how did you return from that other world? This time it was Graphia who asked, who despite everything maintained her serious and calm demeanor. I can answer that myself, said the chestnut-haired man, drawing the attention of Queen Leviathan. Over time, my familiar gained the ability to travel through dimensions whose existence I already know and whose exact location within the space-time continuum I know, but since I'm not originally from this dimension, I couldn't get here. But with Venelana's help, we were able to reach this place wherever it may be. He scratched the back of his neck since although he knew they were in the underworld, he didn't know its exact location. How is it that thanks to her? Asked Stella, who still distrusted the masked man. To avoid going into too much detail, the dimensions, as well as those who reside in them, produce a frequency that resonates with the frequency produced by the dimension itself. In this way, it is possible to know who belongs and who does not belong to a particular dimension. Applying this method, I used Venelana to search for the dimension that resonated with her, and that is how we managed to get here. Suddenly, the earth began to shake due to the small but constant tremors that happened one after another. It wasn't due to the end of the world, but rather that someone or something was approaching at great speed, and judging by the sound they produced, it must have been of considerable size. What's happening? Stella exclaimed nervously, because something inside her warned her that something extremely dangerous was approaching. They've finally arrived, Spectra muttered, observing the horizon where a pack of considerably large creatures could be seen approaching at full speed. The herd of creatures was divided into 2 species. The largest and most robust ones resembled superdeveloped tigers with enormous fangs of a design similar to those of a saber-toothed tiger. Protrusions emerged from the top of their heads that appeared to be made of bone and extended in a V shape. The smallest ones had a rather strange appearance. Their bodies resembled those of dinosaurs, but their tails were quite wide and white, as were the claws on their feet and their heads, which had a rather peculiar shape because their faces resembled those of an ogre, with 2 enormous sharp fangs protruding from their lower jaw. What are those things? Seraphal asked curiously, since it was the first time she had seen creatures of that kind. Those things are called origami, and it's thanks to them that we have the name God Eater, Spectra lied. Since the name of his team was something he had thought of less than 10 minutes ago, although the subject of the origami was something serious since these creatures were none other than the main beings that made up the hordes of Elizabeth's brother's army, but those he had in front of him were the lowest level. The blonde had warned him never to underestimate the origami, because the most dangerous and powerful ones easily surpass the power of the ultimate category demons, as well as the Seraphim and Qadr category fallen. With his current level, if he were to encounter an origami of that level, he wouldn't stand a chance since they would end up devouring him after cleaning the floor with him. With your permission, summoning Salatiga. They began running towards the origami, whose roars grew louder and angrier as they approached, defeating enemies who crossed his path with great skill. After a few moments, he was followed by Kuroko and Lise, who, despite being a mage and therefore able to fight at a distance, had a double-edged sword that she could separate if she wished, transforming the sword into 2 extremely sharp blades. Seraphal and her servants were surprised by the skill the members of the God Eater team were showing. Despite being young men no older than 17, they had a high level of combat skill. They had clearly trained for a long time, that could not be denied. But there was something that caught the Mao's attention. That something was Spectra. Of all the team members, he was clearly the strongest, but something made him special. I couldn't say for sure what that something was, but it was intriguing enough to make me want to find out. Suddenly, a tiger-type origami appeared from the masked man's left side, closing its jaws on the boy's left arm, but at the last second. Boosted gear. Activating his sacred gear, the boy covered his arm with the metal gauntlet, feeling the teeth of that beast trying in vain to pierce the metallic gauntlet. What's wrong? Don't you like the taste of metal, you damned animal? Spectra asked, smiling as he watched the origami walk away from him, its snout aching. Seraphol was in shock. In front of her was the legendary boosted gear which made the masked man in front of her the current Sekiryuutei. I can't believe it, that's the brunette said, surprised. What's wrong, Seraphol-sama? Stella asked curiously, the boosted gear. Are you referring to the sacred gear that increases power, which is said to contain the Welsh dragon? Yes, as far as I knew, the wielder of that sacred gear had already appeared and had already been recruited by our side, but it seems it was just a rumor, the Mao said, surprised. I'd heard that too, Grafia added. If that's the case, do I think she found what she was looking for, Seraphol-sama? Asked the Leviathan Knight. That's right, Stellachan, I want the God-Eater to be my servants, the brunette replied excitedly. But will you just let them become your servants like that? Stella asked, somewhat annoyed that complete strangers had captured her owner's attention. I will make you my servants, but you will have to perform some tests to show your abilities, and see if you are as powerful as you seem. Otherwise I can talk to Adjukachin to have her take away your pieces, and each of you will return to your own thing, the brunette replied, playing with her hair. Munch, munch, munch. Suddenly, those present could hear what sounded like someone tearing and chewing large pieces of meat, including the bones, as they could hear them being crushed. The chestnut tree revealed the origin of the sound. It was an enormous creature that looked similar to the tiger-type origami, but this one was much bigger. His body was jet black. It had much sharper claws than the other origami, but his most striking feature was his face, which looked like the face of a man in his 50s with a white beard and blood-red eyes. To everyone's surprise, this new enemy was devouring one of the many origami corpses scattered around the place. Everyone was shocked by the act, but then they could feel an enormous pressure and bloodlust beginning to engulf the place. The one responsible for this was Nada Spectra, who, despite having his mask on, could still feel the murderous gaze he had focused on the black origami. This thirst for blood had begun to be cultivated since the chestnut-haired man was 5 years old, but it had been amplified during his training as a Forerunner since he finally knew the name of this particular origami. Issei's second year of training as a Forerunner. The chestnut tree was sitting in front of a large table that had multiple deployable holographic panels on it. Elizabeth, what are these panels for? The curious brunette asked. As you know, the Forerunners are what we might call my soldiers, chosen to protect the future of the world. But on the contrary, we have my brother. His army is many times larger than the Forerunners. If that's the case, how will we Forerunners of this era, who are barely 18 strong, face an enemy army that is several times larger? Don't worry, their numbers don't give them an advantage, as the Forerunners compensate for their scarcity with overwhelming power and skill. And what elements make up your army? They are mostly creatures called origami that are divided into different categories according to their appearance and combat strength, the blonde explained. In turn, the largest part of their army is made up of the origami called Vajra, showing her a holographic panel that displayed a creature similar in appearance to a saber-toothed tiger, only much larger, and by the origami called Ogre-tail, showing the hologram of a creature of peculiar appearance whose face was similar to that of an ogre. For at least 3 hours, the chestnut-haired man observed and memorized the appearance and data of the different types of origami, but then he stopped at the hologram of a specific origami. Elizabeth, what is the name of this origami? Issei asked seriously. The blonde narrowed her eyes at the sight of the origami, putting aside the fact that it was quite dangerous. It had a connection with Issei. This origami was the one who had caused the car accident where Issei lost his parents and almost lost his own life. The then young Issei was able to see the origami for a few seconds, but after recovering from the accident he never saw it again. But now, seeing the detailed image of the beast, the memories of that tragic day returned to his mind. Her name is Present Era. Dios Pita, roared the chestnut-haired man, releasing a powerful crimson aura. Balance breaker, boosted gear, scale male. Sensing the aura emanating from the chestnut-haired man, Shizuno created a large ice cube to protect herself, as well as Kuroko, Lise, and Venelana. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd better seek shelter, Shizuno suggested, addressing Seraphol and her 2 servants. Upon hearing the warning, Seraphol raised a rather thick wall of ice at the precise moment, as the temperature of the place increased drastically. The cause of this event was the chestnut tree that emanated powerful flames that covered its armor and began to spread across the ground as the temperature continued to rise. The ground beneath the boy began to melt, leaving behind a pool of lava around it. I have waited for this day for a long time, longing for the day we would settle accounts. The chestnut-haired man hissed as he approached the origami step by step, who was looking at him furiously. With each step he took, he left his mark on the ground with a very intense orange color that emanated a little hot steam. That day you took away what was most important to me. You involved 2 innocent people in this conflict, all because of the capricious desire of your damned owner. Turning on the thrusters of his armor at maximum power. Flying like lightning, he closed the distance with the origami, who greeted him with a powerful swipe that forced him to move to the side to avoid the attack. By diverting power to the right propeller, the boy corrected his course. He managed to land a powerful punch to Darksiders' face, sending him flying several meters backwards and leaving him slightly dizzy. Appearing above his head, the boy unleashed a downward kick, sinking the origami's paws a few centimeters into the ground due to the power of the impact. Suddenly he felt a faint electric current run through his body. Looking at himself closely, he noticed a large number of blue rays covering his armor. True, I had forgotten. Darksiders' arsenal of attacks included quite powerful electric-type attacks, since even with his armor on, some electric discharges passed through the metal and reached his body, although only slightly. Taking a leap backwards, he moved away from the origami. Allowing him to stand up and begin his attack, he covered his body with a powerful electric layer and launched himself at the red armor in front of him. The chestnut-haired man placed his arms forward, which were the first area of his body that came into contact with the lightning-fast origami, which, due to the speed it was carrying, began to drag him backward. By once again igniting his thrusters, the boy balanced the scales of power, halting the drag, leaving both contenders at a standstill where neither advanced nor retreated, being enveloped in a sphere of high-density energy that emitted rays. The ground beneath the sphere began to crack and subsequently disintegrate. Crack. The chestnut-haired man could feel his right femur slipping out of place a few centimeters in the area where the aforementioned bone joined the knee. He had a method to fix that problem on his own, but that would have to wait since he couldn't get distracted by something as simple as a bone out of place. Giving it a powerful knee to the chin made the origami stand on its 2 hind legs. Due to the disruption in the balance of forces that formed the sphere, it exploded, creating a powerful shock wave that released all that energy that was so concentrated. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent had left his belly exposed, he delivered 2 powerful punches which, added to the extra power given by the activated thrusters, sent him flying several meters in the air, releasing a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Rising rapidly, the chestnut-haired man pointed his boosted gear towards Darksiders, who was still ascending due to the force of the punches he had received moments before. Boost 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 boost. Dragon Shoot. Firing 3 consecutive dragon shoot at the origami, rising even higher before being consumed by a huge crimson sphere, the product of the fusion of the 3 dragon shoot, which after a few seconds exploded violently, causing a powerful gust of wind. After the violent explosion, the result of the attack could be seen. The origami that went by the name of Darksiders had been completely disintegrated since no trace of his body remained. With this we have settled our outstanding accounts, Darksiders, Spectra murmured, vanishing his armor and gazing towards the sky of the underworld, specifically towards the place where the origami had disappeared. Turning around with all the calm in the world, she approached where Shizuno and the others were, but then the Mao Leviathan stood in her way with a huge smile on her face. "Can I help you with something, Leviathan-sama?" The chestnut-haired man asked, being as polite as possible. "I want you to be my servants," the brunette replied, shocking the chestnut-haired man and his companions as the proposition was something they had not expected. "And why is that?" Spectra asked, trying to recover from his astonishment, since in this world he had already experienced being a servant, but unlike when he was reincarnated by Rias' Gremory where he didn't have the option to choose, now he did have that option. "Seraphil-sama wishes you to be her servants as you possess the qualities she desires her servants to have," Grafia added, "and if we accepted, what would we get in return?" "How dare you?" Stella shrieked angrily. "You should consider yourself honored that a Mao personally asks you to be her servant." "Well, I don't feel honored," replied the chestnut-haired man, turning to look at his companions. "Do you feel honored?" he asked, receiving no affirmative response. "You see. It may be an honor for many, but not for us, since we've been through so much, and no matter how high the rank of the person asking if we want to be their servants, if they have nothing good to offer, I'm afraid we'll have to decline the offer because being their servants means we'll have to risk our lives for our master. And we're not interested in working or dying for nothing," the chestnut-haired man concluded. "If you agree to become my servants, you will receive a very generous salary each month, in addition to numerous benefits within demon society," Seraphil explained, trying to entice the young people in front of her. "But there are disadvantages too, right?" Spectra asked, looking directly at the brunette. I see. You're not only strong but also smart, Seraphol thought, narrowing her eyes. That's right, as servants of a Mao, you will be sent to the front lines if any major incident occurs that could trigger a war, and your duty is to prevent that because if a war were to break out, you would be permanently sent to the battlefield as the first line of attack, Grafia explained. Despite having heard the woman's explanation, the chestnut-tired man was lost in his own thoughts, as he never imagined that upon returning to his world of origin, he would encounter one of the 4 Maoists of the underworld, much less that one of them would propose that he become part of his entourage. But what had him somewhat interested in this proposal was the vast information network available to the Mao information he could use to find out as much as possible about the demons that make up the demon faction, since there was a possibility that some demon, whether pureblood or reincarnated, had been chosen by the Forerunner pieces. And how much would that salary be? Asked the interested chestnut-tired man. Well, we'd be talking about, Seraphol replied, approaching the brunette and whispering in his ear the juicy amount he would receive as a salary. Upon hearing the amount, his eyes beneath his mask widened in shock, as the quantity indicated by the Mao was something that no one in the human world would be able to obtain with ease. I did it, exclaimed the chestnut-tired man happily, since with the amount of money he would receive he could buy materials to create more weapons, either for his family or for his teammates. But before I accept them as my servants, they must complete a test, said the brunette, playing with her hair. Which test? Asked the chestnut tree's companions. The test will consist of one of you having to overcome my servants, she said, pointing to Stella and Grafia. And to end the test, you will touch my shoulder, the brunette added as she moved a few meters away, creating an ice throne to sit on. How many attempts do we have? Each of you has 1 attempt, and if you fail, the next person will try. But if at least one of you manages to touch my shoulder, you will all pass the test. I'll let you choose the order in which you want to try, the Mao replied, crossing her legs. After a small signal from the Mao, both Stella and Grafia took their positions. Stella, who was wielding her golden sword, was the first obstacle to overcome, and about 15 meters behind her was Grafia, and behind her about 4 meters away was Seraphol. The first to try would be Spectra, who had nothing to defend himself with. He only had his Emperor's Eye activated. He started running directly towards where Seraphol was, but his path was blocked almost instantly by Stella. This is as far as you go, you won't get rid of me, Stella exclaimed, preparing to repel the chestnut-tired man's attack. Using his eyes, the chestnut-tired man analyzed Stella's muscle movements, noting that her left leg was the one she used to maintain her balance. Making a move to advance from the left side, the boy watched as the girl braced herself on her left leg to counter his attempt. He had fallen into the trap of the boy who, upon seeing this, quickly moved to the right. Stella, while trying to move to the right, lost her balance. How did he do that just when I was about to react, damn it? The girl thought angrily, falling on her butt. You'd better calm down, the brunette suggested as he hurried towards Seraphol, but again his path was blocked, this time by Grafia. Would you please move aside? Do you expect me to say, sure, come in, the platinum blonde quipped. In response to the woman's reply, the chestnut-tired boy began to move from side to side in front of the Queen of Seraphol, who, when she tried to respond to the chestnut-tired boy's supposed attempts to advance, ended up just like Stella, falling on her butt to the ground because she had lost her balance and was unable to react due to the surprise this fact caused in her mind, since she had fallen to the ground without the boy in front of her doing anything except move. Of course not, but my orders are orders, Spectra said in a serious tone as she approached Seraphol walking slowly. After a few tense moments, the chestnut-tired man touched the Mao's shoulder. They indicated that they had passed the test, but despite this fact, nobody said anything due to the surprise they had experienced. The boy had gotten rid of the 2 Mao servants without even touching them. I think this means we've made it, doesn't it? He said, looking at Seraphol, who was looking at him with a smile. That's right, I must say you surprised me, the brunette said, standing up. This is the first time someone has managed to get through Stellachin and Grafiachin's defense without even touching them. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, don't you? The boy nodded in agreement. Spectra and the others formed a line in front of the Mao with the chestnut-tired man in the center. The Mao took out her evil pieces, holding them with both hands. By order of Seraphol Leviathan, you Spectra Phantom, Shizuno Urashibara, Tetsuya Kuroko, Liselot Sherlock and Venelana Bale will walk this world again. Seal this contract and become my servants. After saying those words, some pieces that the Mao held in her hands lit up, emitting a sapphire blue glow, rising into the air towards those who would be her new servants. Shizuno received a bishop piece. Venelana received a piece of Torah. Kuroko received 2 pawn pieces. Lise, like Kuroko, was turned into a pawn but only received 1 piece. Seraphol had 5 pawns, 1 knight, 1 bishop, and 1 rook left, but something curious happened. All the pieces mentioned emitted flashes alternately. That meant that Spectra's abilities were compatible with all the types of parts that Seraphol still had left. Suddenly, 4 pawn pieces rose up and gently entered the chestnut tree's chest. In most cases, this fact would not have caught the Mao's attention, but this occasion was special because the 4 pieces that the masked man had consumed were mutated pieces. This fact in itself was rare since to this day, there was no reincarnated demon that had consumed 4 mutated pieces that were also 4 mutated pieces of one of the strongest demons of the underworld. This told Seraphol that the chestnut was a gold mine since it is not every day you come across a person of such caliber roaming the world. You were reincarnated by Seraphol-sama, you could show a little gratitude. What the hell are you doing? Stella asked, looking at what Spectra was doing. Everyone present watched curiously as the chestnut-tired man lay on his back on the floor and held his right thigh, specifically the area above his knee, applying pressure to that area almost as if he wanted to move something inside, but without having to undergo surgery to solve that problem. Crag, crag, crag. With a horrendous final crack, the chestnut horse reattached his right femur to the correct position. Getting up from the ground, dusting his clothes, he curiously observed the surprised looks of the others present in the place. It's incredible to see this guy healing his own fractures. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous, Stella commented, observing how, despite the horrible sound that had been heard moments before, the brunette had no problem walking. Spectra, Shizuno said, drawing the attention of the brunette. Is something wrong? The man asked. I think it's time to go. That's what we should be doing, but now we must obey our new mistress, said the masked man, looking at the brunette. I understand. So what will we do about Ryuutei-maru? Kuroko commented. Ryuutei-maru, Stella, Graphia, and Seraphol asked. My relative, said the chestnut-tired man, more specifically one of my 3 relatives. You have 3 relatives? The Mao asked excitedly since it wasn't common for someone to have 2 or more relatives. Show me your relative, please, she asked with an adorable face. All right, Ryu, let yourself be seen, exclaimed the chestnut-tired man, revealing to Seraphol and her first 2 servants the immense ship above them. What is that? Stella squealed, pointing at the ship as it was the first time she had ever seen something of that size. It's Ryuutei-maru, my familiar Skithblithnir. You mean the Asgardian warships? Seraphol exclaimed in amazement. Yes, this is the smallest of them. I found it in the ruins of a lost civilization and rebuilt it, said the chestnut-tired man, as it was not yet time to reveal to the world the identity of the founder of the Forerunners. As I understand it, he was reported missing, so Odin-sama said that whoever finds him can keep him, Graphia commented. That's right, Spectra replied. Actually, you were in my relative's sights from the moment you arrived, so if you tried anything he would open fire on you. Exclaimed the Mao and her first servants, surprised because at no time had they noticed the presence of the chestnut-tired familiar, and to top it all off, said familiar had had them in his sights the whole time. I must also warn you about something, the chestnut-tired man remarked, drawing Seraphol's attention. Ryu's arsenal is quite powerful, so if you had dared to attack us without warning, you could have been erased from this world forever. If you don't believe me, ask her, pointing to Venelana, who witnessed Ryuutei-maru's trial by fire. Snapping his fingers, the chestnut-tired man transported everyone present to the cabin of the Skithblithnir. Where should we go, Seraphol-sama? The chestnut-tired man asked, drawing the attention of the demon lord. We have to go to a place where they will conduct tests to measure their skills, and based on those tests I will be able to see their strengths and weaknesses, Seraphol replied, looking around in extreme surprise. 2 hours later, testing laboratory, Leviathan territory. Almost all of Seraphol's new servants had already successfully completed the tests. The results left the Mao extremely satisfied since she had never seen such young people with such a high combat ability, but there was still the person who caught her attention the most. Spectra. That masked chestnut-tired man had proven to be a box of surprises. Seraphol had always had a certain gift for analyzing people, managing to understand how people thought and acted, as well as seeing what kind of combat skills they specialized in, but with the chestnut-tired man, that gift didn't work. Looking at him, I couldn't see any indication of the masked man's true abilities. Because of this, he had turned to a group of scientists and doctors to perform specially selected tests under the most demanding criteria possible. He was currently on his way to the control room from where they monitored Spectra's performance. Opening the door, he entered the room, observing how all those in charge of monitoring the tests had their eyes practically glued to the screen where the brunette was shown performing an obstacle course. They were so focused on the boy's performance that they didn't notice the arrival of the Mao. How's Spectrakin doing? The brunette's voice made the scientists and doctors jump out of their seats. Seraphol-sama, that boy is perfect in every way. Truly incredible, one of them replied, handing the brunette a dossier with the word Spectra Phantom printed on the cover. Curious, the girl proceeded to review the test results of her new pawn, but upon opening the dossier she was completely surprised. Are you serious? He's achieved the maximum score on all the tests he's been given, and his skills are perfectly balanced, the brunette said, happy and surprised to see that the boy's potential for improvement hadn't been measured by all the tests carried out so far. That boy is a goldmine. I'm sure many high-class demons would give anything to have him under their command, since their families' reputations would skyrocket. Suddenly everyone turned to look at the screen again, watching as the brunette stood before an army of ice creatures. There were at least 1,000 enemies, but despite being outnumbered, the boy's pulse and brain waves remained unchanged, almost as if he was used to that kind of situation. Without giving it too much thought, the chestnut-haired man launched himself at the group of enemies, attacking only what crossed his path, taking out his enemies one by one. What kind of trick is that? This test was designed to be performed by a group of at least 20 people, but Spectraken is fighting like nothing's wrong. With all due respect, Seraphil-sama, I believe these aren't tricks but rather military art, one of the demons said. Spectra moves so fast that the ice creatures can't keep up, and he focuses on attacking only the enemy directly in front of him. That's why it's not a fight of 1 against 1,000 at once, but a fight of 1 against 1 1,000 times over. It's as if he's a military genius, as if he's comfortable fighting an army by himself. A little later, surrender and we promise you will die quickly and painlessly, said a man accompanied by 2 other men of similar build. The 3 were dressed in red armor that only revealed their eyes, each carrying a spear. Not even as a joke would I allow you to even touch me, said Stella, who was surrounded by the 3 men. And if I have to die, at least I'll take one of you with me. Whoever isn't afraid of death, come and fight me. Readying her golden sword for combat. You're a very brave girl, but you don't understand how crucial it is for us to become servants of the Mau Leviathan, and if we kill you, which we will, we can use your place to fulfill our mission. 3 men who pretend to be tough guys attacking a girl alone, asked a voice from the shadows created by the enormous trees in the area. Walking at a leisurely pace, Spectra appeared, observing the 3 subjects with a slight smile. If you ask me, that's very sad and shows they lack the guts to fight a girl like her, pointing at Stella, in a one-on-one fight. Who are you? Asked another of the subjects. Spectra, what are you doing here? Stella asked, since the brunette shouldn't be there. Seraphil-sama sent me to find you because you were taking too long to return, and since I had already finished the tests and had nothing better to do, I came to find you. Turning to look at the subjects, showing them the back of her right hand where there was a sapphire blue magic symbol. That's the mark of Seraphil Leviathan's servants, exclaimed the 3rd subject. I introduce myself. My name is Spectra Phantom, pawn of Seraphil Leviathan-sama, the chestnut-haired man said, bowing. Then we'll kill you too, roared the one who appeared to be the leader of that trio of thugs, launching himself towards Spectra with his spear in front, seeking the heart of the Leviathan pawn. Stella closed her eyes because she didn't want to see the chestnut-haired man being pierced through the chest, but after several seconds of the attack she heard nothing. She slowly opened her eyes, only to be shocked by the scene in front of her. Spectra had stopped the spear blade with her bare hand without receiving any damage. Although her hands were covered by gloves, these did not contribute to the defense since they were a simple piece of clothing. It was also noticeable how the chestnut-haired man's attacker was trying with all his might to continue his attack, but he couldn't advance even a miserable centimeter. And for his part, the chestnut-haired man didn't even seem agitated about stopping the attack. Goodbye, said the brunette as he pushed his attacker back with a simple movement of his hand, causing him to collide with one of his companions. I can kill them, right? The boy asked, looking at Stella. I suppose they plan to kill us both, the girl replied, watching as the brunette summoned Salatiga. Here we go, the chestnut-haired man hissed, beginning his attack. Pocket size. Rias Gremory couldn't believe what she was seeing. In front of her was Riser Phoenix disappearing into particles of light. Riser Phoenix cannot continue, the winner is Team Gremory. That was the warning the redhead and her servants never thought they would hear, since the odds were stacked against them. If they had won, it was solely and exclusively because they had trained until their bodies could take no more, refining the control and deployment of their skills. That had been the key to Rias Gremory and his boys' victory, since their rival, Riser Phoenix, had put all his strategy on the numerical advantage and his regenerative ability. But as the raiding game progressed, the difference between both teams became more and more noticeable, and by the final stretch of the match, the only one left standing was Riser Phoenix. The aforementioned was constantly attacked by members of the Gremory entourage, with the attackers taking turns so that those not on the offensive could have a moment to rest. With that simple but effective strategy, they managed to leave the blonde Phoenix without any magical reserves, and without magical power there was no cure. At that very moment they gave him the coup de grace. I can't believe it, I've lost, Riser said as his body dissolved into a puff of light. But at least I've shattered your happiness forever. After that last scream, the blonde man completely disappeared from the place. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine upon hearing the blonde man's last words, but that feeling was quickly replaced by the joy of victory. For both Rias Gremory and Akino Heimjima, that victory meant they could see Issei Hyodo again. The redhead wanted to apologize to him for what she had gone through, while the brunette wanted to continue helping the boy answer the question whose answer she hadn't been able to find during all the time they had been a team. Rias was preparing to go and find the chestnut-haired boy at his home in the human world, but then everything around her went dark. Both she and her servants had fainted. Everyone was exhausted and their energy reserves were almost at zero. A few hours later, Gremory Castle. Little by little, the redhead began to open her eyes, finding herself lying in bed in her bedroom in her family's castle. What happened? Rias asked, sitting up in bed. After winning the raiding game, both you and your boys fainted from exhaustion, replied a beautiful woman with long brown hair, blue eyes, and a well-endowed body. This woman was Angela Bale, mother of Rias and Serzech Gremory, as well as the older sister of Venelana Bale. Rias turned to look at her mother, who was sitting in a chair next to her bed. The redhead tried to stand up but was stopped by her mother. Stop, Rias. The doctor said that you and your servants should rest for the remainder of the day to recover the energy you lost during the encounter. But I'm already feeling better. Besides, I must go find Issei and apologize for everything she had to go through, the Gremory heiress insisted. Angela pushed her daughter's head back using only one finger. The redhead then fell backward onto the bed, unable to resist the slight setback. See, you're completely drained, the brunette said, adjusting the younger redhead's pillow. You need to get some proper rest, and when you're feeling better, you can go and sort out your business with that boy named Issei. Seeing that he couldn't change his mother's mind, he decided to listen to her and rest for the rest of the day, since even though he tried hard to deny it, just standing up was a great effort for him. The day passed very slowly since her only wish was to see the chestnut-haired boy again, whose expulsion in such a painful way was what allowed Rias to have a chance to fight for her future. The next day, the redhead got up early in the morning and after having a light breakfast, she used a magic circle to return to Kyo, and then went to the chestnut-haired man's house both to apologize and to attend to the wounds that the pieces had left when they were extracted from her body, since in just a month they would not be completely healed. But she didn't know how she would receive it, whether with enormous contempt deserving of a solid and powerful punch that would knock her to the ground, which of course she would let her give it to, even if she would complain and insult her since she deserved it. She was willing to do anything to begin paying off the debt she had incurred with her former servant, since she had been able to change the terrible future that surely awaited her upon becoming Riser's wife, change it for one where she could choose with whom to spend the rest of her days, but at the cost of worsening the future for her former servant, who practically had no one to lean on in difficult times. Occult Club Kyo Academy. Due to the rush, the redhead appeared in the club's lounge, of which she was president. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly left the club room and moments later the building where the room was located. He started running towards his former servant's house. With each step she took, her anxiety and nervousness increased, as she didn't know how Issei would receive her. When he was just a few meters from where the chestnut tree lived, he noticed that the house was in terrible condition. Around the entire perimeter of the house there were yellow tapes that said no trespassing. This fact worried the redhead, who without stopping her run towards the chestnut-haired man's house jumped, passing over the tapes. But when she stood in front of her former servant's house, she fell to her knees as tears began to wet her cheeks. It's not true, this isn't true, the redhead denied, crying. In front of her stood the house of her former servant, completely burned down, a true ruin. In his imaginings about what might have happened in the place, he imagined that Issei burned his house to leave the city, since that way he would never have to return because he would have nothing to tie him to the city of Kyo. But after thinking it over well, he discarded the idea, since in the state that Issei had been left in after having the pieces extracted, he would not be able to move freely for at least 2 months. Even with his heart broken, he entered what remained of the chestnut house. Observing how everything was burned to practically ashes, after carefully advancing through the ruins of the house, he managed to reach the chestnut room. Watching where she stepped, she moved across the room. Underneath some burnt boards, he found a few sheets of paper somewhat burned at their edges. Those pages belonged to Issei's old diary. The redhead knew it was wrong to read those pages since they were private, but in her current situation, they could help her find clues about the whereabouts of the chestnut tree. The first pages he read contained descriptions of the days Issei had lived since becoming a demon, but it was then that he reached the last page that had something written on it. The sheet said the following. Today I was expelled from both the club and Butchu's entourage. I don't know what I did this time, but it must be something really bad since everyone's face was quite serious. I suppose my tendency to screw up big time will haunt me until the end of my days. Although without me there, the club members won't have to worry about someone causing trouble and ruining the good reputation of the Gremory house. These injuries don't help at all when trying to write. I feel my whole body shudder. When I try to move a muscle, the positive side is that I'm still alive, although if I died, nobody would care, since who would miss a nobody like me? After reading that, the redhead's tears began to flow again and consequently wet her cheeks. His heart ached. Even after everything the chestnut-tired man had been through, he didn't blame her for anything. On the contrary, he thought that he himself had caused her expulsion. Angela, Kiba, Kaneko, and Aquino appeared from a magic circle. Rias, what happened here? Where is Icegun? Aquino asked, worried about the brunette. Unlike the other members of the Gremory entourage, she knew the dream that drove the boy's life and had promised to help him achieve it, since that dream wasn't so easy to fulfill. But she was also aware that Issei would be able to go alone in search of the answer to his dream, and considering that he was the Sekiryuutei, he would surely be surrounded by dangers. Kaneko, exclaimed the redhead, remembering one of the lowly's abilities. Can you sense Issei's scent? What? Nodding his head, he began to sniff the air, quickly finding the scent of the person they were looking for, starting to walk towards the yard of the chestnut house, stopping just inches from a stain on the grass. Senpai's scent ends here, the lowly said, pointing to the stain on the grass. When they saw that stain, everyone froze. They didn't need to investigate it too much to know that it was blood, dried blood. That meant Issei had been attacked several days ago, but the question was how many days ago exactly. Is Icegun dead? Aquino asked, her voice subdued. She had done her best to heal him after his pawn pieces were removed, not to mention the enormous effort and dedication she put into her training for the raiding game, as she wanted to return to the brunette as quickly as possible and fulfill the promise she had made to him several weeks ago. In his eyes, there was only one culprit, and at this moment he was just a few meters away from her. Rias Gremory. Due to his desperation to get rid of Riser, he agreed to the condition the blonde imposed on him, even though it meant leaving the brunette completely unprotected, who, although he was the bearer of a Longinus, was also a boy who had just entered the supernatural world, even knowing that evil beings who sought that legendary artifact could attack him and never find out. Approaching the redhead, her eyes hidden by her black hair, she slapped the Gremory heiress on the right cheek, leaving his handprint perfectly marked on the girl's cheek. Why did you hit me? Rias exclaimed angrily, rubbing her cheek where she had been hit. You are to blame for what is happening. By agreeing to that condition, you left Icegun unprotected and abandoned to his fate. Now he will never be able to fulfill his dream. How can you even think about Issei's dream, which was to be the king of blood? Don't talk about what you don't know. Do you really think that was Icegun's true dream? The half-angel shrieked angrily. What do you mean by that? The redhead asked somewhat shyly, since it was very strange, not to say almost impossible, that her queen would raise her voice to her like that. I don't have to tell you anything. Queen Gremory finished, opening a magic circle, but as she was about to disappear inside it, Angela grabbed her arm. Akhenaten, I know you must be going through a very difficult time just like the rest of us, said the Gremory matriarch, looking at the other members of her daughter's entourage. But I would like to ask you to please tell us what that boy's dream was. Perhaps with that, we can understand why you are behaving this way, the brunette asked kindly while tenderly hugging the half-angel. The girl simply nodded her head. A little later, occult clubs. All right, Akhenaten, now that everyone is calmer, tell us about the dream of the boy named Issei who, from what I understand, was my daughter's pawn and the wielder of the Longinus boosted gear, said Angela, sitting on a sofa with Rias beside her, Kiba and Kaneko behind them, while Aquino sat on another sofa in front of them. It all started several weeks ago. I arrived at the clubroom after taking care of some pending matters. I remember it was getting late. And when I entered the room, I noticed it was empty, or at least that's what I thought, because Icegun was standing in front of the window, looking towards the horizon. Several weeks ago, Icegun the brunette whispered sensually in the chestnut-haired boy's ear, hugging him from behind, pressing her voluptuous breasts against his back. The half-angel expected the boy to get nervous because she loved provoking that reaction in the brunette, but this time she didn't get that reaction. In fact, she didn't get anything at all. Issei stared intently at the horizon, completely lost in his own thoughts. Because of this, he hadn't noticed that he had someone attached to his body. A hand passing in front of his face pulled him from his thoughts. Turning around, he bumped into Aquino, who was looking at him somewhat angrily because he had ignored her all this time. Akhenaten, do you need anything from me? Issei asked, trying to return to his perverted persona, but it was too late. He was sure the girl in front of him had seen how serious he was a few moments ago. We'll see about that after we talk, Aquino replied, gesturing for him to sit on one of the living room sofas while she sat opposite him. Now tell me, what has you so pensive that you're completely alone here? Akhenaten, I'll ask you this once, are you alive by a mere whim of fate even though you lost your entire family? The dry brunette asked. That question completely threw the girl off because it was a very direct and blunt question, but above all it referred to a very harsh reality. No, the girl murmured. Then there's no point in talking, the boy said, standing up and heading towards the living room. He stopped abruptly before reaching for the doorknob. No, I do want to talk to you. I want you to answer my questions, he said, sitting back down on the sofa opposite the girl. Questions. Aknason, you are a person who enjoys having a heart, so I ask you, is it something that really exists or is it an illusion? Asked the brunette, referring to the heart not as the organ that pumps blood to the rest of the body, but as the one that is said to control people's emotions. It's not an illusion. The dark-haired woman asserted, the feeling of trusting someone or the feeling of loving someone is never an illusion. I ask you, what is the heart for? So that we can differentiate ourselves from inanimate objects like stones, Aquino replied. But I'm a nobody who's lucky to have kept his own life. Why does someone like me ever get a heart? Those are very difficult questions to answer. Don't worry, even I haven't been able to answer them, Issei said. I have life, although that life was only a product of luck itself, so what's the advantage of having a heart? The advantage, the girl asked, thinking for a few moments, definitely having friends. Friends, yes, if you have a heart, you are no longer a mere object and therefore you are a person, so you can be our friend, replied the half-angel, trying to lift the spirits of the boy who looked somewhat sad and depressed. Friend, can't I be something more than that? Issei asked with a hint of sadness. Something more than that? She asked curiously. What do you want to be, for example? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't want friends or anything like that. Of course, I don't need fame or money. I want something more important, Issei said seriously. I know, I want to know what my reason for being is. Your reason for being? The girl asked, somewhat confused. Yes, what I can do in this world, what I must do, the chestnut-haired boy replied, activating his boosted gear and staring at the palm of his metallic hand. If what I have to do is fight the strong, I accept it and I concentrate on fighting the enemy, but since I have a heart, it distracts me from the fight. I don't want to have a heart. The boy exclaimed before tears began to flow, as he considered his very existence to be nothing more than a mere whim of fate. You can't give up on your heart, Aquino exclaimed, quickly rising from her seat and catching up with the brunette, hugging him tightly to her chest. For now, I'm unable to answer your questions, but I promise I'll help you find your purpose in life, even if it takes me the rest of my own life, the dark-haired woman finished, gently stroking the boy's brown hair. Present. Everyone was surprised by the story the dark-haired girl had just told them, because the brunette's dream was both simple and complicated. He didn't want things like women or money, it was something exclusively personal. But it was also complicated because answering those questions would take a lot of work. Rias was more surprised than the rest, since she never imagined her servant would have such questions. Even though the boy was only a year younger than her, those were the kinds of questions people ask themselves before they die or ask themselves at some point during adulthood. But for someone who was 17 to have such an existential crisis, it was something she never imagined. She didn't know her servant. She thought she knew everything about the chestnut tree. In him she only saw a sweet fruit because of his attitude, but she never thought to see his inside. If she had, she would have seen how this fruit was empty. She thought that by having the Sekiryuutei in her group, she would shine as she thought she should shine in the Gremory clan. But she failed at something the Gremorys are known for throughout the underworld, creating bonds with their servants, emotional bonds. She naively thought she already had one with Issei, but now she realized how arrogant and presumptuous she was to think that. Stupidity, innocence, conviction, trust, determination. I didn't know what drove Aquino to promise something that was impossible or very difficult to fulfill, but she did something she couldn't do herself. She gave her all, even her dreams and desires, so that Issei could find the answer he was looking for, that answer that many beings, even with thousands of years, have never been able to answer. And if they found an answer, that answer is not useful to another person, or it is an incomplete answer. Rias felt increasingly distant from the chestnut-haired boy. How gullible she was to think she knew everything about Issei Hyodo when she wasn't even able to notice that her cute servant had that kind of longing. But it was already too late to remedy that fact. All the clues in the area indicated that Issei Hyodo had died. At least that was as far as Rias' Gremory could tell. Chapter 3. They were all still processing the story Aquino had told them, as they still couldn't believe that a boy of only 17 years old could have that kind of existential conflict, a conflict that beings who have lived for thousands of years have not been able to answer. But then Angela remembered that her daughter's queen mentioned that Issei Hyodo's death was caused by her accepting a condition. Rias. Aknachin mentioned something about a condition. What did she mean? That. The redhead murmured, her head bowed, as it pained her to remember that damned condition. This all started a little over a month ago. I challenged Razor to a rating game where if I won, the engagement would be annulled, but as long as he agreed, he imposed a condition that forced me to expel my pawn, Issei Hyodo, from my retinue and take the pieces he used as proof that he had truly ceased to be my servant, while I, in order to seek the fairest possible compensation, told him that if I won, I would keep the piece that was most important to him personally, which in this case turned out to be his bishop, who is his younger sister. This statement left Angela deeply surprised, since what the Phoenix heir had set as a condition was completely illegal. And of course, it showed that Razor Phoenix was afraid of his daughter's pawn. That's wrong. The fact that he asked you that as a way of accepting the rating game had we found out is reason enough to have cancelled his engagement, since it showed us that he wasn't a husband worthy of you if he was going to be running away from adversaries with great combat potential, who, from what you've told me, that boy Issei wielded the Longinus boosted gear. And with it, in the future, he would become someone much more powerful than Razor Phoenix, the Gremory matriarch said seriously. Since although she wasn't going to deny that she had supported the arranged marriage between the Gremory and Phoenix houses, she couldn't accept under any circumstances that someone like Razor, even after having done this, would become Rias' husband, since if at some point in the future a war broke out, the proud Phoenix heir would most likely run away like a child. But now it's no use to me because of my stupid decision. My sweet Issei is dead. I can't even attack Razor, who forced me to remove him from my retinue, since that would ignite a war between House Gremory and House Phoenix, Rias said, trying to find something to compensate for the loss of her pawn. But how do you find something to replace a life that is priceless? Don't worry, my daughter I will inform your father and brother of the situation so they can decide what to do. What young Razor has done has been forbidden for a long time, and the penalty for this crime ranges from spending the rest of his life in prison to execution. Although the punishment depends on the courage of the affected servant, when we reach a solution, we will let you know, said the Gremory matriarch before disappearing in a magic circle. And now what will we do? The redhead asked in barely a whisper, looking out the window. Ryutemaru Spectra's laboratory 2 weeks later. How are you feeling? The masked man asked, observing a dark magenta armor in front of him. I feel good, almost as if the armor were a part of my body, Venelana replied, looking at her hands, which were now covered by metal gauntlets that were part of a dark magenta full-body armor. That's good news. The only thing missing is for you to do some real combat tests, since the combat simulation room that Ryutemaru has built in doesn't have any suitable opponents to fight because none of them pose a real threat of death. When they're about to kill you, the simulation ends, and subconsciously your body learns that there's no danger, so you don't give your all in that fight, Spectra said, sitting down in front of a computer and typing rapidly. What I still don't understand is why you insisted that your armor only have melee weapons, when those who have the power of destruction running through their veins have always preferred ranged combat. Well, that's precisely why all the members of my family have preferred ranged combat, which is safer because they've never trained their bodies for close quarters combat, ignoring the fact that if they used weapons and coated them with the power of destruction, they could cause a lot of damage to their adversaries. And since I've trained with you and you taught me how to handle melee weapons, I wanted to have something that sets me apart from those who commonly use the power of destruction, Venelana replied, gripping the hilt of a sword in her right hand, from which a blade made of the power of destruction emerged. It was clear that the blade had been formed with precise control over the power of destruction. The sharpness of the blade suggested that it could cut through almost anything, like a hot knife through butter. On his left arm he had mounted a small shield with a segmented steel whip that, when activated, began to increase its temperature, allowing it to pierce and burn his adversaries. At that moment, a magic circle appeared on the desk where Spectra's computer was located, from which a small hologram of Shizuno emerged. Spectra, we have been summoned with the utmost urgency to Seraphil-sama's castle. It seems something terrible has happened. Understood, let's go right away, replied the chestnut-haired man, watching as the hologram disappeared. Time to go, Venelana. Yes, replied the girl, her armor vanishing, transporting themselves next to the chestnut tree in a magic circle. Leviathan Castle. After appearing in a magic circle, they were greeted by Shizuno, Lise, and Kuroko, who quickly guided them to the room where Mau's Seraphal Leviathan used to receive status reports about the underworld and about her younger sister, Sona Citri. At the entrance to the room, they ran into Grafia and Stella, who had extremely serious faces. Upon opening the doors, they saw something that surprised all the newcomers. Lying on his desk was Seraphal Leviathan, completely unconscious. With a spilled cup of coffee beside him, who did this? Venelana asked, worried. We don't know, but whoever did it was skilled enough to go undetected and do this to Seraphil-sama, Grafia replied. Spectra approached and examined Seraphal as well as the things surrounding her. There were no signs of any struggle or resistance. There were also no traces of magic to indicate that any spell had been used inside the room. Suddenly, thanks to his senses which had been sharpened due to his training, he could smell a peculiar odor, smell coming from spilled coffee. After thinking for a few moments, he managed to remember what that peculiar smell belonged to. It was a slow-acting poison that was used by some of Elizabeth's brother's elite assassins. This poison caused the target person to fall into a coma from which they would never wake up, and their body would begin to consume its magical reserves and nutrients, starting with the magical ones first. The time of death varied according to each person's energy reserves. In Serafal's case, her magical reserves would likely run out in 2 weeks at most, and the nutrients needed to keep her body in a life-fitting state would be depleted in 1 or 2 days. This complicates things Spectra side, drawing the attention of everyone present. This wasn't the result of some kind of enemy skill. This was because they placed a virtually undetectable poison in the coffee Serafal-sama was drinking. Unfortunately, there isn't much time left before the poison finally takes effect and ends her life at most, 2 weeks. That explanation left everyone stunned, as it implied that one of the 4 Maoists would die just like that without even putting up a fight. Isn't there anything we can do? Stella asked, somewhat desperate since she considered Serafal to be like an older sister. There is something that can be done, but it involves paying a price. It's not harmful to her, but it's still risky, the chestnut-haired man commented. A certain place in the human world, there is a cursed land whose access has been forbidden since the negative energies in that place are extremely dangerous, but it is precisely in that place that there is an object with which I can create the antidote to cure her condition, he said, looking at Serafal. Stella quickly approached Spectra and grabbed him by his black shirt. Tell me where that place is, I'll go, the girl demanded. With a slight movement, he broke Stella's grip. I'll take care of this myself. If it gets out that Serafal Leviathan's knight entered that forbidden land, you'll have a serious problem. That's why I'm going myself, since no one knows me. So if they discover me entering that place, I'll handle it on my own without compromising anyone, the chestnut-haired man replied as he approached the doors of the room. Shizuno takes Serafal-sama to a place where she can rest properly, and if her situation becomes complicated, use your sacred gear to stabilize her. Kuroko, you're in charge, the masked man finished, leaving the room. Can we really trust him? Stella asked, looking at Shizuno and the others. Don't worry about it, Venelana said, drawing Stella's attention. At first glance, he doesn't seem like the most trustworthy person in the world, and many times you'd think he was the bad guy, but if I had to choose someone to watch my back on a mission or on a battlefield, I would undoubtedly choose him, since there are few people as reliable as Spectra. Believe me when I say it's better to have him as an ally than as an enemy. Because you said so, because if you were his enemy, you would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Ryuute Maru's cabin. Seated in his captain's seat, the chestnut-haired man finished giving his Skithblethnir instructions about his destination, watching as a portal opened in front of him, taking him through the dimensional rift to quickly reach his destination. Are you sure about doing this? Helios asked in his sphere form, floating in front of the chestnut-haired man. For now, it's the only thing we can do, because if Serafal Leviathan were to die right after we joined her retinue, they would immediately start asking me about who I really am and how much I know. That would jeopardize the secret of the Forerunners, the brunette replied as he removed his mask, revealing that he had his Emperor's Eye activated, but after a few seconds his eyes returned to normal. But even so, you know what you're exposing yourself to by doing this. Your body could suffer serious damage, commented Drago, floating around the chestnut-haired man. The chestnut-haired man did not answer and simply continued to examine the various holographic panels in front of him. Forbidden Land. He had finally reached the place where the object with which he could make an antidote to cure Serafal was supposed to be. He was currently inside a huge temple dedicated to the worship of some kind of deity. Suddenly, several humanoid-looking shadows appeared in front of him and slowly approached him. Taking out Salatiga, he managed to emit a faint flash of light that made the shadows vanish. It was then that a mass of luminous energy appeared through a hole in the ceiling, letting a few rays of light into the room. Do you have the ancient sword? A voice from the light energy asked, a voice that sounded like a mix of a female and a male voice saying the same thing at the same time. You are a strange being. You are immortal to the passage of time and disease, but mortal to physical wounds. You are not a god, but you still possess an energy that surpasses beings who possess divinity. You must be Dorman. This sword, as well as the one who trained me, told me that in this place at the ends of the world there exists a being that controls the souls of the dead, said the chestnut-haired man with his mask on, storing his sword in its necklace form. That's right, we are those whom mortals call Dorman. I have come to this place to search for an object that is said to be able to cure any kind of ailment or poison things that objects like phoenix tears or healing magic are not capable of curing. But said object is under your custody as I understand it. How curious, a long time ago a young mortal came to this place wanting to recover the soul of a maiden who had been sacrificed because of her cursed fate. Unfortunately, he couldn't fulfill his goal because he died trying to keep the deal I made with him. Just like that young man, by wielding this sword you have a chance to achieve what you desire, assuming of course that you succeed in doing what we ask. What do I have to do? Look at the idols on the wall, you have to destroy them all. But those idols cannot be destroyed by someone who isn't truly immortal. So how do you expect me to destroy them? The chestnut-haired man asked sarcastically. In this land there are colossi that embody those idols. If you defeat those colossi, the idols will fall and the seal that keeps the object you seek protected will also disappear, so you can take it. I understand. But I warn you, the price to pay may be very high. I had already considered that. All right, raise your sword towards the light, and go to the place where the light from the sword is projected. There you will find the colossus you must defeat. After those words, the entity known as Dorman did not utter another word. As he was about to start looking for the first target on his list of colossi, he could sense two enemy presences staring at him. They were clearly hoping he would let his guard down to take him by surprise, but that wouldn't happen because Elizabeth had taught him that even in the presence of friends and allies he should always be on his guard. Whoever you are, come out now or I'll come after you, warned the chestnut-haired man, looking towards a small fountain at the end of the stone corridor in front of him. Two girls appeared from both sides of the corridor. A girl with a good figure, long silver hair and crimson eyes, dressed in a very tight combat suit, carrying a sword of a rather striking design. The other girl was no less impressive in terms of measurements, with light brown hair tied in two large braids, glasses and clothes that were somewhat worn but clearly made for combat pants and boots, a sleeveless camouflage jacket and a long-sleeved black t-shirt underneath the aforementioned jacket. The brunette girl held a sheathed katana in her left hand and could swear she had a few lightning bolts that would randomly appear around her body, although they were clearly prepared to fight. The platinum-haired girl didn't look very good, almost as if the mere fact of standing up required a superhuman effort. I don't know what you're after, but if you fight me it's very likely your friend will die, he said, pointing at the platinum-haired girl. Look at her, she can barely stand. If you want, I can give her a medical checkup, and if it's within my capabilities I could cure her, the brunette said, calmly approaching the two girls. Sensing no ill intentions from the masked man, both girls put away their weapons, letting the chestnut-haired man carry the silver-haired woman to a small room that the chestnut-haired woman indicated to him. Snapping her fingers, she made a magic circle appear that covered the girl from head to toe. So that's what it was, he said, eyeing the girl's chest, drawing Excalibur from a golden magic circle. The brunette instantly readied her katana, but was surprised when she saw the masked man plunge the sword into the ground, just inches from the platinum-haired girl's body. The legendary sword began to emanate a golden aura that covered the patient's body, causing her to writhe slightly while something inside her moved towards her navel. After a few seconds, a kind of black worm jumped from the girl's navel, trying to reach Spectre's face, who caught it with a simple movement of her hand, freezing the worm on the spot. Applying a little force to his grip, he broke the worm into small frozen pieces, grinding those pieces by stepping on them with his boot. Almost as if he were putting out a cigarette. You engaged in combat with an unknown enemy, and after that battle your friend's health began to decline, right? The chestnut-haired man asked, how do you know? That worm I just killed is a parasite used by certain individuals to give their victims a slow and painful death. It starts with a slight discomfort in the area where the parasite was injected, in her case, her chest. As the days go by, her health begins to decline because the parasite not only starts to absorb her energy, but also deteriorates the area where it's located. Then it spreads the effect to the rest of the host's body, and the aforementioned host feels herself getting weaker every day, and if she enters combat, the deterioration process accelerates, explained the boy, carrying the platinum-haired girl who was sleeping peacefully in a princess-style carrying. Ryu, transport her to the recovery room and her friend too. Wait, what do you mean buys? Then both the silver-haired girl he was holding in his arms and the brunette were enveloped in a magic circle and disappeared from the temple, while he kept Excalibur inside a golden magic circle. Well, time to begin this search, murmured the boy, leaving the temple and raising Salatiga to the sky, watching as it projected a beam of light that pointed in a particular direction. Coincidentally, the direction the beam of light pointed was in a straight line south, starting from the temple. Perhaps 10 or 15 km away at most. Let's see if I haven't gotten rusty. It's been quite a while since I've climbed, said the chestnut-haired man, observing the wall in front of him. According to what his sword indicated, whatever the so-called Colossus was located higher up, but the only way to get up there was by climbing. Okay, he could easily climb using his wings, but there was a possibility that his enemy was waiting for him, and in that way he would end up losing the element of surprise. Looking to the right, he spotted some moss growing on the wall. Touching the surface with one of his hands, he checked that it was suitable for climbing, starting to climb skillfully. After a few minutes, he managed to reach the highest edge of that cliff, and with a final effort he managed to reach solid ground. But then he saw his enemy pass by. A creature 21 meters tall, bipedal locomotion. Its appearance vaguely resembled that of a human being except for its feet, which looked like those of a horse, and its head, which resembled the head of a bear. His body was made of stone and what appeared to be skin, since in some areas it seemed to have fur. He carried a kind of giant mace in his right hand. With each step he took, he shook the ground around him, suggesting that he weighed several tons. Now I understand that the Colossus thing wasn't just the name. What a huge beast, said the chestnut-tired man, surprised, since even Helios and Drago with their real sizes looked small next to this Colossus, as the latter was at least 5 meters taller than them. Approaching quickly and cautiously, examining the body of the Colossus, looking for any weak point in its enormous body. Spotting a wound on his left thigh, taking a running start, he jumped and grabbed his opponent's left calf, drawing out Salatiga, pointing the tip of his blade directly towards the wound of the Colossus. With a powerful thrust, he plunged a large part of the blade into the wound, listening to the roar of pain from the enormous beast. Due to the attack, the Colossus lost its balance, avoiding falling completely by supporting himself on his left fist and placing one knee on the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, the chestnut-tired man began to climb up the thigh and later up the back of the Colossus, which was quite wide. After a few minor problems caused by the Colossus shaking furiously in an attempt to shake off the brown-haired passenger, he managed to reach its head where there was a strangely designed, glowing symbol. You didn't have to be a genius to know that that symbol was the Colossus's biggest weak point, so without wasting any time, he positioned himself over the aforementioned symbol. Burying his sword in the symbol, he felt the body of the Colossus shudder, and when he withdrew the blade of Salatiga, a jet of black blood spurted out. By repeating the process twice, he finally managed to defeat his opponent, ending his life, causing a great tremor when the enormous body collapsed to the ground. He jumped and landed on the ground while sheathing his sword. 1 less 15 left, said the chestnut-tired man, but then a chill ran through his body. Turning to look at the enormous body, he could see how it turned completely black, and from the area where the strangely designed symbol had once been, black tentacles emerged that flew with tremendous speed to the chestnut-tired man and pierced him. The chestnut tree collapsed to the ground completely unconscious, while a kind of black vapor emanated from its mouth. While the masked man was on his solitary mission, the Leviathan castle was in a complicated situation. The reason? For some days now, in the city guarded by the heirs of the Citri and Gremory clans, a situation had unfolded that could trigger a war at any moment. A Grigori cadre named Cockabeel, along with some of his subordinates, had stolen some of the Excalibur shards and intentionally entered Q City, forcing the church to send its exorcists to retrieve the stolen shards. But most of the exorcists were killed, and at this time there were only 2 female exorcists left. Zenobia, wielder of Excalibur Destruction, and Irina Shidu, wielder of Excalibur Mimic. The cadre's idea was to force the leaders of the Heaven and Underworld factions to intervene directly, thus triggering a new war. Currently, Rias Gremory and her servants were fighting against Cockabeel since they had to keep him occupied for an hour, the time needed for the reinforcements promised by Lucifer to arrive and help in the battle. But everything pointed to the Gremory heiress and her companions not lasting that long, as they were being outmatched in the first 15 minutes of combat, so it was hardly possible to imagine them lasting another 45 minutes, as everything indicated that the cadre was running out of patience. This fact complicated things for 2 of the 4 Maoists in particular, since those involved in this matter were their younger sisters. Although Seraphal, due to her coma, had not found out about this, and the one who had communicated the news about the problem in Q to the rest of the Leviathan retinue had been Graphia, who, by mere hierarchy of pieces, was the one who assumed command in case the king was not in condition. Upon learning what was happening, Stella wanted to jump into action immediately, but was stopped by Graphia, who explained that if she went, she would be involving Seraphal since servants represent their respective masters. Given this situation, Venelana offered to go since no one knew that she had returned to this dimension, nor did they know that it was Seraphal's tower, and if it was about hiding her identity, she had the armor that Spectra had made for her. That killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He managed to stop Cockabeel and save his niece Rias Gremory from anonymity. This proposal was accepted by Graphia, who prepared a magic circle to send it to Q Academy, the site of the current battle. Q Academy Human World. Almost everything was destroyed. Multiple craters now formed part of the landscape of the educational complex. Rias Gremory and her servants were lying on the floor, extremely injured and exhausted since it was not easy to face 6 fallen of 8 wings plus a cadre of 10 wings who had fought with God and the ancient Maoists surviving those battles. Not even the help of Zenobia, who had turned out to be the bearer of Durandal, one of the Forsaken, resulted in any advantage for the battle. Even Kiba, who had reached the balance breaker of his sacred gear, giving rise to the sacred demonic sword, was lying on the floor trying to stand up, as in front of him and the others were 6 fallen angels, subordinates of Cockabeel, pointing their spears of light towards them. "Finish them off," ordered Cockabeel, who was floating in the sky, observing his opponents lying on the ground from a distance. Obeying their superior's order, the 3 fallen soldiers who were in the front line and therefore closer to the Gremory threw their respective spears directly towards their targets. Upon reaching their targets, the spears created a huge explosion, raising a curtain of black smoke, but what the Fallen did not notice was the new aura that had appeared in the place. First defeat the lesser Fallen and then go after Cockabeel will record the combat data you obtain, Shizuno said through a magic circle of communication. Understood, murmured Venelana. Activating his armor's thrusters, he flew out at full speed from inside the smoke. With the hilt of his sword in his right hand, he brought forth the blade made with the power of destruction, taking the three Fallen by surprise, passing between them while cutting them in half, landing on the backs of the three Fallen, listening as parts of their bodies fell to the ground in pools of their own fallen blood. Slightly tilting his body, he evaded 3 energy spears. Turning around, he focused on the remaining 3 Fallen, flying towards them at breakneck speed. He ended their lives by infiltrating their group and with a quick flick of his wrist severed their heads, slightly staining his armor with the blood of his enemies. So someone interesting finally appears, Cockabeel murmured, observing the dark magenta armor. That comment caught Venelana's attention, and she raised her gaze slightly, spotting the Cotter who was looking at her with a sadistic smile. There's Cockabeel confirmed target, start the destruction, the brunette murmured softly as her eyes turned golden. The chestnut tree reignited its thrusters and launched itself towards Cockabeel while the temperature of the whip mounted on the shield on its left arm began to rise. With a downward movement, he attacked with his whip in an attempt to cut the cadre in half, who created a spear of light to block the attack. He watched in surprise as the whip wound around the spear, and with a simple movement of her arm, the brunette snatched the spear away as if it were nothing, sending it flying towards one of the buildings of the educational complex, which upon making contact with the spear created an explosion that destroyed a large part of its infrastructure. Positioning himself at the fallen man's side, he used his sword to slice off 2 of the 10 wings that the dark-skinned man displayed on his back. Smiling slightly as he heard the groan of pain from the fallen man. By quickly moving away, he avoided being hit by the black wings, since from what he understood the fallen could use their wings as if they were swords, either to defend themselves or to attack. Both contenders resumed their fight since losing a pair of wings was no excuse to stop the battle. Meanwhile, Rias, Gremory and the others watched in amazement as the armor that appeared out of nowhere, and which had protected them from the attack of the fallen, fought on equal terms with Cockabeel, while both she and her servants were unable to even scratch the cadre. The dark-haired man created a sword of light to counter the attacks he received from Venelana, since the blade made with the power of destruction was much more dangerous than the power of destruction that Rias Gremory had used in her attacks. That blade, despite being made of the same type of power, showed that its power and intensity were many times stronger than the power that the Gremory heiress possessed. Looking up, he saw Venelana approaching him at full speed, swooping down with her sword ready for a lethal blow. Concentrating holy power, the cadre created countless spears of light with which he attacked Venelana. The aforementioned increased her speed, performing a few acrobatics as she descended, successfully evading each and every one of the spears that Cockabeel had sent her. With a quick final movement, he closed the distance with the dark-skinned man. Burying his sword and whip in the center of Cockabeel's chest, moving both weapons in opposite directions, violently slashing the body of the fallen man as the poor victim let out deep and heartbreaking cries of final pain and agony. All those present stared in astonishment at the remains of flesh that were once the Cotter Cockabeel, watching as these same remains were consumed by the power of destruction. Rias was the most surprised, not by the fact that the armor that had appeared had wiped the floor with Cockabeel, but by the fact that said armor could use the power of destruction, the power of her clan, and as far as she knew, there were only 4 people who could currently use that power. His mother, his brother, his nephew, and she herself. But none of those mentioned had such armor for battle since they all fought at a distance, and if possible, largely avoided close combat. Just as he was about to ask the armor about its power, he felt the barrier surrounding the academy shatter into thousands of pieces as if it had been made of glass. After an intense flash, a white armor with wings made of blue energy cells could be seen. "So I'm late," murmured the person beneath the armor, turning to look at everyone present. "Who is responsible for this?" He must be the Sekiryuutei, the Sekiryutei's rival, but I can tell he's much weaker than Issei, Venelana thought, observing the white armor. When asked about the white armor, everyone turned to look at the dark magenta armor that still had its energy sword active. "So it was you who eliminated Cockabeel. I can see you're strong," murmured the white armor, sounding happy. "You'll have a lot of explaining to do when people find out what you've done, but if you fight me, I won't tell anyone. And if they ask, I'll say that Rias Gremory and her servants took care of defeating him. What do you think?" "Forget it, I only came here because someone had to finish off Cockabeel, and by the way, good luck trying to ask for explanations from someone whose name and face you don't even know," Venelana replied, disappearing in a magic circle. "This trip was for nothing, that idiot is dead," said the white armor, looking around as if searching for something. According to what I was told, the Sekiryuutei lives in this city, but I can't sense his presence. Perhaps the information was wrong, he said, leaving in a flash of light. That comment saddened the Gremory team even more, since with this it was now 100% confirmed that Issei was no longer in Kyoto. That only broadened the search range to all of Japan and even the rest of the world, assuming, of course, that they still hoped the chestnut-tired boy was still alive. 2 days later. He had finally done it, defeat the last Colossus. It had been a tough road, but he had made it, although not everything was exactly joy since, as he feared and expected, all the work of defeating each of the 16 Colossi had consequences. The first and most obvious was the wear and tear his body had suffered from receiving the souls of the 16 Colossi, and the second. Well, it could be said that the second consequence was right in front of him at this moment. Our body was cut into 16 fragments for an eternity to seal our power, but now, we, Dorman, rise again, and with it our reign will be reborn, said Dorman, who now had a physical body about 20 meters tall, skin as black as the eternal shadows and completely white eyes, with 2 horns on his head, 1 on each side. He also came armed with a sword that, despite being made of darkness, was solid and very sharp. Dorman raised his sword, letting it fall after a few seconds directly towards where the chestnut-tired man was. When the sword was about to strike the chestnut tree, more than half of the arm with which Dorman was wielding the sword fell to the ground. It had obviously been cut, but the question was, how had it happened? Looking to the side, he could see the brunette girl with glasses sheathing her katana. How is it possible that you're here? What's more, how did you get out of Ryutemaru? The curious brunette asked. It's strange, but this Ryutemaru guy transported me here, and since I saw you were in trouble, I decided to help you. I understand, and by the way, how is your friend? Thanks to you, she's feeling much better and sleeping peacefully, the girl replied. That's positive, but now, replied the masked man looking at Dorman, we have to finish him off. How will we do it? The girl asked, watching as the arm she had severed rejoined Dorman's body. Well, the only way I know to kill a being that regenerates and reattaches the parts of its body it has lost in battle is by causing it such great damage that nothing remains of it. But if we carry out that kind of attack inside this place, we will be crushed to death, since I doubt this temple will withstand the impact, so we will have to take it outside. The chestnut-tired man materialized his red gauntlet. Extending his left arm, he began to gather energy in the palm of his hand, creating a crimson sphere slightly larger than a tennis ball, sending it directly against Dorman, causing a violent explosion that pushed the enormous body of Dorman back several meters until finally, causing a huge crash, it was thrown out of the temple. The masked man and the brunette girl quickly went outside, watching as his opponent stood up. Okay, we've taken it outside, how do we destroy it? The girl asked. With something I've been wanting to use for a long time, Drago, will you do the honors? The masked man asked as Drago turned into a sphere and placed himself in the palm of the boy's right hand, throwing the sphere so that it landed in front of Dorman. The girl watched in disbelief as the sphere remained next to the enormous Colossus, since the aforementioned sphere was thousands of times smaller than the enemy in front of her. Are you crazy? How could you think that such a small sphere could fight against that thing? The girl's voice trailed off with each word as she watched the sphere emit a powerful red glow, growing exponentially, giving rise to a humanoid dragon about 15 meters tall. How does it feel to be back to your real size, Drago? The brunette asked playfully. Not bad, replied Drago, looking at his hands. Time to act, Drago. Dragon's mighty strike, exclaimed the chestnut-tired man. The enormous red dragon gathered energy from its wings and concentrated it in its mouth, launching a powerful torrent of flashing red energy directly at Dorman. A violent explosion raised a curtain of smoke which, after dissipating, allowed one to appreciate the result of the dragonoid's attack. Unfortunately, it wasn't very encouraging, as the damage his enemy had received was disappearing with each passing second. We didn't cause enough damage. At that moment, Helios in its spherical form positioned itself in front of Spectra. Spectra, let me go to battle. I'll take him down with one blow, said Helios, eager to enter the fight. It's not your time to appear yet, Helios, because if I have to use both of you together in such a low-level fight, we'll be revealing our best cards to our enemies. But don't worry, the time will soon come when you can enter the fray, and at that moment you'll be able to destroy every enemy that crosses your path. Spectra smiled, imagining the screams of his enemies filled with terror as they were massacred by Helios. Drago, let's try something more powerful. Are you ready? Of course. The chestnut tree raised its right hand. The legendary Excalibur instantly appeared in that hand. With great speed, he positioned himself a few meters behind Dorman, while Drago rose a few meters into the air. Now Drago, revolutionary, gave the order to the chestnut-tired man while he began to gather galactic energy in the blade of the sacred sword meteor blade, launching a vertical beam of lightning energy directly towards Dorman. Drago covered his body with a red aura, creating 3 semi-transparent red circular screens in front of him, firing a torrent of red energy from his mouth that passed through the screens, multiplying their power after passing through each of the screens, increasing the size of the energy flow. Drago and Spectra's attacks hit Dorman at the same time, creating a large explosion upon making contact with its target, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that made the brunette girl back away, illuminating the place with a powerful flash that surpassed the sunlight. After a few seconds, the flash disappeared and the wind stopped, allowing one to appreciate the devastating result, where once there was a 20-meter-tall enemy, now there was a huge smoking crater. Later that same day, temple hidden camera. After resting for a few moments, Spectra and the girl arrived at the place where the object the brunette had come to look for should be. As Dorman had said, to get to the front of the entrance to the vault, he had to pass through a thick and massive gate that had 16 seals symbolizing the 16 colossi he had brought down. But now that he was in front of the door, he had encountered one last obstacle. The door itself seemed indestructible, since although it appeared to have been built a long time ago, it was as if nothing had happened without any dust or rust. It was made of a strange kind of bright blue metal. In the center of that door were 2 biometric security panels, specifically for fingerprint recognition. The boy placed both hands on the panels, but one of them gave a green light while the other gave a red light, indicating that it had not recognized the fingerprints of his left hand. This confused him because it was strange that one panel accepted the fingerprints of one of his hands, but the other panel did not recognize them. Suddenly, a holographic message appeared, written in characters corresponding to an alphabet unknown to many but quite familiar to him. It was a message written with the letters of the Forerunner alphabet. The message read, "To open the door, 2 of those chosen must be present." That clarification presented a problem, since by chosen he understood that he meant those who carried Forerunner artifacts, but there was only one in the place, and it was the same one unless. Upon reviewing his current situation, he realized that something didn't add up. The girl who had been by his side, as well as the one who was currently sleeping inside Ryuutei, had survived in this place for a long time, overcoming the negative and evil charge that existed in this forbidden land. That in itself was praiseworthy, since anyone else would have been corrupted by evil influences. To that we had to add the fact that coincidentally it took 2 foreigners to open that door. Concentrating a little of his energy, he emitted a magical pulse, emitting the same pulse that he had previously used to detect the Forerunner pieces inside Shizuno, Venelana, and Lise. Perfectly sensing the resonance emitted by the Forerunner pieces of the brunette girl and the platinum-haired girl inside Ryuutei, who at this moment was just above the temple at a distance sufficient for his magical pulse to reach the girl. "What is your name?" the masked man asked, looking at the girl. "Toka to do," the girl replied. "Toka, put your hand on the left panel at the same time as I put my hand on the right panel," the boy said. Both boys placed one of their hands on the panels. Just as I had thought, the big door opened. The interior of the chamber was made of the same material as the door, with multiple Forerunner hieroglyphs engraved on the walls, and in the center of the place was the precious object he had come to find. The object in question was a kind of glass bottle with a red substance inside. Taking it with caution, making sure there were no traps that would be triggered when the object was picked up. Once she had it in her possession, she left the chamber as quickly as possible, since time was still ticking for Seraphal. But not everything went as planned, because the instant after leaving that chamber, the brunette girl asked him to explain what was happening, as she found the whole matter strange and mysterious. Seeing that the girl would not give up on her desire to know the truth about all this, he led her to where the platinum-haired girl was, and proceeded to tell them about the Forerunners and the dark and uncertain future that awaited the world, where the only thing that separated the world and its inhabitants from a catastrophic end was him and a group of 18 other people, where they were included since they had been chosen by the pieces. Some might ask him, why did you tell the truth outright to 2 complete strangers, when he himself had said that the people who inhabited this world would have to be studied for a long time to know if it was right or not to tell them that they were Forerunners? The answer was that both had proven to be different from the rest of the people, since she did not perceive evil or ambition in them. Being hidden in this forbidden land only meant that they were looking for a place where no one would bother them and they could live in peace. Finally, he had set his course for the Leviathan Castle, and while doing so, he went to his laboratory where he began to analyze the chemical structure of the substance contained in the flask he had found, since once all the components had been identified, he could replicate that substance and create healing potions more powerful and effective than the Phoenix Tears. Leviathan Castle, Seraphal's room. "I'm back," the chestnut-haired man announced, entering the Mau's room. Noticing that all the members of the entourage were sitting around the bed of the brunette, whose health had deteriorated considerably. "Here's what I came for. Have him drink a few sips of this potion and that'll be it," said the chestnut-haired man, placing a small bottle on the nightstand next to 2 sheets of paper that apparently contained information about 2 people. What are those leaves for? Stella asked as Graphia managed to get the unconscious demon to drink the potion the chestnut-haired man had brought. These are the files of 2 girls I found to be part of Serafal-sama's retinue. Their skills are at a high level, but they still need improvement. Now, with your permission, I'll take my leave, said the brunette, giving a slight bow and closing the door behind him. The chestnut-haired man was walking through the castle corridors towards his room, but when he reached the door, he felt his legs tremble and his vision became somewhat blurry. Not yet, I still have a lot to do, the chestnut-haired man said haltingly. He awkwardly entered her room, covering his mouth with one hand, looking at that hand, how his glove was stained with black blood. Ryu, you know what to do, the brunette finished as he was transported to a certain room inside Ryutemaru. That room was a specially made room for treating cases of deteriorating health in the chestnut tree. 1 week later, trying to move forward, he was surprised to find his hands bumping into a piece of glass. His head was spinning. Calm down, Issei. You've been unconscious for a while, said Shizuno, who was standing in front of the medical capsule where the brunette was located. Why are you waking me up? Wait, first we have to get you out of there, the girl replied, typing rapidly on a computer next to the capsule. Issei, look up, you have to pull the manual unlock button. Following the girl's instructions, he looked up, finding a lever, pulling on it, opening the front of the capsule, receiving a towel from Shizuno, drying the moisture from his body left by the healing liquid in which he had been immersed. Now then, why did you wake me up? Approaching a wardrobe, taking his clothes and his mask. Let me fill you in on what's happened during the week you've been asleep, Shizuno said, recounting everything that had transpired over the past week, the most important event of which was happening right now, the meeting of the 3 factions. And now there's trouble, he added, showing a holographic radar that displayed a large number of enemies, mostly mages, approaching the meeting place. Are you serious? Who were the mentally challenged individuals who came up with the brilliant idea of holding such an important meeting in such a vulnerable place? Do they really think that pathetic little barrier will keep them safe? I'll have to go help again. The brunette sighed heavily, finding the idea of holding the meeting at Kyoto Academy illogical and quite stupid. Having finished packing his things and after picking up Helios, he teleported to the meeting place. Kyoto Academy moments before. Before we begin, let me introduce you to my sister and her servants. Thanks to them, Cockabeel was stopped the other day, said the red-haired Mao. Good job, you have my gratitude, said a smiling Michael. I'm so sorry that one of my boys caused you so much trouble, Azazel said casually, though that response obviously annoyed several of those present. As I was saying, my younger sister will tell us everything that happened in that unfortunate incident. I hope you tell us everything that happened, said a platinum-haired boy who was leaning against one of the walls. What do you mean, Volley? Azazel asked, intrigued. As you all must already know, I was sent by you, pointing to the fallen man, to stop Cockabeel. But when I arrived here, I was surprised to find that Cockabeel had already been stopped and killed. This act was perpetrated by a person wearing full body armor of dark magenta color, but the most remarkable thing was that his sword had a blade made with the power of destruction. Do you have proof that everything happened as Sekiryuutei told us? Michael asked. That's right, my sister told me before the meeting that she had additional information to add to her report that she would give at this meeting. Rias, please show us what you have, said the older redhead. Yes, exclaimed the redhead as she conjured up screens in the center of the room, above the table where Surzech, Serafal, Michael, and Azazel were sitting. After a few seconds, a video began to play on the screens, showing everything that had happened during the incident with Cockabeel. Everyone was surprised by the drastic turn that the situation had taken, and it was all thanks to the person wearing that armor. Even to this day, Surzech had no idea who it could be since, like his sister, he didn't know anyone else who had access to the power of destruction. But Serafal did have an idea, since someone with that power coursing through their veins had recently joined her entourage. What puzzled her was, where had they gotten that armor? Now, after seeing this, I would like to hear the version of the fallen angels, Surzech requested. There's not much to say about it. Cockabeel acted on his own, Azazel said with a sigh. Are you saying you had nothing to do with this? Michael asked. I only let him go to see what he was up to. I'm sure he didn't suspect I'd infiltrate the city. By the way, it's a very nice place. Don't change the subject, Surzech said seriously. Oh, come on, I asked the Sekiryuutei to take care of him, and while someone else took care of Cockabeel, they also went to the trouble of giving him the death penalty. The question here is what motivated Cockabeel to go to this extreme. Although it's obvious he wasn't happy with your decisions, Michael added. Yes, it seems he wasn't happy that the last war was left unfinished. Personally, I'm not interested in starting a war right now, Azazel replied. So he was an unstable person, Serafal said seriously. I've heard you have problems too, Azazel said, causing both Surzech and Serafal to harden their expressions. That has nothing to do with this case. We're here to discuss, the redhead tried to say, but was interrupted by the fallen one. Forget this boring nonsense, let's sign the peace treaty once and for all. Isn't that what everyone wants? Asked the leader of the fallen, looking at those present who were mostly surprised by the carefree ease with which he spoke about something as important as signing a peace treaty between the three factions. An awkward silence fell over the room, a silence that was briefly broken by Michael. Those who started the war, God and the Satans, are no longer here after all. That's why he's here, he said, pointing to Vali who was behind him. Although ideally we would have had both celestial dragons present, for now we'll have to settle for the answer of only one of them. At that response, a certain pigtail-haired Mao shuddered slightly, as she had the missing celestial dragon among her servants, but she hadn't known where he had gone for a week. Not even Grafia, who was accompanying her at this meeting, had been able to locate the masked brunette. I just want to fight strong people, Vali said casually, causing a small laugh from Azazel. You don't need a war to find tough guys, Azazel said. I thought you'd say that, Vali replied. Upon hearing the Sekiryuutei's declaration, the younger redhead approached her knight with a serious look. Yuudo, I want you to keep an eye on him, touching the blonde knight's arm. It all happened in an instant. The room took on a purple hue. For some reason, Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina had their swords summoned, and with an orange aura emanating from the swords of the blue-haired and the brown-haired girl, while Kiba's sword emitted a blue aura. On the other hand, the entire Citri entourage had been frozen. Did they stop time? Asked the blonde Gremory. It seems so. We were not affected by our immense power, said Azazel, referring to himself, Surzech, Seraphal, Michael, Grafia, and Sasha, the latter being the queen and wife of Lucifer. I wasn't affected by having Albion with me, those three, pointing at Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina, because they have their sacred swords, and I suppose Rias Gremory wasn't affected by touching the blonde boy at the precise moment. Everyone except Vali went to the window and could see a strange magic circle appear in the sky, and hooded wizards emerged from it. They began attacking the troops that each faction leader had brought to create a security perimeter, but they noticed that the aforementioned troops were also frozen, unable to defend themselves. All those soldiers had transformed into mere static targets in the middle of the sky above the academy, and even if they could move, they could not leave the academy since it was covered by a dome-shaped barrier. What has caused time to stop? Michael asked, looking out the window as if the answer lay somewhere outside the building, and to some extent he was right to look there. I imagine they forced the Half-Empire's ability in Balance Breaker, Azazel commented. Very few people have the ability to stop time, Surzech remarked. Most likely it's in the enemy's clutches. There is nothing more insulting than terrorists using a member of my entourage as a weapon, the redhead said angrily. Unfortunately, we can't just stand here and do nothing. If Gasperkun's power gets stronger, even we could get frozen, the older redhead said seriously. Azazel was about to make a comment when suddenly at the back of the room, specifically on the ceiling, a portal opened from which an object landed heavily, raising a little dust as it slightly damaged part of the floor due to its fall. What was that? Zenobia asked. Perhaps it will help, Irina suggested, or perhaps more enemies. So this is Q Academy, murmured a voice that came from the dust. Everyone could see a masked man with brown hair and dressed in black take a few steps, enough for them to see him clearly. It seems the faction leaders need to put things back in order, said the chestnut-haired man. I can't believe it, Spectra. Grafia said in a somewhat hostile tone, although that wasn't her intention. She just hadn't expected the Leviathan pawn to decide to appear at a moment like that. What kind of greeting is that? It's like they've seen a ghost. We're still friends. I came to help. Can I? The brunette replied, amused, focusing on the mages approaching from all sides in the direction of the building where the faction leaders were currently located. Who is that? Azazel asked, intrigued. Seraphal, do you know him? Surzech asked, looking at the Mao, who in turn was observing the masked man with a beautiful smile. His name is Spectra Phantom, and he is my pawn. He had been missing for a few days, but he has come at the right time, replied the Mao, causing enormous surprise among those present, since no one was aware that the brunette had incorporated new elements into her retinue. While the relevant explanations were being given, the masked man had gone out onto the balcony of that room, from where he observed the magicians approaching in greater detail. I must say these insignificant wizards look pathetic, taking Helios in his sphere form in his hand. Let's clean up this place, Helios, throwing the sphere towards where the wizards were. Just like what happened with Drago in the Forbidden Land, those present were already thinking that the chestnut-haired man was crazy for throwing that harmless sphere against such a large group of mages. But that thought disappeared when they saw that the sphere emitted a violet glow and began to grow exponentially, giving way to a huge, fierce-looking black dragon. What is that? Exclaimed the younger ones upon seeing such a creature appear before them. Vali was surprised and quite scared, but he couldn't show it because he had a pride to uphold. Do you have a problem with me being here? Helios asked aggressively. No, they responded instantly. Finally, I'll be able to see Spectraken's familiar in action. Seraphol squealed, extremely excited. Helios. Give our friends a taste of your powers, exclaimed the chestnut-tired man, to which Helios responded with a powerful roar that halted the wizard's advance. Quasar scream. In Helios's jaws, a kind of fireball of dark violet color formed, emitting faint rays of the same color, transforming the fireball into a powerful flashing blaze that struck the front line of wizards advancing on land. Now warfare. Spectra ordered. On this occasion, Helios created, once again in his jaws, a ball of dark violet energy which he launched into the skies and after reaching a certain height. It exploded forcefully, dividing into small needles of energy that impacted the wizards who were in the air, wiping them off the map without giving them the slightest chance. Deep Fire Block A. In response to that order, and making use of the unit he had on his back, he fired a large number of energy missiles that flew directly towards a group of mages advancing on land. The aforementioned enemies received the attack with a brutal force that made them disappear amidst multiple flashes of violet light produced by the explosions caused by Helios' attack. These explosions also caused a strong wind wave that hit the spectators of that massacre hard. He's too powerful. Irina shrieked in fear, imagining herself in the place of those magicians. I've never seen anything like that before, Zenobia added, astonished. How does your first fight feel after so long? Spectra asked, looking at Helios. Absolutely incredible, we have to fight harder. At that moment, a group of wizards who had just entered through the magic circle in the sky attacked with spells that hit Helios's front body squarely, enveloping the enormous relative in a cloud of smoke. Maybe they're not intelligent, but I suppose you shouldn't underestimate these magicians, the chestnut-tired man thought as he observed the information that appeared on the inner visor of his mask. 25% of the damage received from the direct hit recovered. Complete repair and diagnosis. Defense rate against future energy, attacks 120%. At that moment, the smoke covering Helios dissipated, revealing that he didn't have a single scratch. It didn't hurt him at all. Michael said, surprised, since Spectra's familiar had taken the full impact of those attacks without even making an effort to cover himself. It's incredible, added Surzech. Farba's Infinito ability that meant his attacks didn't leave marks on Helios, the chestnut-tired man reported. Time for the end rock cannon. A small compartment opened in Helios's chest, revealing a kind of cannon from which a dense sphere of dark violet energy began to be generated. Try this, exclaimed Helios, firing the energy sphere in the form of a powerful torrent of energy aimed at the mages in the sky, disintegrating them instantly, shattering the magic circle through which they accessed the interior of the barrier and creating a large hole in the barrier itself. The power of the shot was so great that it made Helios retreat a few meters. That was easy, said Helios, observing the destruction he had caused. You're right, it was easy, Spectra replied with her arms crossed. They defeated them all, the redhead said, shocked, as the familiar Helios, under Spectra's orders, had exterminated each and every one of the mages who tried to attack the meeting, in addition to breaking the magic circle in the sky that served as access for the terrorists. Spectraken, you did it. Seraphol squealed excitedly, running towards her pawn, who was still standing with his arms crossed. No, not yet, said the chestnut-tired man, staring at a fixed point in the sky where a woman wearing a revealing dress was looking with pure hatred at the Mau Seraphol. She is the descendant of Leviathan Kateria. Leviathan, Surzech commented in surprise. Helios, destruct ray, Spectra exclaimed, giving the order for a new attack. I will defeat her. Helios roared, pointing his tail at the one now identified as Kateria, shooting a dark violet beam from the tip of its tail. When the lightning bolt was about to hit the woman, it collided with an invisible force field as it disintegrated a few meters before hitting its target. That force field had not been created by Kateria, since even though she remained in the same position, surprise could be seen in her eyes. Impossible. What? The chestnut-tired man wondered, since even he didn't know what had happened, but one thing was certain: someone or something had taken it upon themselves to protect the woman momentarily, perhaps on a whim or because they had plans for her. When the chestnut-tired man was preparing to fight against that woman, he was stopped by the leader of the fallen angels, since it seemed that he was the one who wanted to dispatch her with his own hands. 30 minutes later. Rias Gremory, accompanied by her knight, had managed to rescue the boy identified as Gasper Vladi, managing to unfreeze everyone who was frozen in time. Because of this, a rather embarrassing situation occurred for the Citri entourage who, in an attempt to remedy the shame they suffered from being frozen due to their low level, made an attempt to attack the enormous, intimidating-looking black dragon that had its back to them and which they recognized as an enemy. But that attempt only served to make them look even more ridiculous, since their enemy, who was none other than Helios, sent them flying with a simple flick of his tail. And if it weren't for Seraphol interceding for her younger sister and her servants, Spectra would have given the order to her familiar to finish them off. Now everyone's eyes were on the fight between Azazel and Kateria. Very well, it's time to stop playing games, Azazel said as he pulled a kind of miniature spear from his coat with a purple orb at the tip of the spear's handle. That's it, Kateria said nervously as she had an idea of what it could be. This is a magnificent weapon of war, the fruit of my hobby, which is far more interesting than any war balance breaker. After saying this, the leader of the fallen was enveloped in a golden light. Once the light dissipated, Azazel could be seen covered in golden and purple armor, with his 12 fallen wings on his back sticking out through his armor. This is the materialization of the downfall dragon, the armor of the Dragon King. Damn it! Exclaimed Kateria as she lunged at Azazel, who was preparing his spear of light. Slash! With a simple flick of the wrist, Azazel made a diagonal cut to Kateria that ran from her belly to her left shoulder, leaving her seriously injured. A new world is coming and there's no place for you in it, Kateria exclaimed as her arms lengthened and split into smaller ones that grabbed Azazel's left arm. If I can assassinate one of the leaders of the 3 great factions, I don't care about losing my life. Self-destruction doesn't sound fun, Azazel said as he swiftly sliced off Kateria's left arm. An arm, he began again, hurling his spear of light at her. The spear struck her forehead, instantly disintegrating her. Is that all you're worth? Azazel's armor dissipated, and as it did, the fallen angel created a magic circle over his wound to stop the bleeding while catching the slowly falling purple orb. I think it still needs improvements, Azazel said, kissing the orb in his right hand. Stay with me a little longer, Dragon King Fafnir. But to his surprise, the orb began to glow and rose into the air, much to the dark-haired man's disbelief. Everyone watched as the purple orb flew slowly through the air in the direction of a certain person. That person was Spectra, who at this moment appeared to be reviewing the data she had collected during the Helios battle. Spectra, Helios said, drawing the masked man's attention. Looking up, he came across an orb floating right in front of him, and this. Opening his right hand where the orb slowly landed. In many cases, the chestnut-haired boy would be accused of theft, but this time it was different since the orb had gone to the boy on its own. That boy somehow attracted the Dragon King, and if that is his will, there's not much I can do, Azazel thought, since this event was something he never expected. Suddenly, an attack from behind sent the fallen man crashing to the ground, hitting the side of the chestnut tree and creating a medium-sized crater. Azazel emerged from the crater he had created upon impact with the ground. So that's how it's going to be, right, Volley? Said the fallen one, looking up at the sky where there was now a white suit of armor. I'm sorry, Azazel, but this side seemed more fun. Besides, I think I'll finally be able to have the predestined fight since the Welsh dragon has arrived, replied the platinum-haired man, observing the masked man, causing everyone except Seraphol and Graphia to look at him with deep surprise. So you were able to notice it, sighed the brunette as he took a few steps forward, activating his boosted G in the process. This fact caught the attention of a few people. Specifically Rias, Gremory, and her servants, since that sacred gear belonged to her former partner Issei. Hey you! Exclaimed the redhead, catching up to the masked man. How did you get that sacred gear? Well, I've had it for as long as I can remember. Why? Impossible. The boosted gear belonged to my servant Issei, who is currently missing. The name doesn't ring a bell, and you have every right not to believe what I say since we don't know each other. But to confirm that what I say is true, I'll let you speak with D-Drake so he can answer your questions, said the masked man, placing the gem on the gauntlet at the level of the redhead's face. Do you have something to ask me? D-Drake-sama, you were in possession of a young man named Issei, weren't you? I don't remember anyone by that name. Perhaps it was one of my former wielders, since my freshest memories from this era are with the boy in front of you. I've been with Spectra since he was born, and I must say he's by far the strongest wielder I've ever had. He was able to awaken the boosted gear at only 4 years old, and a year later he was able to reach the balance breaker. I think that's what you would call a prodigy, D-Drake said, logically lying since he and the brunette had agreed that if they were asked about Issei, that was what they would say. That's interesting, Rias Gremory, Azazel called. How long ago did you say that boy with the last name Hyodo disappeared? Almost 2 months ago, replied the Gremory heiress. Then there's only one option left, and it's literally insane if your servant disappeared almost 2 months ago. And now we have this kid who's had the boosted gear with him his whole life. The only thing I can think of is that the Longinus somehow traveled to another dimension where it chose this young man, pointing at Spectra, to be its next wielder. But in that dimension, time runs differently than in our dimension, and that's how Spectra came to this world, am I right? More or less, the masked man replied plainly, since anyone with a brain and who wasn't so easily swayed by emotions would quickly reach that conclusion, even though the fact that he was born in another dimension was a complete lie, but they would never know. After that explanation, the redhead's hopes of finding the brunette collapsed since she knew perfectly well that the only way for a person to have a sacred gear that until recently belonged to another was if the latter had had it stolen, and that implied their death. The fallen one shook the dust off his clothes and spread his wings, rising until he was at Vali's height. "Hey Vali, I want to ask you something," Azazel said. Shemhaza, my lieutenant governor, noticed that the rebels from the three major factions were uniting under the name Chaos Brigade, didn't he? A group of rebels. There aren't many who can control a group of guys like that, Seraphal said, a little worried. And their leader is none other than Ouroboros dragon Offais. Offais it can't be. Rias exclaimed, alarmed, as she wouldn't deny that she was still sad because once again everything indicated that her lovely servant was dead. But in the eyes of the world, the news that Offais commanded a terrorist group was much more important and shocking. "I'm definitely working with Offais, but none of us want to rule the world. Some idiots came to us seeking power," Vali replied. "That explains one or two things, since I thought you were getting along too well with Kateria, or perhaps it's because neither of you could obtain the Mao throne," Azazel said. "Mao?" Seraphal asked, a little confused. "What do you mean?" Rias asked seriously. "My name is Vali Lucifer," Vali said, introducing himself with his first and last name. "It can't be." Rias exclaimed, refusing to believe what she had heard. "I possess the blood of the original Lucifer. The grandson of the ancient Mao Lucifer is my father, and he married a human woman. I am a half-demon." "I see a half-demon, we never suspected it," said Surzech. "Although he carries the blood of a Mao, his human side allowed him to be the bearer of the vanishing dragon. It's hard to believe that such a guy exists," Azazel explained. "I think the word miracle was created especially for me," Vali said, as 4 pairs of demonic wings emerged from his back. "Of all the hosts of the vanishing dragon, past, present, and future, this man is the strongest of them all," Azazel said. "Spectra Phantom." Vali exclaimed, drawing the attention of the brunette. "I must say I'm surprised. Even though you just arrived, your aura is very aggressive and intimidating. This is 1,000 times more fun than if I had had to face Issei Hyodo. And so, I researched that boy, and I must say his life was very boring, and there were only 3 events that I could say were somewhat interesting. The accident where he was orphaned, where he could have become an Avenger the day he was executed by a low-ranking fallen angel, and when he was reincarnated and introduced to the supernatural world by Rias Gremory, but otherwise his whole life has been boring." "Thanks for the compliment, I suppose," the masked man replied sarcastically. "But don't get confused. Even though I've admitted you're strong, it doesn't mean you're stronger than me. I possess the power of a Mao and a dragon. I'm the most powerful of all," Vali said arrogantly. "Then we'll have to see which of us is stronger, Mr. Miracle," replied the chestnut-haired man as he walked towards Vali. "Balance breaker, boosted gear scale male." Without uttering a word, the masked man materialized his armor. Igniting its thrusters, it surged forward with a burst of speed, appearing behind Vali, who took a few seconds to react to the event, but as he turned towards the red armor, he felt the chest of his own armor shatter. Looking surprised, the Sekiryuutei held a sword in his left hand. "Vali, be careful, that sword is a dragon slayer. You saw what it's capable of. With a slight cut it can cause great damage, and that attack was just a warning," Albion warned its wielder. "So all I have to do is dodge?" Vali asked as both he and Spectra began to forcefully expel their auras, their white and red auras giving them the appearance of a comet. Ange. Both dragons began to collide repeatedly at extreme speed as they moved across the sky of the academy like 2 lightning bolts, one white and the other red. With each collision, they released high-density energy waves that expanded and damaged whatever they touched. At one point after a clash between the 2 dragons, one of the energy waves almost reached Rias, who was pulled back by her brother, Oniasama. "The auras of those 2 have exceeded the limits. You will burn to death if those energy waves reach you," Surzech warned, completely serious. "You're stronger than you look, but you're still not on my level," Vali exclaimed as he tried to kick the brunette in the stomach, who skillfully dodged it and landed a kick of his own on the back of the platinum-haired man's neck, sending him straight to the ground. "Divide. Boost. Do you think I didn't know about the ability of your sacred gear?" the brunette asked, watching as Vali stood up, somewhat dazed. "You wretch," the silver-haired man muttered through his teeth, rising rapidly into the air. Without giving him time to attack, the chestnut-haired man appeared in front of Vali with a scalon emanating Dragon Slayer energy, which was his ability apart from being a holy sword, passing within a few centimeters of the right shoulder of the platinum-haired man, destroying the metal arm and shoulder of the armor. But unlike his initial attack, this time he caused a small cut on his opponent's shoulder. After regenerating their armor, both dragons resumed their fight at breakneck speed. "What do you think, Daydrag? Is it really worth it?" "What?" "To be honest, if we hadn't met Elizabeth and you hadn't trained under her tutelage, the situation would most likely have been disadvantageous for us, since the Albion wielder is quite skilled, but you can see that he's fighting under considerable pressure while we're just getting started." "Well then..." Evading a kick from the platinum-haired man, he entered through the right side of the aforementioned, switching to a scalon on his right hand, landing a direct left hook to the liver, cracking the armor that protected that area of Vali's body. smiling contentedly as he watched the strongest white dragon wielder spit blood through a small opening in his helmet. Without wasting any time, he closed the distance with volley, switching a scallon to his left hand again, connecting with a direct right punch to the unprotected temple of the platinum-haired man. Throwing his sword as high as he could, he began to connect punches and kicks to Volley's vital points, who felt his entire body shudder with each blow. I have no doubt. He really is trying to kill me, the platinum-haired man smiled contentedly, as he had never before experienced that kind of sensation running through his body. Spinning around, the chestnut-haired man connected with a spinning kick to the left side of Volley's head, sending it crashing to the ground again, but this time upon impact, it created a crater of considerable size, catching a scallon after finishing its attack. Descending to ground level, the chestnut-haired man saw one of the gems from Volley's armor that had been left lying on the ground after his first attack with a scallon. I have an idea, but it's best to save this gem for another day, making the bluish gem disappear in a magic circle. Looking ahead, he watched Volley emerge from the crater, with his armor partially destroyed, regenerating damaged or missing parts. I'm fed up. I'll send this whole place to hell. Volley exclaimed furiously as he took flight in his repaired armor, but it was clear he was exhausted. His body was too sore from the punishment he had received from the chestnut-haired man. Half dimension. After this, Volley's wings grew, and a kind of wave began to be emitted from them. The platinum-haired boy stretched one of his hands in the direction of the school building and it began to shrink. It's bending space that's very dangerous, exclaimed Michael. I see you have incredible powers, said the brunette happily, launching himself at Volley, delivering a powerful right hook to his chin, interrupting the platinum-haired man's ability. How did you do it? Let's see, Mr. Miracle, I'll show you that I'm the worst kind of opponent for you, and all this is thanks to the qualities that, according to you, define you as a miracle, replied the chestnut-haired man as he moved a few meters away from Volley. Extending his right hand forward, he made a golden magic circle of considerable size appear. O steel that divides all creation, the chestnut-haired boy began, as a dark blue hilt began to emerge from the magic circle. A sacred sword worthy of a knight among knights, manifest yourself before me and lend me your power, Excalibur. The boy exclaimed, having just drawn the legendary sacred sword from the magic circle. Logically, there was no need to recite the entire incantation to summon the sword, but he had done so now since it was the first time he had shown the legendary sword to members of the three factions, and what better way to do it than with a grand presentation. Everyone was stunned, as the legendary Excalibur was supposed to have been broken into 7 fragments long ago, but now Spectra appeared with a sword of the same name that emanated a great holy aura, and she also knew the original chant by which the legendary sword was summoned. Starting to gather energy in the leaves of Excalibur and Escalon, the chestnut tree launched 2 energy beams directly at Volley. The attacks hit their target, and after a few seconds, once the dust had settled, the result of the attack could be seen. Volley's armor was in pieces, and the silver-haired man was on the ground vomiting a considerable amount of blood due to the negative reaction that the attacks of Escalon and Excalibur had caused in his body. Standing up with considerable difficulty, he smiled sadistically. That's entertaining, very entertaining. You deserve to see my juggernaut drive. Don't get carried away, Volley. It's not wise to do that here, Albion warned. I, the one who will awaken. I am the celestial dragon who lost everything in the early days of God's domination. I envy infinity and pursue the dream. I will be the white dragon who perfects the path of domination. I will take you to the furthest reaches of innocence. Juggernaut drive. Volley's armor changed drastically in size, giving way to what could be considered a truly large dragon. In addition to the change in his armor, the platinum-haired man's aura grew exponentially to the point where the things around him began to slowly disintegrate. I admit that level of aura is amazing, but compared to her, you're still a mosquito, the brunette whispered to himself, since he knew someone who made everyone present, including himself, look like mere insects. The chestnut-haired man began to raise his aura while sheathing his swords through 2 magic circles, sensing the increase in the boy's aura. Surzets, Azazel, and Michael prepared to intervene, as there was no way the Academy, the Barrier, and the City of Q could withstand the combat and the auras of the 2 celestial dragons in Juggernaut Drive mode. But great was their surprise when they saw a huge sphere of fire forming above the red armor. His surprise increased when he saw the chestnut-haired man put his hands into the sphere of fire, and from it pull out a shield and a sword, both weapons, made of pure fire, while the rest of the sphere of fire fell on the armor, engulfed in blazing flames that concentrated on its propulsion systems, giving rise to 2 wings of fire and changing the red armor to a more intense red. Welsh Dragon Burst Mode, exclaimed the chestnut-haired man, leaving everyone surprised, but above all Azazel, who had never seen such a transformation, even though he was supposed to be the one who knew the most about sacred gear. What is that? Azazel asked, shocked. Burst mode, or by its translation explosive mode, said Seraphal, drawing everyone's attention. Do you know what that is? Surzech asked, intrigued. Spectraken told me about it once. It's a stage of power that he himself managed to reach, and that surpasses the balance breaker and the juggernaut drive. In simple terms, it can be translated as being in balance breaker, but having the power of the juggernaut drive at your disposal without the penalty of becoming a destructive beast whose lifespan shortens every second. That's impossible. There's supposed to be nothing above the balance breaker, and the juggernaut drive is completely impossible to control, Azazel said incredulously. Well, somehow I don't know, Spectraken achieved that transformation, and she's incredibly powerful. Boom! Everyone fixed their gaze on the two celestial dragons, who had once again begun to fight. Upon impact, they created craters beneath where they stood, within which fire began to ignite. But there was something noticeable. Volley's armor was cracking with every attack. This was because the chestnut tree's fire swords had a trick. It was important to remember that the chestnut tree could mold the flames it held in its hands into either a shield or a sword. The fire sword in his right hand was bathed in the sacred aura of Excalibur, while the fire sword in his left hand was bathed in the dragon slayer aura of Escalon. Because of this, the boy's attack pattern was based on connecting an attack with the sword in his left hand, followed by another attack with the sword in his right hand, filtering holy power through the cracks in the platinum-haired boy's armor, causing damage both on the outside and inside of Volley's body. Raising one of his enormous arms, the platinum-haired man managed to push the brunette out of his range of action, since with the increase in size his movements became slower than they should be, while his opponent remained at his normal size and was faster. Volley, you need to hurry. That kid's attacks are shortening the time you can maintain juggernaut drive. I know, but he's faster than me, and for every attack I launch, he gives me 4. Opening the mouth-shaped part of his helmet, the silver-haired man began to gather a large amount of energy, which he channeled into a dense sphere of energy, launching it recklessly with the sole objective of destroying his enemy. By joining their swords together, he created a large shield in front of him, putting strength into his legs. Feeling himself being pushed with brutal force as he received the attack from the platinum-haired man, concentrating his power in the center of his shield of flames, he transformed the shield back into his swords of fire, cutting through that dense ball of energy with an X of fire, causing a powerful wave of energy accompanied by a strong wind that broke the few windows that were still intact in the buildings of the student complex. In a burst of speed, he approached Volley, placing himself behind the aforementioned. Momentarily unsheathing their swords, he grabbed the silver-haired man's tail. Gathering strength and supported by his wings of fire, he began to spin on his own axis and thus made Volley spin as well. After a few seconds, he released the enormous body and watched as it flew straight towards the athletics track. With a strong tremor, everyone could feel the platinum-haired man fall heavily to the ground. Quickly, we have to, Surzech said, trying to order those present to stop the fight that was escalating in destruction, but when he tried to focus on where the masked man was, he saw no one. Everyone could feel the chestnut-haired man's aura. He was heading towards where Volley was now. The faction leaders quickly tried to erect a barrier to isolate one dragon from the other. Spectra, who was running towards where his rival was, saw how they were planning to lock him up. Gathering strength in his legs, he increased his speed to the point where he produced a small sonic boom, disappearing from where he was, reappearing several meters ahead, completely outside the barrier that was finally closing. Everyone was surprised to see this, as the chestnut-haired boy had covered a distance of more than 300 meters in less than 2 seconds, beginning to fly close to the ground, enveloping itself in flames. Impacting directly into the center of Volley's armor, he screamed in pain as he felt the flames caused by the chestnut-haired man's swords burning his abdomen, the part of the armor covering that area having been destroyed. With a leap, he positioned himself a few meters above the silver-haired man. Watching as he tried to stand up, placing their arms forward with their hands open, creating a large incandescent fireball, throwing it mercilessly at Volley, enveloping his rival's body in a tornado of fire that rose until it crashed into the barrier surrounding the educational complex, increasing the temperature violently. The boy had his eyes fixed on that tornado of fire, but then a small black spot crossed his line of sight. Looking to the side, he could see about 20 meters away some playing cards surrounded by a dark aura, converging at a single point. They took on a humanoid shape that after a few seconds acquired recognizable details. He was a man of about 30 years old, with black hair with some quite pronounced spikes. Dark glasses covered his eyes, and he wore a kind of very tight black armor, since details such as the muscles of his arms were perfectly visible. What bothered the chestnut-haired man the most was the smile that the man had on his face. "Who are you? You managed to save the Mao that wasn't in my plans," the man said. "So you were responsible for that attempted murder. Tell me, why didn't you end his life immediately if he was unconscious?" I just wanted to see what would happen if the news spread that one of the 4 Maoists was in a coma, but as I said before, I didn't expect you to be able to save her, the man replied casually. Before I leave, I'll give you a message from my master. Your struggle is futile, Forerunner. You will end up just like all your ancestors, the man finished. Quick as lightning, the chestnut-haired man lunged at the man, creating a two-handed sword of fire. Attacking with an upward slash that cut his enemy in two, but the result was not what he expected. Instead of blood, he only got playing cards cut into pieces. Just as suddenly as he had appeared, his true enemy had disappeared. Buddy. I know, D-Drake, he was one of Elizabeth's brother's soldiers. Or rather, he was just a projection of his real body. If he's capable of that, he's someone to be wary of. That's right, he entered this place that has a barrier without using a magic circle or a portal like we did, and I'm sure nobody noticed his appearance. Turning around, he observed the result of the last attack he had launched against Volley. The platinum-haired man had stopped being in Juggernaut Drive mode and his great aura had decreased drastically. Now he had his balance breaker armor back, but it was slowly starting to fall to pieces. Regenerating his 2 fire swords, he headed towards where Volley was, prepared to deliver the final blow, but just as he was about to end his opponent's life, he noticed a magic circle appear beneath him, which transported the silver-haired man to another place, leaving the chestnut tree alone in that place. A few minutes had passed since the battle between the 2 celestial dragons had ended. Those present were still processing what they had seen, as they not only witnessed the Juggernaut Drive, but also saw a new stage of power that surpassed even the Juggernaut Drive. But not everything was peaceful. Michael's companion, Irina Shidu, challenged the masked man for possession of the sword Excalibur, stating that if it was the true sword, it should be in the hands of the Heaven faction. Ignoring Michael, who tried to stop her, she lunged at Spectra, brandishing his Excalibur mimic, but none of those present expected what would happen next. The masked man clashed the blade of his Excalibur with the sword of the girl with pigtails. Upon making contact, Mimic glowed yellowish and then turned to ash. This event shocked everyone because they had never seen anything like it, one of the Excalibur fragments, turning to ashes after the first clash with the adversary's sword. I told you this was useless, the chestnut-haired man hissed, closing the distance between him and the girl. Delivering a powerful punch to his stomach, leaving her unconscious, taking all the air out of her in the process. Before the masked man could relax, a strong murderous instinct enveloped the place. Killer instinct directed towards him. Searching among those present, he located Knight Gremory, who had a shadowed look in his eyes. I'm going to destroy that Excalibur. Because of that damned weapon, my comrades and friends, it was all in vain their deaths, the blonde man said, since the presence of the original Excalibur made the sacrifice that both he and his former comrades made to try to wield the Excalibur fragments completely pointless since they were trying to wield fake weapons. The chestnut tree simply sheathed his sword through a magic circle. Come on, Salatiga, exclaimed the boy, turning his necklace into his trusty sword. Without thinking twice, the blonde man lunged at the brunette. He attacked with a wide variety of cuts and thrusts at high speed, but every single one of his attacks was blocked. Have you had enough? The masked man asked. No, I'm going to destroy that sword even if I lose my life in the process. Kiba roared. Yuyudo, exclaimed the redhead, because Kiba was standing on a very thin line since he was attacking a Mao's pawn, and this could be taken as an attack on the Mao. I'm sorry, Butchu, but this is stronger than me, said the blonde, resuming his attack, but the result was the same. Wanasama spoke the younger Citri. What's wrong, Sanachin? Asked the brunette with pigtails curiously. Why don't you stop Rias, Knight? She asked. Your pawn might get hurt, she added, surprised to see how calm her sister was. That won't be necessary, Spectraken will finish this soon. The blonde Gremory had tried to attack the brunette, who only kept his distance, or blocked his attacks since he had not received permission from his king to attack someone from the same side. For his part, the blonde Gremory had only one goal in mind. Destroy the real Excalibur. Furious, he watched as the masked man again put distance between them. Burying his sword in the ground, he caused multiple swords to emerge, pointing towards the chestnut tree. Spectra glanced sideways towards where Seraphal was, who simply nodded her head, giving him permission to attack. The chestnut-haired man began to write in the air with the index finger of his left hand. Shapeless blade, invisible sword, show yourself, Crusher. Breeze blade, exclaimed the brunette as a green magic circle appeared in his hand from which a tornado of wind emerged that advanced rapidly towards the swords, shattering them as if they were made of paper, reaching the blonde, enveloping him in a gust of wind that destroyed much of his clothing and left him quite injured. Everyone present was speechless because in less than a second he had finished off one of the people who defeated a cadre. See, I told you so, Seraphal said casually. You're still very naive, Sanachin. Is there anyone else who wants to bother me? Spectra hissed seriously. Normally, being challenged continuously wouldn't bother him, but when it was done for such stupid reasons as who will own the sacred sword. or destroy Excalibur. In his opinion, they were utter nonsense, since he had had to control himself to avoid killing the girl and the blonde man, even though if it had been a real fight, both of their heads would be rolling on the ground. The Gremory heiress quickly went to the blonde man to check on his condition and help him with his wounds. 1 hour later. Finally, it was all over. Apart from the minor problems that occurred towards the end of the meeting, everything had gone quite well and the first stone to achieve the long-awaited peace was laid. Did this mean that the problems were over? Definitely not. There were still many individuals who would seek to create chaos to achieve their goals, but none of them came close to the pure evil that was the enemies of the Forerunners. Inside the student council hall were Surzets and Seraphal. Both were sitting on sofas face to face. What did you want to talk about, Surzetchen? The brunette asked curiously. I'll be direct, I need you to lend me your pawn for a few days, the redhead said seriously. And what do you need it for? She asked, tilting her head slightly confused. I require your skills to complete a job. Oh well, why don't we ask her, do you accept the job, Spectraken? The brunette said with a smile. The confused redhead glanced around the room. He watched in surprise as the masked brunette leaned against one of the walls, feeling a little nervous as he felt the robotic irises of the chestnut-haired man's mask settle upon him. This nervousness that ran through her body was due to the fact that she didn't know what kind of person was hiding under the mask. It could be any kind of person. A psychopath, a serial killer, or his sister's former servant, but that was the last thing that would come to mind, since when comparing Issei Hayoto's abilities with those of Spectra Phantom, an abysmal difference emerged. If my participation has been requested exclusively from all the demons present in the underworld, it must be for a reason, so tell me, what do I have to do? To be continued. Okay, let's leave the chapter here for today. You have no idea how hard it has been for me to finish this chapter. I simply don't have the time between my studies and other things that occupy my day-to-day life. Now I will give a few clarifications. One, this is for those who made certain predictions. To call it something, did you sincerely believe that Issei, after everything he had to go through and choosing to hide his identity from the world, would go and save Rias from Cockabeel, and then take off his mask to tell her I'm back just like that? 2, for those who have doubts, Issei's scent changed compared to what it was before he met Elizabeth, since everyone's scent varies depending on the substances their body secretes, the perfume they wear, the places they frequent, etc. And as you can see, Issei has spent several years outside the DxD universe, even though only a month has passed in it. So for Kaneko, who has more developed senses guided by smell, Spectra and Issei are two different people. 3, for those who want to know what Venelana's armor looks like now, I will post a picture of it on the Facebook page, although some of you may have already recognized it from reading its description. 4, this is for those who sometimes yell, but how did you make that happen if she's one of the strongest characters in history? The attack on Seraphal was a surprise, and it doesn't matter how strong an individual is, if they catch them off guard, they can cause a lot of damage. Also with this, I hope you can get an idea of the level of the thinking enemies of the Forerunners. 5, something related to point 4, I included the story of the game Shadow of the Colossus for the part where Issei must find the item to cure Seraphal, since it is one of my favorite games. 6, in the previous chapter, some of you asked me why Issei didn't become the king of his own team. This is to maintain a less suspicious profile. Because tell me, who would you suspect less? A stranger who appears whenever he wants, and no one knows where he came from, or someone who camouflages his abilities under the excuse that it's to be worthy of being a Mau's servant. 7, I was also asked about what the heck happened to Issei's pieces. Unlike the evil pieces, the Forerunner pieces aren't for forming a retinue or anything like that. They're only for identifying who is a descendant of a Forerunner and who isn't, since how would you identify a Forerunner from someone who isn't among the entire world population? Besides, of course, the qualities that the Forerunner pieces grant to their wielder. These qualities were explained in Chapter 1. 1 week later. Trying to move forward, he was surprised to find his hands bumping into a piece of glass. His head was spinning. Calm down, Issei. You've been unconscious for a while, said Shizuno, who was standing in front of the medical capsule where the brunette was located. Why are you waking me up? Wait, first we have to get you out of there, the girl replied, typing rapidly on a computer next to the capsule. Issei, look up, you have to pull the manual unlock button. Following the girl's instructions, he looked up, finding a lever, pulling on it, opening the front of the capsule, receiving a towel from Shizuno, drying the moisture from his body left by the healing liquid in which he had been immersed. Now then, why did you wake me up? Approaching a wardrobe, taking his clothes and his mask. Let me fill you in on what's happened during the week you've been asleep, Shizuno said, recounting everything that had transpired over the past week, the most important event of which was happening right now, the meeting of the 3 factions. And now there's trouble, he added, showing a holographic radar that displayed a large number of enemies, mostly mages, approaching the meeting place. Are you serious? Who were the mentally challenged individuals who came up with the brilliant idea of holding such an important meeting in such a vulnerable place? Do they really think that pathetic little barrier will keep them safe? I'll have to go help again. The brunette sighed heavily, finding the idea of holding the meeting at Kyo Academy illogical and quite stupid. Having finished packing his things and after picking up Helios, he teleported to the meeting place. Kyo Academy moments before. Before we begin, let me introduce you to my sister and her servants. Thanks to them, Cockabeel was stopped the other day, said the red-haired Mao. Good job, you have my gratitude, said a smiling Michael. I'm so sorry that one of my boys caused you so much trouble, Azazel said casually, though that response obviously annoyed several of those present. As I was saying, my younger sister will tell us everything that happened in that unfortunate incident. I hope you tell us everything that happened, said a platinum-haired boy who was leaning against one of the walls. What do you mean, Volley? Azazel asked, intrigued. As you all must already know, I was sent by you pointing to the fallen man to stop Cockabeel. But when I arrived here, I was surprised to find that Cockabeel had already been stopped and killed. This act was perpetrated by a person wearing full body armor of dark magenta color, but the most remarkable thing was that his sword had a blade made with the power of destruction. Do you have proof that everything happened as Sekiryuutei told us? Michael asked. That's right, my sister told me before the meeting that she had additional information to add to her report that she would give at this meeting. Rias, please show us what you have, said the older redhead. Yes, exclaimed the redhead as she conjured up screens in the center of the room, above the table where Surzech, Serafal, Michael, and Azazel were sitting. After a few seconds, a video began to play on the screens, showing everything that had happened during the incident with Cockabeel. Everyone was surprised by the drastic turn that the situation had taken, and it was all thanks to the person wearing that armor. Even to this day, Surzech had no idea who it could be since, like his sister, he didn't know anyone else who had access to the power of destruction. But Serafal did have an idea, since someone with that power coursing through their veins had recently joined her entourage. What puzzled her was, where had they gotten that armor? Now, after seeing this, I would like to hear the version of the fallen angels, Surzech requested. There's not much to say about it. Cockabeel acted on his own, Azazel said with a sigh. Are you saying you had nothing to do with this? Michael asked. I only let him go to see what he was up to. I'm sure he didn't suspect I'd infiltrate the city. By the way, it's a very nice place. Don't change the subject, Surzech said seriously. Oh, come on, I asked the Sekiryuutei to take care of him, and while someone else took care of Cockabeel, they also went to the trouble of giving him the death penalty. The question here is what motivated Cockabeel to go to this extreme. Although it's obvious he wasn't happy with your decisions, Michael added. Yes, it seems he wasn't happy that the last war was left unfinished. Personally, I'm not interested in starting a war right now, Azazel replied. So he was an unstable person, Serafal said seriously. I've heard you have problems too, Azazel said, causing both Surzech and Serafal to harden their expressions. That has nothing to do with this case. We're here to discuss, the redhead tried to say, but was interrupted by the fallen one. Forget this boring nonsense, let's sign the peace treaty once and for all. Isn't that what everyone wants? Asked the leader of the fallen, looking at those present who were mostly surprised by the carefree ease with which he spoke about something as important as signing a peace treaty between the three factions. An awkward silence fell over the room, a silence that was briefly broken by Michael. Those who started the war, God and the Satans, are no longer here after all. That's why he's here, he said, pointing to Volley who was behind him. Although ideally we would have had both celestial dragons present, for now we'll have to settle for the answer of only one of them. At that response, a certain pigtail-haired Mao shuddered slightly, as she had the missing celestial dragon among her servants, but she hadn't known where he had gone for a week. Not even Grafia, who was accompanying her at this meeting, had been able to locate the masked brunette. I just want to fight strong people, Volley said casually, causing a small laugh from Azazel. You don't need a war to find tough guys, Azazel said. I thought you'd say that, Volley replied. Upon hearing the Sekiryuutei's declaration, the younger redhead approached her knight with a serious look. Yuudo, I want you to keep an eye on him, touching the blonde knight's arm. It all happened in an instant. The room took on a purple hue. For some reason, Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina had their swords summoned, and with an orange aura emanating from the swords of the blue-haired and the brown-haired girl, while Kiba's sword emitted a blue aura. On the other hand, the entire Citri entourage had been frozen. Did they stop time? Asked the blonde Gremory. It seems so. We were not affected by our immense power, said Azazel, referring to himself, Surzech, Serafal, Michael, Grafia, and Sasha, the latter being the queen and wife of Lucifer. I wasn't affected by having Albion with me, those three, pointing at Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina, because they have their sacred swords, and I suppose Rias Gremory wasn't affected by touching the blonde boy at the precise moment. Everyone except Volley went to the window and could see a strange magic circle appear in the sky, and hooded wizards emerged from it. They began attacking the troops that each faction leader had brought to create a security perimeter, but they noticed that the aforementioned troops were also frozen, unable to defend themselves. All those soldiers had transformed into mere static targets in the middle of the sky above the academy, and even if they could move, they could not leave the academy since it was covered by a dome-shaped barrier. What has caused time to stop? Michael asked, looking out the window as if the answer lay somewhere outside the building, and to some extent he was right to look there. I imagine they forced the Half-Empire's ability in Balance Breaker, Azazel commented. Very few people have the ability to stop time, Serzech remarked. Most likely it's in the enemy's clutches. There is nothing more insulting than terrorists using a member of my entourage as a weapon, the redhead said angrily. Unfortunately, we can't just stand here and do nothing. If Gasperkun's power gets stronger, even we could get frozen, the older redhead said seriously. Azazel was about to make a comment when suddenly at the back of the room, specifically on the ceiling, a portal opened from which an object landed heavily, raising a little dust as it slightly damaged part of the floor due to its fall. What was that? Zenobia asked. Perhaps it will help, Irina suggested, or perhaps more enemies. So this is QO Academy, murmured a voice that came from the dust. Everyone could see a masked man with brown hair and dressed in black take a few steps, enough for them to see him clearly. It seems the faction leaders need to put things back in order, said the chestnut-haired man. I can't believe it, Spectra. Graphia said in a somewhat hostile tone, although that wasn't her intention. She just hadn't expected the Leviathan pawn to decide to appear at a moment like that. What kind of greeting is that? It's like they've seen a ghost. We're still friends. I came to help. Can I? The brunette replied, amused, focusing on the mages approaching from all sides in the direction of the building where the faction leaders were currently located. Who is that? Azazel asked, intrigued. Seraphal, do you know him? Serzech asked, looking at the Mao, who in turn was observing the masked man with a beautiful smile. His name is Spectra Phantom, and he is my pawn. He had been missing for a few days, but he has come at the right time, replied the Mao, causing enormous surprise among those present, since no one was aware that the brunette had incorporated new elements into her retinue. While the relevant explanations were being given, the masked man had gone out onto the balcony of that room, from where he observed the magicians approaching in greater detail. I must say these insignificant wizards look pathetic, taking Helios in his sphere form in his hand. Let's clean up this place, Helios. Throwing the sphere towards where the wizards were. Just like what happened with Drago in the Forbidden Land, those present were already thinking that the chestnut-haired man was crazy for throwing that harmless sphere against such a large group of mages. But that thought disappeared when they saw that the sphere emitted a violet glow and began to grow exponentially, giving way to a huge, fierce-looking black dragon. What is that? Exclaimed the younger ones upon seeing such a creature appear before them. Volley was surprised and quite scared, but he couldn't show it because he had a pride to uphold. Do you have a problem with me being here? Helios asked aggressively. No, they responded instantly. Finally, I'll be able to see Spectraken's familiar in action. Seraphal squealed, extremely excited. Helios. Give our friends a taste of your powers, exclaimed the chestnut-haired man, to which Helios responded with a powerful roar that halted the wizard's advance. Quasar scream. In Helios's jaws, a kind of fireball of dark violet color formed, emitting faint rays of the same color, transforming the fireball into a powerful flashing blaze that struck the front line of wizards advancing on land. Now warfare, Spectra ordered. On this occasion, Helios created once again in his jaws a ball of dark violet energy which he launched into the skies, and after reaching a certain height, it exploded forcefully, dividing into small needles of energy that impacted the wizards who were in the air, wiping them off the map without giving them the slightest chance. Deep Fire Block A. In response to that order, and making use of the unit he had on his back, he fired a large number of energy missiles that flew directly towards a group of mages advancing on land. The aforementioned enemies received the attack with a brutal force that made them disappear amidst multiple flashes of violet light produced by the explosions caused by Helios' attack. These explosions also caused a strong wind wave that hit the spectators of that massacre hard. He's too powerful. Irina shrieked in fear, imagining herself in the place of those magicians. I've never seen anything like that before, Zenobia added, astonished. How does your first fight feel after so long? Spectra asked, looking at Helios. Absolutely incredible, we have to fight harder. At that moment, a group of wizards who had just entered through the magic circle in the sky attacked with spells that hit Helios's front body squarely, enveloping the enormous relative in a cloud of smoke. Maybe they're not intelligent, but I suppose you shouldn't underestimate these magicians, the chestnut-haired man thought as he observed the information that appeared on the inner visor of his mask. 25% of the damage received from the direct hit recovered. Complete repair and diagnosis. Defense rate against future energy, attacks 120%. At that moment the smoke covering Helios dissipated, revealing that he didn't have a single scratch. It didn't hurt him at all. Michael said, surprised, since Spectra's familiar had taken the full impact of those attacks without even making an effort to cover himself. It's incredible, added Surzech. Farba's Infinito ability that meant his attacks didn't leave marks on Helios, the chestnut-haired man reported. Time for the end rock cannon. A small compartment opened in Helios's chest, revealing a kind of cannon from which a dense sphere of dark violet energy began to be generated. Try this, exclaimed Helios, firing the energy sphere in the form of a powerful torrent of energy aimed at the mages in the sky, disintegrating them instantly, shattering the magic circle through which they accessed the interior of the barrier and creating a large hole in the barrier itself. The power of the shot was so great that it made Helios retreat a few meters. That was easy, said Helios, observing the destruction he had caused. You're right, it was easy, Spectra replied with her arms crossed. They defeated them all, the redhead said, shocked, as the familiar Helios under Spectra's orders had exterminated each and every one of the mages who tried to attack the meeting, in addition to breaking the magic circle in the sky that served as access for the terrorists. Spectraken, you did it. Seraphal squealed excitedly, running towards her pawn, who was still standing with his arms crossed. No, not yet, said the chestnut-haired man, staring at a fixed point in the sky where a woman wearing a revealing dress was looking with pure hatred at the Mau Seraphal. She is the descendant of Leviathan Kateria. Leviathan, Surzech commented in surprise. Helios, destruct ray, Spectra exclaimed, giving the order for a new attack. I will defeat her. Helios roared, pointing his tail at the one now identified as Kateria, shooting a dark violet beam from the tip of its tail. When the lightning bolt was about to hit the woman, it collided with an invisible force field as it disintegrated a few meters before hitting its target. That force field had not been created by Kateria, since even though she remained in the same position, surprise could be seen in her eyes. Impossible. What? The chestnut-haired man wondered, since even he didn't know what had happened, but one thing was certain: someone or something had taken it upon themselves to protect the woman momentarily, perhaps on a whim or because they had plans for her. When the chestnut-haired man was preparing to fight against that woman, he was stopped by the leader of the fallen angels, since it seemed that he was the one who wanted to dispatch her with his own hands. 30 minutes later. Rias Gremory, accompanied by her knight, had managed to rescue the boy identified as Gasper Vladdy, managing to unfreeze everyone who was frozen in time. Because of this, a rather embarrassing situation occurred for the Citri entourage who, in an attempt to remedy the shame they suffered from being frozen due to their low level, made an attempt to attack the enormous, intimidating-looking black dragon that had its back to them and which they recognized as an enemy. But that attempt only served to make them look even more ridiculous, since their enemy, who was none other than Helios, sent them flying with a simple flick of his tail. And if it weren't for Seraphal interceding for her younger sister and her servants, Spectra would have given the order to her familiar to finish them off. Now everyone's eyes were on the fight between Azazel and Kateria. Very well, it's time to stop playing games, Azazel said as he pulled a kind of miniature spear from his coat with a purple orb at the tip of the spear's handle. That's it, Kateria said nervously, as she had an idea of what it could be. This is a magnificent weapon of war, the fruit of my hobby, which is far more interesting than any war balance breaker. After saying this, the leader of the fallen was enveloped in a golden light. Once the light dissipated, Azazel could be seen covered in golden and purple armor, with his 12 fallen wings on his back sticking out through his armor. This is the materialization of the downfall dragon, the armor of the Dragon King. Damn it, exclaimed Kateria as she lunged at Azazel, who was preparing his spear of light. Slash. With a simple flick of the wrist, Azazel made a diagonal cut to Kateria that ran from her belly to her left shoulder, leaving her seriously injured. A new world is coming, and there's no place for you in it, Kateria exclaimed as her arms lengthened and split into smaller ones that grabbed Azazel's left arm. If I can assassinate one of the leaders of the three great factions, I don't care about losing my life. Self-destruction doesn't sound fun, Azazel said as he swiftly sliced off Kateria's left arm. An arm, he began again, hurling his spear of light at her. The spear struck her forehead, instantly disintegrating her. Is that all you're worth? Azazel's armor dissipated, and as it did, the fallen angel created a magic circle over his wound to stop the bleeding while catching the slowly falling purple orb. I think it still needs improvements, Azazel said, kissing the orb in his right hand. Stay with me a little longer, Dragon King Fafnir. But to his surprise, the orb began to glow and rose into the air, much to the dark-haired man's disbelief. Everyone watched as the purple orb flew slowly through the air in the direction of a certain person. That person was Spectra, who at this moment appeared to be reviewing the data she had collected during the Helios battle. Spectra, Helios said, drawing the masked man's attention. Looking up, he came across an orb floating right in front of him and this. Opening his right hand where the orb slowly landed. In many cases, the chestnut-haired boy would be accused of theft, but this time it was different since the orb had gone to the boy on its own. That boy somehow attracted the Dragon King, and if that is his will, there's not much I can do, Azazel thought, since this event was something he never expected. Suddenly, an attack from behind sent the fallen man crashing to the ground, hitting the side of the chestnut tree and creating a medium-sized crater. Azazel emerged from the crater he had created upon impact with the ground. "So that's how it's going to be, right, Volley?" said the fallen one, looking up at the sky where there was now a white suit of armor. "I'm sorry, Azazel, but this side seemed more fun. Besides, I think I'll finally be able to have the predestined fight since the Welsh dragon has arrived," replied the platinum-haired man, observing the masked man, causing everyone except Seraphol and Graphia to look at him with deep surprise. "So you were able to notice it," sighed the brunette as he took a few steps forward, activating his boosted G in the process. This fact caught the attention of a few people. Specifically Rias, Gremory, and her servants, since that sacred gear belonged to her former partner Issei. "Hey you!" exclaimed the redhead, catching up to the masked man. "How did you get that sacred gear?" "Well, I've had it for as long as I can remember. Why? Impossible. The boosted gear belonged to my servant Issei, who is currently missing." "The name doesn't ring a bell, and you have every right not to believe what I say since we don't know each other. But to confirm that what I say is true, I'll let you speak with D-Drake so he can answer your questions," said the masked man, placing the gem on the gauntlet at the level of the redhead's face. "Do you have something to ask me?" "D-Drake-sama, you were in possession of a young man named Issei, weren't you?" "I don't remember anyone by that name. Perhaps it was one of my former wielders, since my freshest memories from this era are with the boy in front of you. I've been with Spectra since he was born, and I must say he's by far the strongest wielder I've ever had. He was able to awaken the boosted gear at only 4 years old, and a year later he was able to reach the balance breaker. I think that's what you would call a prodigy," D-Drake said, logically lying since he and the brunette had agreed that if they were asked about Issei, that was what they would say. "That's interesting, Rias Gremory," Azazel called. "How long ago did you say that boy with the last name Hyodo disappeared?" "Almost 2 months ago," replied the Gremory heiress. "Then there's only one option left, and it's literally insane if your servant disappeared almost 2 months ago. And now we have this kid who's had the boosted gear with him his whole life. The only thing I can think of is that the Longinus somehow traveled to another dimension where it chose this young man, pointing at Spectra, to be its next wielder. But in that dimension time runs differently than in our dimension, and that's how Spectra came to this world, am I right?" "More or less," the masked man replied plainly, since anyone with a brain and who wasn't so easily swayed by emotions would quickly reach that conclusion, even though the fact that he was born in another dimension was a complete lie, but they would never know. After that explanation, the redhead's hopes of finding the brunette collapsed since she knew perfectly well that the only way for a person to have a sacred gear that until recently belonged to another was if the latter had had it stolen, and that implied their death. The fallen one shook the dust off his clothes and spread his wings, rising until he was at Volley's height. "Hey Volley, I want to ask you something," Azazel said. "Shemheza, my lieutenant governor, noticed that the rebels from the 3 major factions were uniting under the name Chaos Brigade, didn't he?" "A group of rebels? There aren't many who can control a group of guys like that," Seraphol said, a little worried. "And their leader is none other than Ouroboros dragon Ophis." "Ophis it can't be," Rias exclaimed, alarmed, as she wouldn't deny that she was still sad because once again everything indicated that her lovely servant was dead. But in the eyes of the world, the news that Ophis commanded a terrorist group was much more important and shocking. "I'm definitely working with Ophis, but none of us want to rule the world. Some idiots came to us seeking power," Volley replied. "That explains one or two things, since I thought you were getting along too well with Kateria, or perhaps it's because neither of you could obtain the Mao throne," Azazel said. "Mao?" Seraphol asked, a little confused. "What do you mean?" Rias asked seriously. "My name is Lucifer," Volley said, introducing himself with his first and last name. "It can't be," Rias exclaimed, refusing to believe what she had heard. "I possess the blood of the original Lucifer. The grandson of the ancient Mao. Lucifer is my father, and he married a human woman. I am a half-demon." "See, a half-demon, we never suspected it," said Surzech. "Although he carries the blood of a Mao, his human side allowed him to be the bearer of the vanishing dragon. It's hard to believe that such a guy exists," Azazel explained. "I think the word miracle was created especially for me," Volley said, as 4 pairs of demonic wings emerged from his back. "Of all the hosts of the vanishing dragon, past, present, and future, this man is the strongest of them all," Azazel said. "Spectra Phantom," Volley exclaimed, drawing the attention of the brunette. "I must say I'm surprised. Even though you just arrived, your aura is very aggressive and intimidating. This is 1,000 times more fun than if I had had to face Issei. And so, I researched that boy and I must say his life was very boring, and there were only 3 events that I could say were somewhat interesting. The accident where he was orphaned, where he could have become an Avenger the day he was executed by a low-ranking fallen angel. And when he was reincarnated and introduced to the supernatural world by Rias Gremory, but otherwise his whole life has been boring. Thanks for the compliment, I suppose, the masked man replied sarcastically. But don't get confused, even though I've admitted you're strong, it doesn't mean you're stronger than me. I possess the power of a Mao and a dragon. I'm the most powerful of all, Volley said arrogantly. Then we'll have to see which of us is stronger, Mr. Miracle, replied the chestnut-haired man as he walked towards Volley. Balance breaker, boosted gear scale male. Without uttering a word, the masked man materialized his armor. Igniting its thrusters, it surged forward with a burst of speed, appearing behind Volley, who took a few seconds to react to the event. But as he turned towards the red armor, he felt the chest of his own armor shatter. Looking surprised, the Sekiryuutei held a sword in his left hand. Volley, be careful, that sword is a dragon slayer. You saw what it's capable of. With a slight cut it can cause great damage, and that attack was just a warning. Albion warned its wielder. So all I have to do is dodge. Volley asked as both he and Spectra began to forcefully expel their auras, their white and red auras giving them the appearance of a comet. Ange. Both dragons began to collide repeatedly at extreme speed as they moved across the sky of the academy like 2 lightning bolts, one white and the other red. With each collision, they released high-density energy waves that expanded and damaged whatever they touched. At one point after a clash between the 2 dragons, one of the energy waves almost reached Rias, who was pulled back by her brother, Oniasama. The auras of those 2 have exceeded the limits. You will burn to death if those energy waves reach you, Serzech warned, completely serious. You're stronger than you look, but you're still not on my level. Volley exclaimed as he tried to kick the brunette in the stomach, who skillfully dodged it and landed a kick of his own on the back of the platinum-haired man's neck, sending him straight to the ground. Divide. Boost. Do you think I didn't know about the ability of your sacred gear? The brunette asked, watching as Volley stood up, somewhat dazed. You wretch, the silver-haired man muttered through his teeth, rising rapidly into the air. Without giving him time to attack, the chestnut-haired man appeared in front of Volley with a scalon emanating Dragon Slayer energy, which was his ability apart from being a holy sword, passing within a few centimeters of the right shoulder of the platinum-haired man, destroying the metal arm and shoulder of the armor. But unlike his initial attack, this time he caused a small cut on his opponent's shoulder. After regenerating their armor, both dragons resumed their fight at breakneck speed. What do you think, Daydrag? Is it really worth it? What? To be honest, if we hadn't met Elizabeth and you hadn't trained under her tutelage, the situation would most likely have been disadvantageous for us, since the Albion wielder is quite skilled. But you can see that he's fighting under considerable pressure while we're just getting started. Well then, evading a kick from the platinum-haired man, he entered through the right side of the aforementioned, switching to a scalon on his right hand, landing a direct left hook to the liver, cracking the armor that protected that area of Volley's body. Smiling contentedly as he watched the strongest white dragon wielder spit blood through a small opening in his helmet. Without wasting any time, he closed the distance with Volley switching a scalon to his left hand again, connecting with a direct right punch to the unprotected temple of the platinum-haired man. Throwing his sword as high as he could, he began to connect punches and kicks to Volley's vital points, who felt his entire body shudder with each blow. I have no doubt. He really is trying to kill me, the platinum-haired man smiled contentedly, as he had never before experienced that kind of sensation running through his body. Spinning around, the chestnut-haired man connected with a spinning kick to the left side of Volley's head, sending it crashing to the ground again, but this time upon impact, it created a crater of considerable size, catching a scalon after finishing its attack. Descending to ground level, the chestnut-haired man saw one of the gems from Volley's armor that had been left lying on the ground after his first attack with a scalon. I have an idea, but it's best to save this gem for another day, making the bluish gem disappear in a magic circle. Looking ahead, he watched Volley emerge from the crater, with his armor partially destroyed, regenerating damaged or missing parts. I'm fed up. I'll send this whole place to hell. Volley exclaimed furiously as he took flight in his repaired armor, but it was clear he was exhausted. His body was too sore from the punishment he had received from the chestnut-haired man. Half dimension. After this, Volley's wings grew, and a kind of wave began to be emitted from them. The platinum-haired boy stretched one of his hands in the direction of the school building and it began to shrink. It's bending space, that's very dangerous, exclaimed Michael. I see you have incredible powers, said the brunette happily, launching himself at Volley, delivering a powerful right hook to his chin, interrupting the platinum-haired man's ability. How did you do it? Let's see, Mr. Miracle, I'll show you that I'm the worst kind of opponent for you, and all this is thanks to the qualities that, according to you, define you as a miracle, replied the chestnut-haired man as he moved a few meters away from Volley. Extending his right hand forward, he made a golden magic circle of considerable size appear. "O steel that divides all creation," the chestnut-haired boy began as a dark blue hilt began to emerge from the magic circle. "A sacred sword worthy of a knight among knights, manifest yourself before me and lend me your power, Excalibur," the boy exclaimed, having just drawn the legendary sacred sword from the magic circle. Logically, there was no need to recite the entire incantation to summon the sword, but he had done so now since it was the first time he had shown the legendary sword to members of the three factions, and what better way to do it than with a grand presentation. Everyone was stunned, as the legendary Excalibur was supposed to have been broken into 7 fragments long ago, but now Spectra appeared with a sword of the same name that emanated a great holy aura, and she also knew the original chant by which the legendary sword was summoned. Starting to gather energy in the leaves of Excalibur and Escalon, the chestnut tree launched 2 energy beams directly at Volley. The attacks hit their target, and after a few seconds, once the dust had settled, the result of the attack could be seen. Volley's armor was in pieces, and the silver-haired man was on the ground vomiting a considerable amount of blood due to the negative reaction that the attacks of Escalon and Excalibur had caused in his body. Standing up with considerable difficulty, he smiled sadistically. "That's entertaining, very entertaining. You deserve to see my juggernaut drive." "Don't get carried away, Volley. It's not wise to do that here," Albion warned. "I, the one who will awaken. I am the celestial dragon who lost everything in the early days of God's domination. I envy infinity and pursue the dream. I will be the white dragon who perfects the path of domination. I will take you to the furthest reaches of innocence." Juggernaut drive. Volley's armor changed drastically in size, giving way to what could be considered a truly large dragon. In addition to the change in his armor, the platinum-haired man's aura grew exponentially to the point where the things around him began to slowly disintegrate. "I admit that level of aura is amazing, but compared to her, you're still a mosquito," the brunette whispered to himself, since he knew someone who made everyone present, including himself, look like mere insects. The chestnut-haired man began to raise his aura while sheathing his swords through 2 magic circles, sensing the increase in the boy's aura. Surzets, Azazel, and Michael prepared to intervene, as there was no way the Academy, the Barrier, and the City of Q could withstand the combat and the auras of the 2 celestial dragons in Juggernaut Drive mode. But great was their surprise when they saw a huge sphere of fire forming above the red armor. His surprise increased when he saw the chestnut-haired man put his hands into the sphere of fire, and from it pull out a shield and a sword, both weapons, made of pure fire, while the rest of the sphere of fire fell on the armor, engulfed in blazing flames that concentrated on its propulsion systems, giving rise to 2 wings of fire and changing the red armor to a more intense red. "Welsh Dragon Burst Mode," exclaimed the chestnut-haired man, leaving everyone surprised, but above all Azazel, who had never seen such a transformation, even though he was supposed to be the one who knew the most about sacred gear. "What is that?" Azazel asked, shocked. "Burst Mode, or by its translation, Explosive Mode," said Seraphal, drawing everyone's attention. "Do you know what that is?" Surzets asked, intrigued. "Spectraken told me about it once. It's a stage of power that he himself managed to reach, and that surpasses the Balance Breaker and the Juggernaut Drive. In simple terms, it can be translated as being in Balance Breaker, but having the power of the Juggernaut Drive at your disposal without the penalty of becoming a destructive beast whose lifespan shortens every second. That's impossible. There's supposed to be nothing above the Balance Breaker, and the Juggernaut Drive is completely impossible to control," Azazel said incredulously. "Well, somehow I don't know, Spectraken achieved that transformation, and she's incredibly powerful." Boom! Everyone fixed their gaze on the 2 celestial dragons, who had once again begun to fight. Upon impact, they created craters beneath where they stood, within which fire began to ignite. But there was something noticeable. Volley's armor was cracking with every attack. This was because the chestnut tree's fire swords had a trick. It was important to remember that the chestnut tree could mold the flames it held in its hands into either a shield or a sword. The fire sword in his right hand was bathed in the sacred aura of Excalibur, while the fire sword in his left hand was bathed in the Dragon Slayer aura of Escalon. Because of this, the boy's attack pattern was based on connecting an attack with the sword in his left hand, followed by another attack with the sword in his right hand, filtering holy power through the cracks in the platinum-haired boy's armor, causing damage both on the outside and inside of Volley's body. Raising one of his enormous arms, the platinum-haired man managed to push the brunette out of his range of action, since with the increase in size his movements became slower than they should be, while his opponent remained at his normal size and was faster. "Volley, you need to hurry. That kid's attacks are shortening the time you can maintain Juggernaut Drive." I know, but he's faster than me, and for every attack I launch, he gives me 4. Opening the mouth-shaped part of his helmet, the silver-haired man began to gather a large amount of energy, which he channeled into a dense sphere of energy, launching it recklessly with the sole objective of destroying his enemy. By joining their swords together, he created a large shield in front of him, putting strength into his legs, feeling himself being pushed with brutal force as he received the attack from the platinum-haired man. Concentrating his power in the center of his shield of flames, he transformed the shield back into his swords of fire, cutting through that dense ball of energy with an X of fire, causing a powerful wave of energy accompanied by a strong wind that broke the few windows that were still intact in the buildings of the student complex. In a burst of speed, he approached Volley, placing himself behind the aforementioned. Momentarily unsheathing their swords, he grabbed the silver-haired man's tail. Gathering strength and supported by his wings of fire, he began to spin on his own axis and thus made Volley spin as well. After a few seconds, he released the enormous body and watched as it flew straight towards the athletics track. With a strong tremor, everyone could feel the platinum-haired man fall heavily to the ground. Quickly, we have to, Sirzech said, trying to order those present to stop the fight that was escalating in destruction, but when he tried to focus on where the masked man was, he saw no one. Everyone could feel the chestnut-haired man's aura. He was heading towards where Volley was now. The faction leaders quickly tried to erect a barrier to isolate one dragon from the other. Spectra, who was running towards where his rival was, saw how they were planning to lock him up. Gathering strength in his legs, he increased his speed to the point where he produced a small sonic boom, disappearing from where he was, reappearing several meters ahead, completely outside the barrier that was finally closing. Everyone was surprised to see this, as the chestnut-haired boy had covered a distance of more than 300 meters in less than 2 seconds, beginning to fly close to the ground, enveloping itself in flames. Impacting directly into the center of Volley's armor, he screamed in pain as he felt the flames caused by the chestnut-haired man's swords burning his abdomen, the part of the armor covering that area having been destroyed. With a leap, he positioned himself a few meters above the silver-haired man, watching as he tried to stand up, placing their arms forward with their hands open, creating a large incandescent fireball, throwing it mercilessly at Volley, enveloping his rival's body in a tornado of fire that rose until it crashed into the barrier surrounding the educational complex, increasing the temperature violently. The boy had his eyes fixed on that tornado of fire, but then a small black spot crossed his line of sight. Looking to the side, he could see, about 20 meters away, some playing cards surrounded by a dark aura, converging at a single point. They took on a humanoid shape that, after a few seconds, acquired recognizable details. He was a man of about 30 years old, with black hair with some quite pronounced spikes, dark glasses covered his eyes, and he wore a kind of very tight black armor, since details such as the muscles of his arms were perfectly visible. What bothered the chestnut-haired man the most was the smile that the man had on his face. "Who are you?" "You managed to save the Mao that wasn't in my plans," the man said. "So you were responsible for that attempted murder. Tell me, why didn't you end his life immediately if he was unconscious?" "I just wanted to see what would happen if the news spread that one of the 4 Maoists was in a coma, but as I said before, I didn't expect you to be able to save her," the man replied casually. "Before I leave, I'll give you a message from my master. Your struggle is futile, Forerunner. You will end up just like all your ancestors," the man finished. Quick as lightning, the chestnut-haired man lunged at the man, creating a two-handed sword of fire, attacking with an upward slash that cut his enemy in two, but the result was not what he expected. Instead of blood, he only got playing cards cut into pieces. Just as suddenly as he had appeared, his true enemy had disappeared. "Buddy, I know, D-Drake, he was one of Elizabeth's brother's soldiers. Or rather, he was just a projection of his real body. If he's capable of that, he's someone to be wary of." "That's right, he entered this place that has a barrier without using a magic circle or a portal like we did, and I'm sure nobody noticed his appearance." Turning around, he observed the result of the last attack he had launched against Volley. The platinum-haired man had stopped being in Juggernaut drive mode and his great aura had decreased drastically. Now he had his balance breaker armor back, but it was slowly starting to fall to pieces. Regenerating his 2 fire swords, he headed towards where Volley was, prepared to deliver the final blow, but just as he was about to end his opponent's life, he noticed a magic circle appear beneath him which transported the silver-haired man to another place, leaving the chestnut tree alone in that place. A few minutes had passed since the battle between the 2 celestial dragons had ended. Those present were still processing what they had seen, as they not only witnessed the Juggernaut drive, but also saw a new stage of power that surpassed even the Juggernaut drive. But not everything was peaceful. Michael's companion, Irina Shidu, challenged the masked man for possession of the sword Excalibur, stating that if it was the true sword, it should be in the hands of the Heaven faction. Ignoring Michael, who tried to stop her, she lunged at Spectra. brandishing his Excalibur mimic, but none of those present expected what would happen next. The masked man clashed the blade of his Excalibur with the sword of the girl with pigtails. Upon making contact, mimic glowed yellowish and then turned to ash. This event shocked everyone because they had never seen anything like it, one of the Excalibur fragments, turning to ashes after the first clash with the adversary's sword. "I told you this was useless," the chestnut-tired man hissed. Closing the distance between him and the girl, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach, leaving her unconscious, taking all the air out of her in the process. Before the masked man could relax, a strong murderous instinct enveloped the place. Killer instinct directed towards him. Searching among those present, he located Knight Gremory, who had a shadowed look in his eyes. "I'm going to destroy that Excalibur. Because of that damned weapon, my comrades and friends, it was all in vain their deaths," the blonde man said, since the presence of the original Excalibur made the sacrifice that both he and his former comrades made to try to wield the Excalibur fragments completely pointless, since they were trying to wield fake weapons. The chestnut tree simply sheathed his sword through a magic circle. "Come on, Salatiga," exclaimed the boy, turning his necklace into his trusty sword. Without thinking twice, the blonde man lunged at the brunette. He attacked with a wide variety of cuts and thrusts at high speed, but every single one of his attacks was blocked. "Have you had enough?" the masked man asked. "No, I'm going to destroy that sword even if I lose my life in the process." Kiba roared. "Yuyud," exclaimed the redhead, because Kiba was standing on a very thin line since he was attacking a Mao's pawn, and this could be taken as an attack on the Mao. "I'm sorry, Butchu, but this is stronger than me," said the blonde, resuming his attack, but the result was the same. When Asama spoke the younger Citri. "What's wrong, Sonachin?" asked the brunette with pigtails curiously. "Why don't you stop Rias, Knight?" she asked. "Your pawn might get hurt," she added, surprised to see how calm her sister was. "That won't be necessary. Spectraken will finish this soon." The blonde Gremory had tried to attack the brunette, who only kept his distance or blocked his attacks since he had not received permission from his king to attack someone from the same side. For his part, the blonde Gremory had only one goal in mind: destroy the real Excalibur. Furious, he watched as the masked man again put distance between them. Burying his sword in the ground, he caused multiple swords to emerge, pointing towards the chestnut tree. Spectra glanced sideways towards where Seraphal was, who simply nodded her head, giving him permission to attack. The chestnut-tired man began to write in the air with the index finger of his left hand. "Shapeless blade, invisible sword, show yourself, Crusher." "Breeze blade," exclaimed the brunette as a green magic circle appeared in his hand, from which a tornado of wind emerged that advanced rapidly towards the swords, shattering them as if they were made of paper, reaching the blonde, enveloping him in a gust of wind that destroyed much of his clothing and left him quite injured. Everyone present was speechless, because in less than a second he had finished off one of the people who defeated a cadre. "See, I told you so," Seraphal said casually. "You're still very naive, Sonachin. Is there anyone else who wants to bother me?" Spectra hissed seriously. Normally, being challenged continuously wouldn't bother him, but when it was done for such stupid reasons as who will own the sacred sword or destroy Excalibur. In his opinion, they were utter nonsense, since he had had to control himself to avoid killing the girl and the blonde man, even though if it had been a real fight, both of their heads would be rolling on the ground. The Gremory heiress quickly went to the blonde man to check on his condition and help him with his wounds. 1 hour later. Finally, it was all over. Apart from the minor problems that occurred towards the end of the meeting, everything had gone quite well, and the first stone to achieve the long-awaited peace was laid. Did this mean that the problems were over? Definitely not. There were still many individuals who would seek to create chaos to achieve their goals, but none of them came close to the pure evil that was the enemies of the Forerunners. Inside the student council hall were Surzets and Seraphal. Both were sitting on sofas face to face. "What did you want to talk about, Surzetchen?" the brunette asked curiously. "I'll be direct. I need you to lend me your pawn for a few days," the redhead said seriously. "And what do you need it for?" she asked, tilting her head slightly confused. "I require your skills to complete a job." "Oh well, why don't we ask her, do you accept the job, Spectrekin?" the brunette said with a smile. The confused redhead glanced around the room. He watched in surprise as the masked brunette leaned against one of the walls, feeling a little nervous as he felt the robotic irises of the chestnut-tired man's mask settle upon him. This nervousness that ran through her body was due to the fact that she didn't know what kind of person was hiding under the mask. It could be any kind of person. A psychopath, a serial killer, or his sister's former servant, but that was the last thing that would come to mind, since when comparing Issei Hayoto's abilities with those of Spectra Phantom, an abysmal difference emerged. If my participation has been requested exclusively from all the demons present in the underworld, it must be for a reason, so tell me, what do I have to do? Chapter 4. If of all the demons present in the underworld, only my participation has been requested, It must be for a reason, so tell me, what do I have to do? The masked man asked, moving away from the wall and walking to stand behind the sofa where Serafal was sitting, looking directly at Surzets. Upon hearing that response, the redhead knew that Spectra was willing to do the job. Let me tell you everything that happened. About 3 months ago, Rias, Gremory, and Riser Fenix made an agreement to hold a raiding game, where their engagement would be at stake. If Riser won, the engagement would go ahead, but if Rias won, the engagement would be cancelled forever. And what's so special about that? The chestnut-haired man asked casually, as if he knew the story firsthand. That's what I'm getting at. Under normal circumstances, the agreement would have been fine. But Razor Fenix imposed a condition strictly forbidden since the creation of the evil pieces. That condition stipulated that in order to have this raiding game, Rias Gremory had to expel her then pawn, named Issei Hyodo, and as proof of the expulsion she had to show the pieces that the aforementioned carried inside, in this case 8 pawn pieces. What a coward, Spectra said, drawing Surzet's attention. He obviously chose the wielder of the Red Emperor Dragon because he was the greatest threat to his victory, am I wrong? Faced with that deduction, the redhead looked at Serafal, who maintained the same smile she had had since the masked man had appeared at the meeting. Don't be surprised. Spectraken is very intelligent and perceptive, the brunette explained. As you correctly stated, she chose that young man, but it didn't end there, because after learning that Rias had fulfilled that request, she went to the young man's house and murdered him. How horrendous! Serafal muttered angrily, because what the Fenix heir had done was very low. The job you have to do, looking at Spectra, is to hunt down Razor Fenix and kill him for violating the laws of the underworld, the redhead finished as he showed a document to the brunette. The document had 3 signatures, including Surzet's signature. This document grants the chosen demon the authority to end the life of a demon who has broken the laws of the underworld. Now all that's needed is a signature, he said, handing the document to Serafal. Without hesitating for a second, the brunette signed the document. So my task is to eliminate the individual identified as Razor Fenix, correct? The masked man asked, receiving an affirmation from Surzets. In that case, I already have a strategy to lure him to his execution. Do you already have a strategy? Surzets asked incredulously, since he had barely finished explaining the matter and Spectra already had a plan to accomplish the assigned task. That's right, I've met several types like him throughout my short life, so let me guess, he's an egocentric guy. Thinks he's the 8th wonder of the world and sees women as mere objects or trophies, and thanks to that, I can more or less deduce how he'll act. If he did all this to put Rias Gremory's team at a disadvantage, it's because he wanted her at all costs. And from what I've been told, I assume the Fenix heir lost the raiding game. But I doubt he'll give up so easily, and if he's aware that the justice of the underworld is after him, the most logical thing is that he'll flee as soon as possible, but he'll try to take the Gremory heiress with him, and thanks to that detail, he'll fall into the trap, the chestnut-haired man explained. Helios and I will take care of the rest. What do you mean? Surzets asked, intrigued. I mean, if Razor Fenix plans to escape, he'll take his entourage with him and use them to convince the Gremory heiress to accompany him. Naturally, his entourage won't let me take down their king peacefully, which will lead to a fight between Razor Fenix's servants and myself. But to save time, Helios will deal with them while I focus on the objective, although I'll need the Gremory heiress's cooperation for this, since she'll be the bait to lure the Fenix heir. And as a final detail, I'll need a completely unoccupied location to carry out the job, so I can avoid any innocent people getting hurt. Very well, for now I'll go and inform Rias Gremory. I'll let you know when everything is ready, said the redhead before disappearing in a magic circle, leaving Serafal and Spectra in the room. Spectraken, can you tell me where you've been all this week? The brunette asked, turning to look at her pawn. I've been recovering from the journey I undertook to find a cure for your condition, and by the way, what did you think of the candidates I brought? In response to that question, the brunette broke into a wide smile. Excellent, he exclaimed happily. In fact, I've already made them my servants. Tokachin became my second knight, and Alenchin became my last pawn. I see, by the way, I've found a strong candidate to become your last bishop, but it will be up to her to choose her path, since she can continue suffering where she is, or she can come with us and move forward into the future. Suffering? She asked curiously. Is she suffering from an illness, or is she being tortured? Depending on how you look at it, you could say she's being tortured. But her pain stems from having lost a loved one and wanting to find them, but she can't because of the chains that bind her to another person, so it will be her decision whether to break the chains or not. I'll just keep an eye on her to make sure nothing bad happens to her. I understand, I trust your choice, as I am very happy with the 2 candidates you found, Serafal said happily. With your permission, I'll take my leave. I have to continue with a project I've been working on for quite some time, and can you tell me what it's about? It's a weapon for the candidate I was telling you about. It will be like an aid to develop her skills in a more effective way, the chestnut-haired man explained before disappearing into a magic circle. Seeing her servant disappear, the mouse stared at the place where the masked man had been standing. Spectra wasn't the most outgoing servant in the world, but he performed his duties flawlessly, and had even saved his life during the first few weeks after becoming his pawn. But even so, he had to admit that he would love to see the face hidden beneath Spectra's mask. One day he would manage to catch the brunette off guard, and then that mask would fall. Although it was easier said than done, during the first few days that Spectra had become his servant, he had tried to unmask him, but the chestnut-haired man somehow always anticipated his moves. After asking Shizuno and the others, he learned that the chestnut-haired boy possessed a strange, one-of-a-kind ability. The Emperor's Eye, an ocular ability that allowed him to anticipate the movements of his adversaries, but none of them knew how to fight against that technique because they could not see when the chestnut-haired man used it, thanks to his mask covering his real eyes. That ability piqued his interest and curiosity even more, because if it was an ability that had to be activated, that meant that his eyes must undergo some change, and that only made him want to see his eyes even more. Spectra Laboratory a few days later. Concentrated, using the tools carefully, with millimeter precision. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes since that would mean putting the life of the user of the weapon he was manufacturing at risk, and failing during the final phase would mean throwing months of work in the trash, making some final adjustments, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a cloth he had at hand, stepping away from the work table, observing his work with satisfaction. Now all that's left is for your new owner to come and activate you once and for all, the brunette murmured as he put the weapon into a sizable metal briefcase. At that moment, a magic circle appeared near the chestnut tree's ear. Issei Serafal-sama requires your presence in her office. It's time, Shizuno's voice was heard coming from the magic circle. Understood, replied the chestnut-haired man, cutting off the communication, picking up the mask that was on the table and putting it on with ease. Disappearing in a magic circle, Leviathan Castle. After appearing in a magic circle, the chestnut-haired man made his way to the brunette's office. Opening the office doors, he saw that the Gremory entourage was there. Everyone was standing behind a sofa where Rias Gremory was sitting. Did you call me Serafal-sama? The masked man asked, turning his gaze to Serafal, who was sitting behind a desk. Yes, Spectraken, they are gathered here because they are already aware of the operation, the brunette explained. I hope you're not expecting to participate since I'm the only one authorized to kill the target, the masked man clarified. But we, Zenobia tried to say, but Rias stopped her, raising a hand to signal her to be quiet. That's clear, but I've brought them with me because they'll be helpful if things go wrong, Rias said somewhat timidly, as she perfectly remembered the power that Spectra and her familiar Helios possessed. Well, the thought is appreciated, but it won't be necessary, Helios, and I will take care of wiping you off the map forever, said the chestnut-haired man, emphasizing the last word. Now I'll explain what I have planned. Rias Gremory, you will be the bait to lure Razor Phoenix. You will be alone in the planned location, letting your aura be felt, and this will be irresistible to him, since there will be no one defending you when you have him face to face. That's when Helios and I will appear. And then, Aquino asked, if you saw the videos of my performance and Helios's at the meeting, you already have an idea of what comes next, the masked man replied, flashing a sadistic smile. That gesture shook the Gremory servants, because after seeing what the masked man did at the meeting, they felt pity for those who were their enemies. Is this why you summoned me, Serafal-sama, or do you require something more from me? I just wanted to let you know about that, the brunette replied, a little embarrassed since she knew that her pawn was not someone who liked trivialities. Then I'll take my leave. By the way, you might want to see what happens with Razor, although I can't guarantee you'll like what you see, said the masked man before leaving the place. Actually, Spectrasen is someone extremely mysterious, Rias said. That's right, Ryashin, but that's just part of her personality. By the way, don't you have any other servants, Serafal-sama? Yes, you know 2 of them, but I recently included other servants who are Spectraken's companions. Then why haven't we met them? Kiba asked. Because I don't know their personalities or their true capabilities, not to mention that they mostly obey Spectraken's orders and only mobilize when he commands them to. That answer surprised those present, since it was not common to find servants who obeyed the orders of one of their colleagues more than those of their own king. Operation de Gremory Castle Night. Razor walked through the corridors of Gremory Castle, but he found it strange not to see anyone. There weren't even servants wandering the halls, nor could he sense any demonic auras except for one that was quite familiar to him. And how could he forget her? It was the aura of the girl he desperately wanted, but he had to be quick, because he had received a tip that the justice of the underworld would send someone to assassinate him for the crime of having murdered a servant of another high-class demon after having caused the latter's expulsion. I have to leave quickly. They've discovered that I was the one who killed that boy, but at least I'll take Rias with me. I may not have one, but I won't let anyone else have her. The blonde thought as he advanced as quickly and stealthily as possible in the company of his entourage. At that moment, the Phoenix Towers opened the doors to a living room, finding the redhead sitting on a sofa that was looking directly towards the aforementioned door. Razor, what an unpleasant surprise. Go away, Rias said, spitting out the Phoenix's name. What are you doing in my house? She asked, clearly annoyed. My dear Rias, I've come for you. Let's go on a trip, said the blonde Phoenix. Who says I want to go with you? The redhead said. You've finally arrived, a voice said as the hall doors closed, cutting off Razor and his entourage's escape route. A figure emerged from behind some pillars. I was tired of waiting, he said. He was brown-haired, dressed in black, and wore a mask that only covered the upper half of his face. Spectra Phantom, said the blonde nervously, as he did not expect to meet the pawn of a Mao, and even less so with him, given that his cruel and ruthless personality on the battlefield was well known throughout the underworld, especially since his participation in the crisis of the meeting of the three factions during the attack of the Chaos Brigade. Well, it's an honor that the misfit son of the Phoenix knows who I am, said the Leviathan pawn sarcastically. You damned lockless person, show me some respect. The blonde exclaimed arrogantly, since he might be the pawn of the Mao Leviathan, but he was still a lockless person and owed him respect according to him. Respect is earned, not inherited or bought, said the chestnut-tired man. Without warning, the brunette lunged at the blonde, delivering a kick to the right side of his head, sending him flying into a large window overlooking one of the castle gardens. Jumping through the broken glass, he followed his target, finding him lying on the floor trying to stand up while holding the side of his head. I have nothing against you, but I've been tasked with killing you, so we can do it the easy way or the hard way, although for me both are easy, the brunette said. Stepping aside, he evaded the chainsaw attacks of two Phoenix pawns. We won't let you hurt Razor-sama. I suppose it will have to be the hard way, although this was part of the plan, said Spectra, taking Helios in his sphere form in her hands. Time to act, Helios. What? The Phoenix entourage watched in astonishment as the sphere that Spectra had launched transformed into a huge black dragon. Helios, from his line of sight, looked with disdain at the Phoenix entourage. And this is the little group of idiots who have caused so many problems. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Razor roared, bursting into flames and attacking Helios with two enormous fireballs. Boom. Razor's attacks hit Helios squarely in the chest, causing him to stagger while roaring in pain. Repeating his attacks, he caused Helios to retreat until he finally lost his balance and fell to the ground while the blonde continued to attack him mercilessly. When I say I'll crush everyone who gets in my way, I mean it. Exclaimed the proud Phoenix, launching a giant fireball at Helios. Waiting for the smoke caused by the explosion of their attack to dissipate, observing with satisfaction a fallen Helios. I confess it's easier than I would have expected from the relative of the famous Spectra Phantom, the blonde man said arrogantly. Hey, Razor Phoenix, you're even dumber than I thought, Spectra replied, amused. That, all right, enough playing dead, get up, Helios, Spectra ordered. Helios' eyes instantly opened, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. If that's all, now I understand why you need to cheat to win, insect. Razor and his servants watched in disbelief, as did Rias, who was observing from a prudent distance as Helios showed no scratch. What the hell? How is it possible that you survived such powerful attacks? Helios would never be defeated by such weak attacks as that one, Spectra explained. My turn to hurt, roared Helios, launching his attack directly against the Phoenix handmaidens. If you have something to say to your servants as a farewell, I advise you to do it now, Spectra said coldly. What do you mean? The blonde man asked, sounding a little nervous. Suddenly, a heartrending cry of pain was heard, which made everyone present tense except for the chestnut-tired man. Looking in the direction from which the scream had come, they could see the body of one of the Phoenix bishops being torn apart between the sharp teeth of Helios, who after chewing it for a few moments spat it out. Track. Horrid bone-crunching sounds were heard, coming from the hands of Helios, where he had the lifeless bodies of the two Phoenix towers. Blood could be seen gushing from different points on the bodies of the deceased, with some bones piercing the skin. It was simply a disgusting scene. Helios released the bodies, and when they fell to the ground, he stepped on them as if they were cigarette butts. See, neither you nor your servants were a threat to Helios. We only gave you the opportunity to defend yourselves. Consider it a small parting gift, the chestnut-tired man said coldly as he summoned Excalibur, moving forward at a slow pace, approaching the blonde Phoenix, who was backing away in fear. You can't beat me. I've participated in and won many raiding games. I have experience on my side. What? That's not entirely true. Maybe you've participated in multiple raiding games, but you've never experienced the feeling of being face to face with death, knowing that if you make one wrong move you'll die. That's not something you learn in those simple games, and now you're paying the consequences, the brunette hissed as he continued forward. As he moved forward, he began to gain momentum, skillfully evading some of the Phoenix handmaidens, approaching the blonde man who was creating two enormous fireballs. He threw them at the masked man, but he easily cut them in two using his Excalibur, passing through the center. Smiling slightly at the sight of the blonde man's pained expression as he felt the tip of Excalibur's blade sink slightly into his flesh, making him back while holding the damaged area. His healing power granted by the Fennec's blood wasn't doing much good as Excalibur's sacred aura neutralized his special ability. It hurts, doesn't it? The brunette asked, waiting for Razor to recover. It's normal for it to hurt. You're facing the real Excalibur, and I'm sure you've never encountered an enemy with a holy weapon in their arsenal. While the brunette was having some kind words with the blonde, the latter's servants were in serious trouble. Helios had proven to be a truly terrifying enemy and exposed the deficiencies in offensive power that the Fennec's entourage had, since not even the strongest attacks of the Queen had caused him considerable damage. While on his side, Helios had the luxury of hunting them using only his arms, jaws, and tail, since if he used any of his energy attacks, he could cause great damage to the surroundings, and it wouldn't be fun to end that fight so quickly either. While the handmaids were going through a living hell, the chestnut-tired man was preparing to finish off Razor Fennec, since inflicting minor wounds with his sword was no longer fun for him. With a dramatic increase in speed, the chestnut closed the distance that the Fennec had barely managed to put between them. Delivering a precise and deadly thrust to his heart, pulling the aforementioned organ out through the back, impaled on the tip of the blade of Excalibur, withdrawing the sword in a swift motion, watching as the body of the Fennec's heir began to fade into particles of orange light as his servants finished dying at the hands of Helios. As he was about to leave the place where Razor Fennec had breathed his last, he could see a rectangular object gently falling to the ground, swayed by the breeze blowing through the area. Catching the object with his right hand, he was surprised to see that the object was none other than a wallet-sized photo of Issei. Razor Fennec had probably used it to recognize him the day he attacked him and had forgotten to get rid of it. Even with the photograph in his hand, he turned around, advancing towards where Rias Gremory was, who was accompanied by her entourage. They probably would have arrived while he was busy with Razor, but it wasn't important. "I've already done the job," said the masked man as he walked past the redhead, tossing her the photograph with a slight movement of his hand. Somewhat clumsily, due to the surprise, the girl caught the photograph, feeling a pang when she saw the face of her cute servant. "He probably used that photo to identify you among all the inhabitants of Qo, and since you were one of the last people to see him alive, I suppose it belongs to you," the chestnut-tired man finished as he disappeared into a magic circle, an action that was imitated by Helios a few seconds later. The entire Gremory team remained in that place, unable to move because of what had just happened. Issei death was now definitively confirmed. Qo several days later night. Pain, that was how Akino felt. The brunette walked erratically. Perhaps it was fate, but the weather conditions were identical to those of that day. That day when he saw how Issei suffered for something that had nothing to do with him. After that conversation where she learned the chestnut tree's true nature, she had developed a special fondness for it since it was like her. Neither of them had any loved ones to lean on, but they both still tried hard to keep their respective smiles on their faces. But just like in the past, life had taken it upon itself to snatch the chestnut-tired boy away from her, even though she knew who was responsible. Rias Gremory. Due to his desperation, caused by the situation he was experiencing at the time, he involved a boy who had been living in the supernatural world for less than 2 months. But that didn't matter anymore. The chestnut-tired boy was gone forever. Perhaps I could find him in the other world, and it wasn't as if that reunion was going to take too long. The wound in his chest dictated it. What had happened? Using his great talent for magic, he had used a modified version of the forced extraction of the evil pieces. In a normal case, the only one capable of doing this is the king, but with this version, any servant can remove the piece in exchange for suffering unimaginable pain and being left with a very serious wound, which if not closed quickly causes death by bleeding out. Finally, his vision became so blurry that he could not even distinguish the silhouettes of the objects around him. His strength had also been exhausted. As a result, she fainted. He started to fall face down, but instead of crashing into the hard, cold concrete, he landed softly against a person's chest. "Everything will be all right, Ryu, take us home," said the person being teleported along with the girl. While that was happening, a certain redhead had felt a terrible oppression in her chest as she felt her queen disappear. That meant she had died, according to her, Leviathan Castle. Seraphal watched in surprise as Spectra appeared in her office, carrying a black-haired girl in a princess-like manner. The girl's appearance suggested that she was in critical condition, but what also caught his attention was her face. It reflected a deep pain and sadness. "Spectraken, what are you doing with that girl in your arms?" "This is the candidate I was telling you about the other day, Seraphal-sama." The demon stood up and approached the masked man, looking closely at the girl, recognizing in her the identity of Akino Himejima. "But she's Ryashin's queen. I can't take another demon's servant as my own." "That's not a problem since she removed the queen piece from her body herself," the chestnut-tired man explained. That changed things, since the girl no longer belonged to the Gremory family and had become a renegade demon, and assuming she survived, they would send someone to kill her. Are you sure it has as much potential as you say? She asked doubtfully. I wouldn't have chosen her if it weren't true, and besides, if I don't make her my servant right now, she'll die. That was also true. She faced a difficult decision, as she couldn't afford to waste her pieces just like that, but she also wasn't cold enough to let someone as young as herself die. Thinking for a few moments, evaluating the possibilities I had, finally I opted for the most humane option. Okay then, she'll be my second bishop, the brunette said as she took the piece out of one of her pockets. Spectra carefully laid Aquino down on a sofa in Serafal's office. This will even things out, Aquino thought the masked man as he remembered that it was Aquino who healed his wounds which his evil pieces left him with when he left. By order of Serafal Leviathan, you Aquino Heimjima will walk this world again, seal this contract and become my servant. Instantly the bishop piece entered Aquino's chest, covering the girl's body with a sapphire blue glow. They began to heal much of the damage the brunette had on her body, but in order to help this process, Spectra had called Shizuno to heal the girl. After several minutes, Aquino's body was finally healed. The next day, the masked man was heading towards a certain room because Shizuno had informed him that they had a problem. Problem related to the new member of the Leviathan entourage. The former Queen Gremory, after waking up and realizing she was still alive, had locked herself in what was now her room, claiming that he didn't want to see anyone. How's it going? Spectra asked, arriving at the door of Aquino's room where Elen, Stella, and Shizuno were. They politely asked him to open the door, but the only response they received was no. We haven't made any progress, Elen sighed. Then we'll have to do it the hard way, said the chestnut-tired man, kicking the door open, entering the room with a firm step while the girls stood watching what would happen from the entrance. Why did they have to call the most insensitive one? Stella muttered, annoyed by Spectra's lack of tact. Well, Spectra has its own way of doing things, and if we can't get anywhere by being nice, we'll just have to resort to other methods, Shizuno said. What are you doing here? Aquino asked angrily, her eyes visibly red and swollen. She had probably been crying intensely for several hours. Is that how you talk to the person you owe your life to? The brunette asked, amused. Did I ask you to save me? All I wanted was to be able to reunite with Icegun in the other world, and now I find out I have to continue living as a servant of Mau Serafal. How long am I going to have to keep waiting to see him? The hurt brunette exclaimed. What will you do, partner? Well, I only have one option left. I never thought that if I disappeared someone would suffer so much, the brunette said mentally, as it hurt him to see someone suffering because of him. Shizuno, I'll have a few words with Aquino Heimjima inside Ryu, the brunette said, snapping his fingers. Those present could only watch as both young people disappeared into a magic circle. Ryuutei Maru. Aquino and Spectra appeared inside one of the many cabins that the chestnut-tired man's relative had. Now I want you to tell me the reason why you ended up like this based on the information about you and what I see. I thought you were a strong woman, the masked man said, drawing the brunette's attention. I'm weak. This has happened twice now, and life has taken away the people who were important to me, and I couldn't do anything to save them, the brunette said, her voice breaking. So your problem has two aspects. One is irreparable, but the other has a solution. If you consider yourself weak, you just need to train, since almost no one is born extremely powerful or invincible. And to achieve high levels of power, you must train for almost your entire life, because if you don't, it means you've resigned yourself to not becoming stronger, the brunette said, watching as his words seemed to have little or no effect on the dark-haired woman. At least you were able to say goodbye. Not? Then why don't you do it? Didn't you hear me? I already told you he's dead. Well, if that's the case, you can always go to his grave and say goodbye, but I don't think that's your situation, said the brunette, taking his mask in one hand and slowly removing it. The brunette watched in surprise as Spectra himself decided to remove his mask for her. A mask that, since its appearance at the meeting of the factions, many were eager to remove in order to discover its identity. After a few seconds that seemed like an eternity, he was able to see the face of the brunette, who had his eyes closed. There was something about that face that seemed familiar to him. It's been a while, Aknason, the brunette said, opening his eyes and allowing the girl to see his honey-colored eyes. Those eyes sent a shiver through Aquino, for she remembered them perfectly. Those eyes belonged to Ice-kun, Aquino said, completely paralyzed and surprised. Standing before her was the person she so longed to see again, but he looked quite different from how she remembered him the last time she saw him. Aside from the fact that his hair was much longer, his gaze had changed. It was no longer that of a teenager, which to a certain extent was quite innocent, but rather that of someone who had been trained under a very strict regime. Somewhat cold eyes, they constituted a sharp and penetrating gaze. The former Queen Gremory got out of bed, walking to the chestnut tree, touching her cheek to find out if what she was seeing was real or not. When she felt the warmth of his face, she began to shed tears, but they were not tears of pain but of joy since she felt her heart begin to beat again, because for her, Issei had become someone important in her life and seeing him alive was something she never imagined seeing and an absolute happiness. Ice-gun, my cute ice-gun, said the brunette, but suddenly to the boy's surprise she slapped him hard which, due to the shock, knocked him to the ground, climbing on top of the chestnut tree. She exclaimed furiously, grabbing his shirt. Tears began to stream down her face, falling onto his cheeks. Why did you pretend to be dead? Don't you know how I felt when I found out I'd lost you? And my heart stopped. I felt like I was going to die. I didn't want to live or smile anymore. She screamed, sobbing as she pounded her fists against the brunette's chest. Are you a heartless bastard or do you just enjoy making the people who love you suffer? The chestnut-tired man stood up while the brunette pounded his chest with less and less force while tenderly embracing the half-angel. What, he loves you? The brunette said, slightly surprised. I thought you hated men. It's true, I hate them because of a certain person, the brunette replied, tightening her grip on the boy's shirt. For now I won't force you to tell me anything, you'll tell me when you're ready, said the brunette. But despite hating them, you are the first man to whom I have opened my heart and with whom I have fallen in love, replied the priestess of lightning tenderly. Aquino, said the chestnut-tired man without adding any honorific when pronouncing the brunette's name. The girl settled onto his lap and gave him a soft kiss on the lips which the boy reciprocated, but the brunette noticed how the boy seemed to have experience in this type of thing, a fact that made her feel somewhat jealous. That was my first kiss, I'm happy to give it to you, eyes, Aquino commented sensually, but immediately her expression changed to one of total seriousness. Now tell me, why did you pretend to be dead? In response to the girl's question, the brunette stood up and sat on the edge of the bed, looking towards the bedroom door, with the girl by his side. What I'm about to tell you, you must keep secret, otherwise many people will get hurt and become involved in a war that has nothing to do with them. Seeing the boy's serious expression, she understood that he was serious. After I was expelled from the Gremory entourage, I was attacked by Razor Phoenix since, according to him, I was a threat to his plans. As a result of that attack, I was mortally wounded, but when life was leaving me, I was rescued and transported to another dimension by an entity unknown to me until that moment, the boy said, recalling the past. Her name was Elizabeth. Thanks to her, I learned the purpose of my existence, although, in a way, I would have preferred to never know. But wasn't that the reason you were moving? Well, that's right, and I don't deny it, but how would you feel if you knew you were the only thing standing between the hope of a promising tomorrow and total annihilation? Hey, Elizabeth told me my true purpose. I am descended, like others, from ancestors who formed the Forerunner groups, and incredibly, I descend from the branch to which the leaders of these groups belong. The Forerunner's job is to repel and eliminate certain enemies who seek to free their lord, imprisoned since time immemorial. But if he were ever to be freed, the fire of destruction would engulf everything in existence. But you can stop him, right? No, I couldn't defeat him right now. Even with my best techniques, I wouldn't be able to scratch him and he'd be eliminated in seconds. As I was saying, the Forerunner's job is to prevent that from happening, and my specific job is to find the other descendants of the Forerunners, train them, and guide them so they're prepared for anything. Although it's an advantage for my enemies that Issei is dead, so as you can understand, if it were to become known that I'm still alive, many people would get hurt. It was to prevent that Spectra Phantom was born, looking at the mask he held in one of his hands. I was trained for a long time, and after that, I traveled to different dimensions to find the team members, and it was after returning to this place that we joined Seraphiel Sama's retinue. The brunette was surprised by this explanation, as she never expected the chestnut-tired man's purpose to be something so important. But something didn't add up. Icegun, you said you were trained for a long time, but you look practically the same as when you stopped being a Gremory pawn. You hardly seem to have aged. That's because in the places I visited, time flows differently than in this dimension. While several years passed there, here barely a month went by. Also, because of the magic they used to transport me when I returned, I would be the same age I was when I left, but without losing the powers I had developed. In that way, the boy continued explaining to the brunette everything that had happened. In addition, of course, revealing to her that she too was part of the Forerunners, but that due to her past situation she was the weakest so far. That posed a small problem, because if there was one thing he was sure of, it was that the Forerunners' enemies could appear at any moment. They could very well appear at that moment or several years in the future. The good thing was that she had a method to improve the brunette's performance in combat, since as a member of the Forerunners and a member of a Mao's retinue, she needed to have her abilities as balanced as possible and minimize her weaknesses as much as possible, which in her condition as a bishop was mainly the issue of physical strength, since that piece granted her an increase in her magical power, but left her vulnerable in what was necessary in hand-to-hand combat. 2 weeks later. So, how are you feeling? The brunette asked, observing Aquino's brain waves and heart rate on a monitor, while the aforementioned girl wore a helmet that covered her up to her eyes. I feel pretty good, Aquino replied as she removed her helmet. I'm glad to see that this training system is producing results. Although he asked me, why did you decide to teach me this way? That's because you haven't trained your body properly. Instead of teaching you fighting styles that require specific strength and agility, which you may not possess, I'll teach you styles better suited to your current condition. This way we can prevent muscle damage from attempting movements your body can't handle, the brunette explained as he headed for the exit. Follow me. Now accompanied by the brunette, he advanced through the corridors of Ryuute Maru. Iskun Aquino said, where are we going? She asked curiously. To my lab, the chestnut-haired man replied. And remember, I'm not Issei Hyodo but Spectra Phantom. Placing his hand on a panel on the wall, he opened the door, entering the aforementioned laboratory followed by Aquino. The first thing we need to do to make your debut in this world is to change your appearance, otherwise you'll have problems because the Gremory family will want you back, said the brunette, turning on one of the many machines in the place. Stand here, he said, pointing to a circular platform. What did you mean by changing my appearance? She asked curiously as a magic circle circled her from head to toe. Well, from what it sounds like, I'll give you a new appearance that will cover your current one, and you'll use it when you're in front of an audience. When we're just with the Leviathan entourage, you can revert to your original appearance. All of this through a simple spell, the chestnut-haired man explained as the magic circle began to change Aquino's appearance. After a few minutes, the work was completed. Now tell me, how are you? The brunette asked, placing a full-length mirror in front of Aquino. Ara, said the girl, observing her new appearance, noticing after a few seconds that her voice had changed quite a bit, but she still had her large front end. Her new appearance had changed her hair color, eyes, and skin tone so much. Her black hair had turned into silver hair and was much shorter than the hair she displayed with her royal appearance. Her eyes had changed from violet to blue, and her skin had become a little paler. Anyone who saw her would say she was from Russia because of her new features. Well, that solves the problem with your appearance. Here are your new documents, including your birth certificate, Issei said, pointing to the papers on one of the tables. Aquino, curious, approached to read the papers, observing how the boy had thought of everything, focusing his attention on what would be his new name, Alisa Elinashina Amiela. Now there are only two things left. The first is for you to choose new clothes for combat, because if you wear your priestess robes, they'll know immediately that Alisa is Aquino, even though your new appearance masks even your scent. Continue down the corridor, third door on the right. There you'll find a large wardrobe with clothes of all kinds and styles. Take whichever one you want, the chestnut-haired man instructed. Watching as the girl followed his instructions. I'm back, said the former Queen Gremory, entering the laboratory. How do I look? You look great. Aquino's new outfit consisted of a red plaid beret with black sides, a short shirt open in the middle that showed her abdomen and the lower part of her breasts, a red plaid skirt, pantyhose, tall black boots that reached above her knees, and on her hands she wore fingerless gloves that extended to her elbow. And finally, there's only one thing left, said the chestnut-haired man, bringing a large metal briefcase closer to Aquino. The girl opened the briefcase curiously, encountering a strangely designed weapon. The weapon in question was red with touches of metallic black and consisted of a kind of sword whose blade was of considerable size, but below the blade and a little further back than the beginning of it, there was what appeared to be the barrel of a Vulcan-type machine gun. This is the weapon I designed specifically for your use, the brunette said, drawing the girl's attention. This weapon is called the God Arc, although this is the new model. New model? Originally, the God Arc had two variants, sword type and cannon type, and with Elizabeth's help, I managed to develop the blueprints for the new model that combines both types of God Arc, the brunette said, taking the weapon out of the briefcase. This part is important. Don't let anyone but you or me touch this weapon. If someone else were to pick it up, its security system would activate. Hey, as I told you that day, the Forerunners' main enemy force is composed of creatures called Aragami, and God Arcs are weapons specifically designed to kill them quickly and efficiently. But because these Aragami have a cellular composition of oracle cells, the only thing that can break them is another cell of the same type. This makes the God Arc essentially an Aragami with an artificial core, and because of this, its security system is based on devouring the thief. So anyone who touches a God Arc that isn't theirs, even with just the tip of their fingernail, will be attacked by it until they are devoured. But if their security system is so extreme, how can you take it without him attacking you? That's because I added a command to make it recognize me as owner, so I can maintain it without the risk of being attacked. Now, as I've already explained, this weapon has two modes of use, sword type and cannon type. Just by turning this point on the handle, you'll change modes, pointing to a spot in the middle of the weapon's handle. And if you push from the end of the handle, you'll activate Devour mode, which allows your God Arc to perform a carnivorous attack that recharges its energy and ammunition. Ammunition too, that's right. This method gives you more versatility, since you can fire energy bullets imbued with your own magical power, physical bullets that you must reload with your own hands, or by using the Devour mode, which recharges your God Arc energy so it has ammunition again, the boy said, handing the weapon to the platinum-haired girl. I also managed to make these weapons effective against other creatures besides origami, so you can fight with it in any situation. The rest is up to you. By the way, whose other briefcase is that? Pointing to a briefcase of the same dimensions as the one that contained the weapon that Issei had given him. It belongs to Lise. Inside that briefcase was her God Arc, which, like yours, is a new model. Iskun, if you said that only one oracle cell can destroy another, how is it possible that you and the others who have already fought the origami managed to kill them? That's because I modified the weapons and spells we use to be effective against all kinds of enemies. Based on the oracle cells, which are only vulnerable to themselves, I added special magic formulas so they could damage the origami. That's why swords like my Salatiga or Kuroko's sword can kill these beasts. Suddenly, a magic circle of communication appeared near the chestnut tree's right ear. Understood, I'm coming right away. Is something wrong? She asked curiously. My presence is requested in the occult club's lounge. Presumably to thank me for eliminating Razor, and I'll probably be asked to find you since you've disappeared, the boy replied, vanishing into a magic circle. The girl stayed behind testing her weapon, alternating between usage modes, except for the Devour mode, which didn't sound appropriate at all for the moment. While she was concentrating on the object in her hands, a holographic screen appeared in front of her face, showing a kind of radar with a huge number of enemies approaching. Aura. Occult club room. Excuse me, said the masked man, entering the room, looking at those present. Among them were the current leaders of the Gremory clan, the Matiaslucifer with his queen, Rias Gremory and her entourage, Seraphal Leviathan and her queen Graphia Lucifute. Why have you summoned me, Seraphal-sama? He asked, looking at the demon lord who was sitting on one of the sofas. In response to the chestnut-haired man's question, Serzech stepped forward alongside the Gremory leaders. Spectra Phantom, we want to thank you for fulfilling the task entrusted to you, which, whether I liked it or not, involved my family. Looking at the Gremory leaders and his younger sister. I'm flattered that Matiaslucifer himself would thank me, and regarding the task, it wasn't any trouble at all. Besides, this way, we can eliminate the parasites that exist in demonic society. Parasite? Yes, many high-class demons boast that they are better than the rest of the world, but when it comes down to it, they can't do anything and are easily eliminated. An example of this was Razor Phoenix, who even with his almost complete entourage, looking at Ravel Phoenix hidden behind the figure of the Gremory heiress, couldn't defeat Helios and me. I understand, said the redhead. By the way, my sister also has a request to make of you if you accept it, of course. And that's her. I want to ask you if you can look for my queen. She disappeared out of nowhere a few weeks ago, the redhead said sadly in her voice. I'll do what I can, but with so little information it will take me a long time to even find a clue about her, the brunette lied, since he knew perfectly well where Aquino was. Suddenly the door opened, allowing everyone present to see a platinum-haired girl who was dressed in a rather striking way. Who is she? Asked a certain blonde transvestite inside his box. Introduce yourself, said the masked man. I am Alissa Elinashina Amiella, Bishop of the Matiaslucifer Leviathan, the girl introduced herself. This surprised those present because she was supposed to be another of the new additions to the Leviathan entourage, and just like with Spectra, they knew nothing about her. Seraphal, for her part, was grateful that the chestnut-haired man thought of everything. She knew it would have been quite difficult to explain why Aquino Heimjima was her new bishop, but she saw that once again Spectra had not disappointed her. Creating a new person who in the eyes of the world would be his bishop. Is something wrong, Alissa? The masked man asked. We have a problem, he said, showing a holographic map to the masked man. When was this from? He asked seriously. About 10 minutes ago. Then we'd better get ready, this is going to be quite a long affair. What do they mean? Just as they were about to answer, heartbreaking screams of pain and panic were heard. Everyone present looked out of the living room window as quickly as possible. They watched, mostly terrified, as enormous tiger-like beasts chased the students as if they were mice. Some of them even had human limbs hanging from their jaws. There were large pools of fresh blood on the ground. What are those things? Asked a frightened Rias Gremory. So the Vajra have already arrived in the human world, Spectra said seriously. His thoughts were focused on the situation that Alissa had shown him on the holographic map. Although it may seem incredible, the enemies the map referred to were not the origami that were now hunting on the grounds of Q Academy, but another group of origami, much larger, that was currently flying through the air over the ocean towards Japan. Making a magic communication circle appear near his ear, the boy proceeded to give his orders. Time to move, we have a Vajra infestation. Grab your things and come to Q Academy and bring him here. said the chestnut-haired man, closing the magic communication circle, jumping out the window followed by Alyssa. Those present could only watch as the chestnut-haired man took out Salatiga and Alyssa took out her god arc. Both young men began fighting the Vajra, cutting them in half while giving the students time to find a safe place to take refuge. The spectators in the occult club looked up at the horizon, watching as multiple columns of smoke rose in the distance. Those beasts probably roamed the entire city as well, but the question on everyone's mind was, where had they come from? They all quickly left the room and then the building. Although they didn't know what kind of creatures they were, they had to stop them. Several minutes later. Finally, things began to calm down. The number of enemies within the academy had decreased considerably. Suddenly, a group of 3 Vajra jumped towards the Gremory leaders from behind. But their attack never reached its target, as the Vajra were destroyed before the eyes of the Gremory leaders and the others. The first one was cut in two, and red and black flames began to disintegrate the halves of his body. The second one was frozen in seconds, shattering into thousands of pieces as it fell heavily to the ground. The third one was imprisoned by purple bands with multiple numbers inside. Then he was enveloped in a whirlwind of wind and cutting rays that turned the Vajra into strips of flesh. "They've finally arrived," said Spectra, approaching the group with Alyssa. "Seraphil-sama, who are they?" Rias asked curiously. "They are my other servants," replied the cheerful brunette. "Come on, introduce yourselves." "I am Shizuno Urashibara, Bishop of Seraphil-sama and wife of Spectra Phantom." The girl introduced herself, causing great surprise among all those present, as they never thought that the mysterious pawn would be married so young. "I am Liselot Sherlock, pawn of Seraphil-sama." The blonde, dressed in a rather provocative manner, introduced herself. "I am Eleonora Voltaria, pawn of Seraphil-sama, and the girl next to me is Toka Tadu, and she is her knight." "Elen, why did you have to introduce me?" The girl protested. It was then that everyone turned their gaze to the dark magenta metallic armor. The aforementioned armor turned its gaze toward Spectra, who simply nodded, removing the helmet from his armor, letting down long brown hair. "I am Venelana Bale, Tower of Seraphil-sama." Those words echoed in Angela's mind as she stared in astonishment at the person who had just removed the helmet covering their face. A brunette identical to her but younger and with violet eyes. "It's been a while, Wanasama," said the brunette with a smile. "Venechin," said the older brunette, sobbing as she saw her younger sister after that fateful day when they were separated. "Venelana," she exclaimed, running towards her younger sister and burying her face in her generous cleavage. "Wanasama," said the aforementioned, hugging her older sister and beginning to cry. "Wow, Wanasama, wow, I've missed you so much." Me too, Venechin." All the Leviathans and the Gremories were touched by the scene. Even Spectra, to everyone's surprise, but the aforementioned only offered a slight smile. This fact caught Stella's attention, who was with Shizuno and the others, as it was the first time she had seen a smile on Spectra that wasn't due to the destruction she caused in combat. "Mother," said the redhead. "Who is she?" "Well, that's right," said Angela Gremory, wiping away her tears. "Rias, I'd like you to meet my younger sister and your aunt Venelana Bale Venechin. I'd like you to meet your niece Rias Gremory." Upon hearing this statement, the redhead froze. His mother had spoken to him on multiple occasions about his younger sister. But above all, she had seen the armor her aunt was wearing before during the Cockabeel incident. That armor not only wiped out his subordinates but also the cadre. "You've really grown into a beautiful woman, Rias, you know. I was the one who gave you that name. Seeing you now makes me feel like I'm home. I always wanted to meet you and see what you were like." "Aunt Venelana," the redhead said, throwing herself into her arms, crying. "Thank you for saving me, thank you for saving us," she sobbed as the brunette stroked her face. "It's nothing, I'm just happy to see you're okay and to see how much my lovely, adorable niece loves me," said the brunette. At that moment, a certain red-haired Mao appeared in the brunette's line of sight. "Come on, Serzichkan, aren't you going to give your aunt a hug?" she asked playfully, causing the man to go and hug her, carrying her while she cried slightly. "Whoa, as always, so effusive, Serchin." "Auntie, we thought we'd never see you again," said the Mao, sobbing. Yes, everything is fine. Aunt Venelana won't be going anywhere ever again," said the brunette. After finishing the hug with his nephew, he spotted Lord Gremory. "Welcome home, Venelana," greeted the Gremory patriarch. "Yes, thank you, Oniasama." At that moment, Angela asked her where she had been, listening to the story of everything that happened to her and that Spectra had saved her. "If it weren't for Spectra, I wouldn't be here," Venelana said, approaching the masked man and kissing him on the cheek, surprising everyone, annoying Shizuno, Lise, and Alyssa. "By the way, Shizuno, if you're here, I suppose he's already here, right?" the masked man asked, receiving an affirmation from his wife. "You mentioned it before, but who are you referring to, Spectraken?" to him, pointing upwards. Everyone present who didn't know what the chestnut-haired man was referring to looked up, spotting a huge, somewhat futuristic-looking ship floating several dozen meters above Q Academy. "Before you ask, his name is Ryutemaru and he is one of my relatives just like Helios," said the masked man, snapping his fingers. Instantly, Shizuno, Lise, Alisa, and Venelana were by his side. "Venechan, where are you going?" Angela asked worriedly since she hadn't even met her sister for 10 minutes and she was already about to leave for another place. "I can answer that, but perhaps you won't like the answer," the masked man said, drawing everyone's attention. "And that answer is?" asked Sona Citri, who had just arrived at the scene, visibly frightened. A group of approximately 10,000 flying-type origami are approaching Japan. They are currently several kilometers from the nearest coast. Ideally, they should be stopped before they advance any further because if they manage to reach land, it will be very difficult to stop them as they will split into several groups and begin devouring everything that moves. "And what will we do with the Vajra that still roam the city? There must be hundreds of them," Shizuno said. "Kuroko, throw the bait towards the mountains that will keep our friends entertained for a few hours while they search for him." "Understood." Flash. A great flash of white light caught the attention of all those who were observing the imposing figure of Ryuutei. From the front of the bow, a strange kind of missile shot out at full speed, flying towards the mountains that rose in the distance and comprised the most remote region of Kyo City. "With that issue resolved, we'll leave." "Wait, Pacific Ocean Ryuutei." To the masked man's surprise, all the spectators at Q Academy asked him to take them with him, as they wanted to know what kind of creature the origami were and see what they were capable of. In this way, they can be classified according to how dangerous they are. "There they are," Spectre indicated, sitting down in his captain's chair. Through the glass, one could see a huge mass of blue color heading towards Ryuutei, growing larger as the enormous Skithblithnear approached. "There are too many of them," exclaimed one of the Citri servants. "If they managed to reach land, humans wouldn't survive," Spectra said as she stood up. "We need to contact the underworld and ask for reinforcements. There are too many of them for us," Rias said, clearly shaken by the sheer number of enemies. "It won't be necessary to end this. I only need 4 main elements and 1 support element." "Spectracon, some of them are evolving," Kuroko warned. "I was afraid of that, so first we must eliminate them so they don't call their friends." This type of origami was quite peculiar. They were bluish in color with heads of hair of the same color. They had an oval shape, a single wing resembling a cape that helped them fly, a large orange eye with a slit pupil on its front, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. They could devour half the body of an adult in a single bite. Their evolved versions were a little different. As they evolved, they acquired a head that was separated from the body by a neck. Another eye and a second mouth grew from their heads. "For this, I'll need Lise, Alisa, Ryuutei, and Venelana," Spectra said. The 3 immediately approached him. "Alisa, Lise. First, we'll deal with those who have evolved, because this will only get worse if they call their friends. You two will handle those who have evolved, or are in the process of doing so. Venelana, you'll cover us and prevent them from breaking through Ryuutei front and side defensive lines if you can't eliminate them. Guide them to the top of Ryuutei and I'll take care of the rest," the brown-haired man explained. "While I have ranged attacks, my specialty has always been close combat, so I'm counting on you new models. Time to get to work." Yeah, next, Spectra and those who would participate exited through a hatch towards the bow of Ryuutei, where Venelana activated her armor and took flight, leaving Spectra, Lise, and Alisa on the bow. Both girls had their god arc in hand, and Spectra had a Scalon and Excalibur wielded. "One-Isama, is it okay if we leave everything in Spectra's hands and his plan?" Sona asked, not very convinced by the brunette's plan since, according to her, he had invented it out of thin air. "I trust him. Besides, Spectraken and her team members have already fought against these creatures. Whichever way you look at it, they're the most qualified for this job," Seraphal explained. "I understand." But Rias tried to reply. "Rias," Angela called, "I know you want to help, but it seems he knows what he's doing." Although she wouldn't admit it, she was also worried about her younger sister. "Like squashing flies," sighed the chestnut-haired man, knowing this battle was going to be very long. "Fire the missiles." He shouted at the top of his lungs. That order was not directed at any person. It was addressed to Ryuutei. He instantly opened all the missile compartments, firing a round of 900 missiles charged with dragon energy. The missiles flew swiftly toward their targets, all exploding at the same time, causing a giant explosion that decimated the number of enemies, reducing their number considerably. When the origami who were still alive were attacked, they launched themselves at Ryuutei. "To the attack," ordered the chestnut-haired man. Alisa and Lise had their god arc transformed into their cannon mode. He began firing at all the origami that crossed his line of fire. Spectra, for his part, eliminated all the origami who, in trying to evade Lise and Alisa, headed directly toward him. They were easily cut down, while Venelana focused on eliminating the origami who managed to break through the defensive line, and those who were about to escape were guided back to where the masked figure was. It was at that moment that the chestnut-haired woman spotted an origami moving away from the others. "Lise, at 5, they keep evolving." The blonde immediately turned towards where Venelana had indicated the object was, but when she pulled the trigger, nothing happened. I'm out of bullets, exclaimed the blonde, but then she remembered that her god arc also had an option to quickly reload ammunition. Pushing from the tip of her weapon's handle, Lise activated Devour mode, causing the front of his weapon to turn black, shaping the head of a beast. The head extended until it reached its target, destroying it with a brutal bite. After finishing its attack, it returned to the starting point, slightly pushing Lise back due to the speed at which the black head retreated. Taking advantage of the retreat, the blonde spotted another enemy, eliminating it with a single shot. Alyssa watched in surprise as the blonde had replenished her ammunition using Devour mode. "Don't forget what I told you," the chestnut-tired man said as he slashed at an origami that was trying to devour him, catching the attention of the platinum-haired woman. "She's also a new model just like you." Alyssa continued watching as Lise, alternating between sword and cannon modes, eliminated all the origami that crossed her path. He couldn't be left behind. The platinum blonde started running towards one of the bands, shooting at enemies who crossed his line of fire. With a great footwork, she spun around, changing to sword mode and cut an origami diagonally. Activating Devour mode, she tried to reach an evolved one, but it moved aside and attacked the silver-haired girl. Unlike the attack Lise had previously performed, Alyssa used Devour mode as a hook to close the distance with her target, leaping onto it. Switching back to sword mode, he performs a horizontal cut, slicing his opponent in two, using parts of his dead opponent to approach the evolved origami, stabbing the blade of his sword into its mouth. Switching to cannon mode, he began firing into his opponent's body. Watching as his body began to swell violently until it finally exploded, taking advantage of the momentum caused by the explosion to return to the solid ground that was the bow of Ryutemaru, using the weight of his weapon as an anchor to stabilize himself. Catching his beret that had been blown away by the wind, letting out a slight sigh of tiredness. "Good work," the masked man congratulated them. "Eliminate the remaining origami." Lise and Alyssa bumped into each other's backs because they hadn't paid attention to each other's position, turning quickly to fire, staring intently at each other. Without warning, both switched to sword mode and cut the origami approaching from behind. There was no time to rest. There was still a lot of fighting ahead. Several hours later, sunset. They had finally finished off the last of the origami. It had been a rather long fight. Alyssa, Venelana, and Lise were breathing heavily. Even the chestnut-tired man had to admit that it had been very tiring. Spectre answered, "The radar is picking something up." Shizuno's voice came through a magic communication circle that was close to the masked man's ear. "Are they the same ones as a little while ago?" "I don't know, but it's quite big. Something incredibly huge is coming this way." Received, "We're on our way." Everyone who was on the bow of Ryutemaru quickly returned to the cabin. All the spectators were pressed against the glass that separated them from the outside, waiting to see what was approaching. Spectra simply watched what the radar indicated. It wasn't good at all. Ryu fired the decoy beacon. What? The decoy beacon was launched and quickly drifted away from Ryutemaru. "Spectra-kun, what will we do?" Kuroko asked, visibly worried. "Hopefully he'll follow the lure. If we have to fight him, things will get very ugly." At that moment, silence fell, allowing oneself to hear a thunderous roar. Everyone watched in shock as a creature of enormous dimensions moved in the direction the beacon was heading. But before catching her, the creature entered a dimensional portal. Disappearing after a few tense and brief moments, the creature in question was easily 2 or 3 times larger than Ryutemaru. "Was that an origami?" asked Stella, who had barely recovered from the shock. "That's right," the chestnut-tired man replied, taking a seat. Ouroboroskla's origami. An origami of enormous size, it has a voracious appetite, and when it chooses its prey, it won't stop until it devours it. If you're unlucky enough to come face to face with it, don't try to attack it. Ryu sets course for Kua. We still have unfinished business. Just as I had planned, the Vajra that had been roaming the city for hours were now gathered in one place. Activating a magic circle, he transported the group of 150 Vajra to a specific site in the underworld, specifically to the site where he had fought against the Magic King, descended from Ryutemaru, standing face to face with the Vajra who saw him as prey. "It won't be so easy for them to get a piece of me," exclaimed the amused brunette as he extended his left hand forward and with his index finger began to write magic letters in front of him. It all started with water. "Everything will return to the waters. Therefore, water is both life and death. The mother who conceives and the devouring serpent. Everything flows, not even time can escape. Like a boat at the mercy of a powerful river, everything will be swallowed up in the end. O cruel, ephemeral nature! But I will deeply love what is cruel and ephemeral. I forgot my mother's face a long time ago. My body will become a snake with its mouth wide open and will destroy everything. An insatiable, eternal void. Non-stop pleasure. Everything must flow and return to my stomach." The chestnut-attired man raised his left hand with a closed fist while the magic letters wrapped around it. Ouroboros, striking the ground hard with his left fist, cracking the ground beneath his feet. An exorbitant amount of water began to flow from the cracks, creating literally a sea in a matter of seconds, the first sea of the underworld. But it wasn't all that great. The Vajra that were in front of the masked man were mercilessly crushed under the enormous pressure of the waters. It was undoubtedly an attack that could destroy cities in seconds.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.